The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching dolly fishing.
Footsteps down the hall, fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlines, king the beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Mark the truth while live on air light. Top it up, Dolly vision's dreaming real. True crime scene flash feels so unreal. You do madness like share subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby? Missing shadows crawl. People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly vision headlines, king the beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
What up, YouTube? Dolly back in the house once again tonight. Tonight, we're talking about the California wildfires. Crazy as it sounds, people have been arrested for arson. Well, a person has been arrested for the Kenneth fires, and people are being arrested for looting out there. Crazy as that may sound, it's getting crazy. The fires are a little bit contained, but still most of them burning out of control. And tonight we're going to do some live coverage on those fires. What is going to burn next, right? Like yesterday, we watched a ton of celebrity homes burn. Okay, everybody from Ricky Lake, Paris Hilton, there was a bunch of them. You know, we watched trailer parks burn. So it's not just the rich people affected out here, the middle class. A lot of their homes are burned. People have lost everything. California looks like a war zone. Okay, so if you're just coming in, of course, leave your DNA on the like button just in case you go missing and Dolly guys to come find you. 6%, they just said. Okay, 6% contained. That means there's still a big, huge danger. And apparently some immigrant has been caught setting fires. It's getting wild. It's getting crazy. And we're going to be here tonight with all the coverage of what goes down overnight in these California wildfires. Give me 1 second. We're going to get everything pulled up for you.
Our whole area is covered by different National Weather Service offices. We have LA County and Ventura County covered by the LA Oxnard Weather Service office. Then the San Diego Weather Service office covers Orange County and up through the Inland Empire and down south from there. And just naturally with different offices.
I sound like I got a cold. I'm okay.
Area, you're going to get different expiration times of certain alerts, if you're ever wondering why that's the case. So now through 2 p.m. is
Call of Duty map.
The alerts come to an end at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The Santa Monica Mountains here, the high wind warning doesn't go into effect until midnight, but also expires sooner at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then you go out towards Orange County and up through the Inland Empire.
I've been going hard the last 3 days.
The high wind warning that's now in effect ending really early in the morning tomorrow at 6 a.m. But if you were to average all this out, it's just in general, tomorrow the winds will start to improve and lighten up a little bit across all of Southern California. Tomorrow afternoon is a time frame we're really looking forward to, and that's why you see at 6 p.m. the red flag warnings expire tomorrow. And you'll notice right along the coast of LA County down through Orange County, there are no red flag warnings in effect there, partially because the winds are lower there, but also some higher humidity right near the coast as well. All right, now forecast wind gusts, and it's going to be the areas we talked about earlier, the wind-prone areas or the mountains and valleys. So especially north, that's the case, and then east of LA. So you're going to have this pocket where the winds are lighter, like we see right now. That'll be the case through much of the night. Here's a look at 1 o'clock in the morning. Here's a look at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's pretty much the same story in those same spots. These purple colors really highlight nicely where the strongest winds will be. And it's
well, you know, these winds are not helping this fire at all, not even a little bit.
South-southwest, basically towards the ocean, until then tomorrow afternoon. And this is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now we see a combination of lighter winds, that's good, and a new wind direction, which is also good because that wind direction is coming from the ocean, and that should push the humidity up a little bit across our area. Now, so we put that aside, okay? So the current Santa Ana wind event, for the most part, ends at the end of the day on Friday. We go into the weekend, we see some pockets where offshore winds pick up a little bit, and it's going to be, for example, up along the 5 and the 15 and where some of the roads cut through the mountains. Again, wind-prone areas, we'll find some pretty good wind gusts.
Okay, I want to share this with you guys real quick off of Twitter. And this is a man, a suspect, hold on, being arrested, starting fires. Okay. So it ain't bad enough. Suspect Los Angeles arsonist arrested for allegedly starting the Kenneth fire. So they have video of this man being arrested. Let's play that.
Commander 21, Adam is transferring. Incident command, Commander 21, boy. That's going to be up to 495 vehicles, but 11
So are some of these fires natural, you know, started by lightning or other means, but some of these fires look like they're being started by people? Yes, I got the evacuation notice. Also, it was scary.
In wrestling and jiu-jitsu.
Commander 21, Adam is transferring.
All right, let's. Of course, there's some pictures. There's the suspect right there, trying to set a fire. You know, this is the worst fires in Los Angeles history. So this, you know, this dude, he's going to prison for a very long time. And, you know, people had seen him. This goes into the see something, say something category, you know, because, you know, you start a little fire, that fire can burn out of control. Next thing you know, the whole neighborhood's burnt down. So why he would be out doing something like this? Hold on, my producer just came in.
I was just bringing this, and I'm making you a chicken pot pie thing.
Okay, thank you. We'll set that there for now. Lady Canfield, thank you so much for your super sticker. That is awesome of you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to show you guys a little bit of this man going arrested, you know, because you getting arrested, arson ain't nothing to play with. You see how, you know, allegedly a little fire in somebody's backyard has spread, and we see these big massive fires that we're seeing right now. So he is responsible for what they're saying, the Kenneth fire. Okay. So I'm assuming in Kenneth. Let's jump back over here.
At 82 years old, our best to his family tonight.
So the Palisades fire in the darkness of night, it has burned at this point almost 20,000 acres, 6% containment. The number of structures that have been damaged, or pardon me, that have been destroyed, more than 5,300 structures destroyed. Between the two biggest fires, of course, that's the Eaton fire in Altadena and the Palisades fire, more than 10,300 structures have been either damaged or destroyed. So those numbers are unfortunately growing. I'm sure it's not a surprise to you, given the live pictures that we've been showing you and the winds the last couple of nights. Obviously, this is a different night tonight, the third night that we've been here with you reporting on these fires. And the best news is, although we just heard from Adam about the winds, they're not howling like they have been at this time of night.
Yeah. And it impacts so many different people in so many different ways. The world of sports, we know the Lakers game postponed that was supposed to be tonight. And the coach of the Lakers, J.J. Redick, lived in Pacific Palisades. And I say lived because according to Shams Charania of ESPN, his house was lost. In a
lot of houses being lost, a lot of fire going, still burning, raging. 6% contained
by this. Laura Diaz is following another fire. This is the Kenneth fire in the San Fernando Valley. And Laura, what do we know there now? It looks like it's starting to get pretty windy.
They're saying it may be arson.
Yeah, we actually did have some wind gusts come up in the last 5 minutes or so, and it's a much colder breeze blowing through at this hour as people stop off and try to get whatever information they can. We are here at the Victory Trailhead. This was the ignition point of that fire, which started about 2:30 this afternoon, burned a little under 1,000 acres, and people were evacuated. Wow. They jumped right in and told people to get out. They weren't taking any chances and imposed a mandatory evacuation. As we've been reporting over the last several hours, there is a person that's being talked to as a possible suspect, perhaps intentionally set that fire. We cannot conclusively say that that's how the fire started, but a little while ago I spoke to some people who live in the neighborhood, and they talked about the potential that this was set on purpose and some other things. Let's listen.
Apparently he saw him walking, and a couple of his neighbors did as well. They called the cops right away. Suspicious looking guy. They all came out of their house. They told him to stay right there, help him down, stuff like that.
They detained him.
This is in the Kenneth fire.
A little while after we found out that the mandatory evacuation was lifted, just in case, but right away we heard there were looters in our area. Right away there were about 4 suspicious looking cars. Cops were already patrolling the neighborhood, and by then we knew we just had to come home.
Okay. So you're dealing with a potential arsonist and looters, and I mean, you had quite the afternoon.
Yeah, I really have. I mean, we're all used to this in Southern California, but around this area, especially in the Palisades fire, I've had friends lose their house. I thought I was going to lose my house today. I was just praying to God that hopefully that the fire department, even though they're stretched thin, I know they are, but they got here as quick as they could.
That's good to hear.
Yes, that was the great news, that the fire department got here very quickly. We watched
worst
as
you ever
that
seen
aerial
50
assault
years.
took place. They got right in there and they doused that area that was on fire. So that was great news to report earlier this afternoon. Alex and Marla, you were asking me earlier why Ventura County would be investigating. Well, it turns out that we're not far from the LA County, Ventura County line. Over my shoulder, not too far, where you can see the lights behind me. That's where it turns into Ventura County. We're still
doing a good job
somebody from that
these
county to come
fires.
out and update us on the investigation. So far, it's been a lot of hurry up and wait. If and when they come out here, we'll certainly update the situation. But it just gives you a sense of how frayed nerves are at this hour, especially to people who know what fire can do. And we've all been watching the live coverage over the last couple of days, and certainly Southern California under siege. If it isn't your home, it's your neighbor's home or your relative's home. And I think so many hearts are simply heavy tonight. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live, sending it back to the studio.
Always well said, Laura. But before we let you go, once we did talk about, why Ventura County officials, according to the Associated Press, they're reporting that the flames actually did enter Ventura County, which, perhaps they did, but at least we know that forward progress has been stopped.
Yes, I mean, that's the great news tonight. We've been watching as some of those flames could not be stopped in other fires, and we know what the outcome is, the loss of property and life and people's dreams. We just, you know, I know a lot of us have been reporting for many years, and you think sometimes that you've seen it all, and then something like this happens, and it goes to a whole nother level of human suffering.
So much suffering tonight. Thankfully, though, where you are, there isn't too much suffering because no structures lost, nobody injured, and a lot of people who were evacuated are able to go back and see their homes intact, which, as you know, because you've been out there, was not the case in Altadena, not the case in Pacific Palisades. A lot of people still haven't been able to go back to see if their home is standing or not, and in many cases it is not. But you know, the idea of a arsonist is really, really
right
upsetting
there.
and something you know, we would love to get more information about. And as soon as we do, we will go out there and try to bring that to you. Laura Diaz, thank you so much.
Skybox Live over the Palisades fire, the largest one in our area, almost 20,000 acres burned. You're talking about, you know, no injuries in the Kenneth fire. That reminded me today, and we hope that this firefighter is okay, that during the firefight in the Palisades fire, male firefighter fell while fighting the fire 3 stories, fell through a roof.
Lord.
And sustained some major injuries. The good news that we heard from LA fire officials is that that male firefighter was taken to the hospital in serious condition, but listed in, it was serious injuries, pardon me, but listed in stable condition.
This is the worst fire in LA
expected
history.
To make a full recovery. So, you know, they're risking their lives, obviously, fighting these fires, and things like this can happen. I mean, if you're out there on a roof and you're, you know, how quickly the roof can give way.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some new numbers that Governor Newsom's office just released, that the Kenneth fire, 1,000 acres, now at 35% containment.
Oh.
So when we talked earlier,
You're saying
with
there's
Tom
a
Baker,
lot of
if you've
people
been joining
looting
us for a few hours now, he talked about the importance of 35% containment as a threshold, that really, once you get to that, you're pretty much out of the woods.
I want to play this for you guys real quick. Give me 1 second. How did I lose it? Right here. Let's blow this up. And this is about the people looting today. You know, hundreds of people looting people's homes while, you know, other people are evacuating. And there's these, you know, to leave orders, and people are coming in and breaking in homes.
As I was getting my whole family out, all you have in your mind is just you're in survival mode at that point. I saw men coming into our neighborhoods. Police confirmed it. She had this to say. Take a listen.
It was wild. We just started seeing all these cars pull up, doors open, and groups of men running up our street, going up to the doors of these houses. And we weren't sure what was going on. I'm thinking, are these people here to help my neighbors? I hope so. And I left, and then my husband talked to the police and said, what are those guys doing? These guys don't live here. Get them out. My next door neighbor said, his quote, there were like 100 people that came up on scooters and were trying to get into any and all houses on the street.
And did you physically see police officers stopping them?
I didn't, but it's not to say that they weren't. It was so incredibly chaotic, and I was so worried about my big family and getting them out of our old tinderbox of a house that I was just focused on them first.
Wow, like people rolling up on scooters, right? So that is insane. That is absolutely insane. What are you going to loot on a scooter? You can ride down the street with a big screen TV?
Next, 3 days to get us ready for that, because the unfortunate reality is, well, we could have fires break out at any time. We certainly have seen that. We never know when a new one is going to break out, but the potential for, if that fire breaks out and it becoming really dangerous, is significantly higher. Adam, You want to weigh in?
Wow,
Yeah, and if I
look
could
at
just
this.
chime in on containment, because I think some people, we hear a lot about it, maybe wondering exactly what that means
Look
technically.
at that devastation.
So containment, the percentage has to do with the percentage of the perimeter of the fire that they have some type of barrier or they have under control.
Wow.
So, a
Look
fire
at
can be
that.
100% contained and still burning within,
Yep.
I just want to make that clear.
Sure.
Because, we hope we get to some of these maybe at 100% containment before Monday, but I want people to know that even if that's the case, there still would be potential for fire with, burning in the middle of all that. So just something to keep in mind. But
you make a good point, because a lot of people, it's jargon, right?
Sure.
What does that mean, containment? Because it could sound like the flames are out, but that's not necessarily the case. Skyfox is over the Pasadena Evacuation Center. This is the largest evacuation center out there right now.
This is the Rose Bowl that we're looking at right now.
And yes, it is.
Yeah, and so it looks like this is a staging ground for a lot of the emergency crews. We were just out there a couple weeks ago as they were in the throes of the Tournament of Roses parade and decorating floats in this same parking lot area. Now it looks like it's a place where supplies are being gathered. It looks like there's plenty of law enforcement there. And then
there's something else I want to show y'all. Grammy T, thank
Looks
you.
like a nighttime market.
Yeah, that's happening.
Yeah, so although it says Pasadena Evacuation Center, that's the Rose Bowl, but that was also the site of where the presser was today, where all the officials gathered at 3 o'clock. Speaking of containment, some good news here on the Hearst fire. According to CAL FIRE, 37% containment on that one. So that's above the 35% threshold that we learned about tonight. And the Lydia fire is at 60% containment. And yes, CAL FIRE reporting too, as you just said, Alex, per the governor's office, 35% contained. So there is some progress being made. The winds have backed off ever so slightly. Or a lot so slightly, if you will, given where we were 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
So we'll take it.
So once again, we have preempted our regular primetime programming when we usually would show the Fox entertainment shows. Those will be available via Hulu if you want.
Your scooter is the best. Thanks, babe.
But we are every night. Every weeknight, every weekend night, we do the news at 10 o'clock, the Fox 11 news at 10, where we give all the top headlines of the day, take you around Southern California. I know there's a lot of people watching tonight that don't usually watch us. Welcome. So there also will be an audience that joins us at 10 o'clock that may not have been watching the primetime programming, that tune in every night for their headlines. So what we're going to do in about 20 seconds is we're going to start our 10 o'clock broadcast, a reminder of the biggest stories of the day, and get to the breaking news of the night as well. And we'll be talking in this hour with the SBA Administrator, Isabella Guzman, about what to do if you lost your business. Here is the Fox 11 News at 10.
My heart is broken. The beauty, the natural beauty is there.
So fire's still raging. Some of them are starting to be a little contained, but the devastation is absolutely unbelievable. Worst fire in California history. It is said that people are setting these fires, which is unbelievable. Let me pull this video here for you guys real fast, and then we'll get back to what's going on in the headlines. Let me back this up so y'all can see it. But basically, let me turn the volume up so you can hear what these people are saying.
We're at 302 Pico, and people are lighting fires now. You can see that lit a fire. These guys, not all the people there, but some of those guys lit that fire, and they're actually, the trees caught fire, and then the palms are catching fire. So civilians are now lighting fires down in the so-called, flats around Santa Monica, Venice. So be safe out there. Fire department's been dispatched. We don't have enough water to put this thing out, but we're supposedly on the way. We're at
So that is crazy right there. People allegedly starting these fires. Lock up new scum. Well, something's going on. These people, if you're out there causing chaos and starting fires, there's a special place in hell for you, especially with, right now we got 7 people dead. We got thousands of acres burned, 10,000 structures destroyed. and we're seeing things like this. It's unbelievable.
Customers in LA County and 35,000 in Orange County could also lose power.
Let's begin at this hour by talking about the Palisades fire. As we talked about, 20,000 acres, more than 5,000 structures are now destroyed. Good news is we finally have some containment. We're at 6% containment. We know that there have been deaths associated with the exact number unclear. The fire continues to force tens of thousands of people under mandatory evacuation warnings and orders, and all of that is happening in Pacific Palisades.
Now to the Eaton fire. This is in Altadena, right near Pasadena. The fire has exploded to almost 14,000 acres. This one still does have 0% containment. More than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders. This is including in parts of Pasadena and Altadena. Again, 0% contained, although it states on your screen 5 people killed. That 5 people total, according to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. 5 people 3 people in the Eaton fire and 2 lost their lives in the Palisades fire.
Hearst Fire, Silmar, now at 37% containment. Yeah. Good news there.
Yeah, twice.
A lot of the evacuation zones have been lifted.
And the Kenneth fire, that one erupted at 3:15 today. That was live right here on our air, scorching almost 1,000 acres, and the containment is up to.
I don't think we're under attack as much as there's bad people out there.
As well, evacuations have been downgraded to warnings, and it did spread into Ventura County by evening tonight.
So let's talk more about the Palisades fire right now. Fox 11's Ed Lascos is in Pacific Palisades. Ed.
And for the very first time since this firefight began, virtually no wind, no destructive wind here in the heart of the village here at Sunset and Swarthmore. Just
that's good that the wind's dying down a little bit.
It is very smoky, a choking smoke, and lots of white ash will blow around. Almost looks at times like it might be snowing lightly here because of all that white ash. Mike will give you a look. I'm sure it's recognizable to many folks, as this is usually a place that's jumping this time of night. Not now. That's what's left of the Starbucks, very popular spot here at this corner, the Italian restaurant Casa Nostra right next door. This whole block here lost, like so many others, block after block here in the Palisades. It is gone. Mikey will swing over and give you a look at Sunset. This is one of the many convoys that we see moving through here of security, because the focus now in this area is not so much on fires, if you will, but on protection, structure protection, protection against looters. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they've already made several arrests, several in this area, and there is all kind of security out here tonight. You're looking at a lot more of the units moving in now, from LAPD to the LA County Sheriff's Department to the California Highway Patrol, the Pacific Palisades Patrol, as they call it. They have their own patrol that goes through here, the forestry. Everybody is out. They've got their flashlights, their searchlights on their black and whites, and they are looking for potential looters. And as the sheriff was pointing out, to tell you, if you're going to be, I'll be blunt about it, if you're going to be a fool and come up here and try to loot and to go into a building that has not burned, and you think you've got to watch out just for somebody who's in uniform, think again. Listen to the sheriff.
We have a lot of undercover deputies out there as well. If you call on one of them, I encourage that too, because some of these guys and girls don't look like police officers. I'm telling you that because I'm warning people out there that are going to try and prey on our community. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, you're going to get arrested.
Lock them up.
From my conversation with the district attorney this morning, I've had 2 conversations with him. He's going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. It is not worth it. Don't try it here.
That is a shame, people. At the worst time in LA history, people will try to break in your house and loot.
Even more so, Stars and Stripes still up there, battered. That flag has been torn, it is burnt, but it's still up there. Maybe a sign of the spirit that's here, still alive in Pacific Palisades. As to the sheriff's point, he was saying, and even we heard the LA County DA also say, if you're going to come in here and loot, you'll be prosecuted. I think it was a DA quoting him who said, we'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. That's pretty much what we're talking about here. One other thought, you know, folks were saying, well, you've seen the devastation, horrific
Yeah, devastation,
So
crazy.
what can you loot? What can you take? Well, the thing is, these looters are going after buildings that are not damaged, but they're unlocked on purpose because they had to leave here when everybody evacuated, leave the doors, the gates open so firefighters could get in. So it's an easy target for these looters. They're going around at light law enforcement, and they're also looking for anybody who might be using flashlights in a lot of the buildings that are not damaged because there's no electricity. So the looters, in theory, would be using flashlights to look around. That's something that law enforcement's looking at tonight. And one other thing, I don't know about a curfew. We've been hearing the possibility of a curfew here till 6 in the morning. Don't know if it's official, but I can tell you there is no activity, no civilian activity at all this late hour here in the Palisades. That's it at this point. Let's head back to the west side.
It is very eerie there. All right, Ed, thank you so much.
So many businesses have been impacted this. Joining us right now is the administrator of the Small Business Administration. That is a cabinet post from the Biden administration. Isabel Casillas Guzman is the administrator. She's actually a SoCal native who just flew back from Washington to help in her hometown. Administrator,
continue to conduct roving patrols.
Businesses, just on a human level, how are you feeling tonight, and what was it like flying in here tonight and seeing some of the damage?
No, it's devastating. My family is in Southern California. My kids, my sister.
I want to bring this report in.
And I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us and law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about
still going,
policing.
Strong.
The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonald at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them. where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires. The number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff. Hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line. And in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Total devastation. I mean, crazy.
Morning. And I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I asked for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other. And this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you.
It's a shame people would
Now,
want to
I
take
mentioned
people in
our
dire
DA
need.
Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
You know, after this, a lot of these people are going to get fired.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot. And that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors, up and down each one of the blocks I traveled. Those houses no longer exist.
Like a war zone.
They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that. And I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear.
The gates of
because
hell.
the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all hands on deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pastrella. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First, I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that fielding a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the sheriff's department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our sheriff's department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our number one mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong.
6% is contained right
focus
now.
is on
6%.
utility restoration.
So it's still
I know
burning
many people
strong.
are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system, and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced
see you,
this
Nick.
fire. This debris
Hope
has been
everything's
moved
going good
enough
with
to
you.
let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area. And we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who's remained behind or who is visiting the areas, as was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be
Sisters, they've had to evacuate in the fire in Eaton fire.
And then he ended up doing a lot of other media. The clips from our show, Elon Musk tweeted out literally 10, 15, 20 million views on the clips of him talking with us the other night. Then President Trump ended up talking about what he was talking about. President Biden was talking about that today, sort of responding to what Trump was saying. So the Caruso pushback is getting a whole lot of attention. And it's clear that this issue is going to be a huge part of Mayor Karen Bass's future. And as she, tries to be reelected, is going to be a huge issue for her. And the biggest test of her mayoralship is going to be rebuilding the city.
It's clear that this is an issue, period.
Our specific areas that we are asking for. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road, the Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now, what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about, trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories like the sheriff and fire have of our utility folks out in the middle of the night 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
A lot of people without power still.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down. So if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets. And we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now,
and I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman,
let's get the likes up, please.
Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you
It'll
all
help
for
us
being
in the
here. I know
algorithm, and
our Congress
please share
representatives
this
flew
video
in,
on your Facebook.
and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with. And we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Pigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement we made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the sheriff's department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number, because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you.
That's not good to hear right there. We're already at what allegedly.
Yeah, Josh
7
Haskell, ABC
people
7
right
Eyewitness
now.
News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction.
first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
That had been protected?
that it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving in different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we moved 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing? And is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? Because and talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying.
Have a job
we put
when this is over
resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic. And at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in.
A lot of the money
even in day
department.
3. That's what I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Right behind.
17 million.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the Western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing $17 million?
I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side.
She
Did
didn't
you have
want
your
to
hand up
answer
with
that.
blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
You know, the mayor
Hi,
will not be the
Dakota Smith
mayor.
with the LA
The
Times.
chief
I have
of
a
the fire
two-part
department's
question
not
again
gonna be
for the two
chief.
fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that. So I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point, and how
I don't know, but that person's got a prison for a long time.
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say
up if we
that,
could, guys.
as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now. And I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, that to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight.
Thank you.
Numbers.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify that have been destroyed. We get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures. We base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from
Will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated, the community stood together, they evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes, from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know.
Real quick, guys, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to hit the like on this video, and then after you do, right, don't cheat. I'm watching you. I want you to shout out where you're watching from, okay? So hit the like on this video, and if you're cool, share it on your Facebook. It helps us in the algorithm. And then once you do that, shout out in the chat room where you're watching from.
In addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, We need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Orbat.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning. And I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members. And I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them.
Okay, a lot of people have been asking me to play this, and this is them scooping up water out the ocean, planes, so they could drop onto the fire. Okay, so they do take ocean water. As you can see, you see the planes on the water, sucking up that ocean water, using it to make drops. So they do use ocean water to drop onto the fires. So I just wanted to share that.
This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it.
The issue is you could do 30 minutes.
Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go, and we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call.
All right, guys, you got to see this. This is part of the problem here. The homeless community allegedly setting fires. You know, you can see on this video. People putting out fires that homeless people are setting. They clearly catch these people on video.
You! Hey, you! Well, now he lost his source of starting fires.
Starting the fire. So, do you think he did into the car?
We're starting this up.
Fire patrol, guys. Let's go, let's go. Crazy people in LA.
Let's start drinking water. Now we're gonna starve.
Good job. Guys, fire department, you weren't here, so we had to step in. Do what the do boys do best. Oh shit, there's multiple fires. What the fuck? Look, there's the guy starting the fires right there. All right, you could be crazy and come at you. Here. Nice. All right.
Oh, what?
You see the person starting it.
Let's go. Goes in.
There's a crazy person up there.
I just wanted to show that to you guys. People setting the fire,
fuck you!
allegedly. So,
as I stated yesterday, as soon as the cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C.
last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Fires. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight.
Police got them.
Palisades fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command, LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control
areas going to jail
so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the...
All right, guys, you got to see this. With all these wildfires, you know, animals don't have nowhere to go, so they're retreating. I want to show you this video. This is like mountain lions running through down the streets into neighborhoods.
Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LEFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property.
Good guy right there.
The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir?
Definitely big.
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the county of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who unfortunately did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be attempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased.
All right, let's jump over to here.
Lots of heavy smoke. If you take off the mask, you might last a couple of minutes and you start to talk and you start to cough. Thick smoke. How smoky? Have a look into the light over there, the Nyla light, the broadcast light in short sleeve English, as we call it. Look at that, huh? All those white particles, the dust particles blowing through the air. It almost looks like one of those snow globes at Christmas, huh? You shake it up and you have all that stuff floating around. That's what is in the air here right through the night. And then a further look down here at the heart of the village, down Sunset, westbound at Swarthmore, the cross here. The only traffic, the only activity you see here, fire engines, and then more importantly, you see lots of law enforcement. I'm thinking from LAPD to LA County Sheriffs to the California Highway Patrol, the Palisades.
All right, this is a woman who runs up on the governor and tells him, asked him what he's going to do.
Governor, please tell me what. Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance.
Wow.
To help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To fill
everything
the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally.
Why
you
is he
know that.
laughing?
I would fill up the hydrants myself. But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
Wow. That is a a wow moment right there, ain't it? I mean, he literally basically was laughing. And I mean, I don't know if it was like a nervous laugh, but definitely wow.
Coming up on our left, also, this is street after street. You see this LAPD here, black and whites. They have their lights on, looking around for looters. We talk about what they're looking for, because you're saying when you look at this destruction, what the heck is there to loot? Well, in many of these
That was hard to
buildings,
watch.
condo buildings, apartment buildings, they are not damaged. They're still standing, but they're unlocked. They're wide open, if you will, because the gates to the parking garages, front doors, they are open to the main building themselves, intentionally
Poor
for
lady.
firefighters to get
That
in
is
there if
so
they had to.
sad
And
to
all this was
see.
really burning a couple of days ago and even earlier today. And the looters have free access, if you will, in there. And that's why law enforcement says no, no free access. You're not going in there. They're also looking, one other point I'll tell you is, as they go through their with the patrols, it's so dark here, as you can see, so they look around for flashlights in the darkness, thinking if somebody's going to be looting, they'll be using their own flashlights in
She
the
said
buildings,
she would
and that
fill the
tips them off, and
hydrants
then all of a sudden you
herself.
see all the black and whites move in and deal with the situation. That's what's going on here now in the heart of the Palisades. Let's head back to the west side.
All right, Ed. I know you have great words for people that are terrible and do stuff. What would your word be for a looter that comes in and steals from people in their moment of great need?
I don't know if I certainly cannot say that.
Well, I wouldn't say that lady was annoying. I would say that lady was worried, and she asked him, what are you going to do? I think a lot of California residents want to know what he's going to do. What are they going to do to rebuild? Where are they going to get this funding from? Why wasn't the fire hydrants filled? That woman said she would fill them herself. And, he kind of smirked, and she asked him the best question ever. Would you fill them? Would you do it? What would you do? I think her question was phenomenal. I think, was it a little bit of a PR thing? Maybe, but she generally sounded concerned in her voice, and she just wanted her community back. It's heart-wrenching.
They're inside, it's a shelter, and it's already past 11 p.m., so it is sleep time. Now, earlier, they were all hanging out outside of the plaza, many people, giving them food, clothing, a lot of donations, so many great people helping out. But the evacuees, obviously, they have such heartbreaking stories to share. Please describe what your neighborhood looks like now.
It looks like a war zone. It's not only indescribable, it's unidentifiable. I have walked those neighborhoods near the country club and golf course for 50 years. I don't recognize it when I walk through there now. It's just something I never thought I would see, and I'm sure you've heard that over and over and over again. But it's just indescribable.
Nobody had a clue. We were monitoring the fire, watching it go up, what they consider Echo Mountain from Eaton Canyon. And through that whole time, we were basically like everybody else saying, hey, you know what? It looks like it's going to stay. We can make it through the night. Next thing you know, the street is full of smoke. And this was literally within 30 minutes. We had no clue. Streets full of smoke. I start seeing fire at the end of our street, so I'm running and knocking on doors. We've lost everything. Our home, 2 homes, didn't have time to get everything out of the house. So, we're literally starting from ground zero.
And that is the story of many, many people. Joining me live is Mitzi Thomas, who also lost her home, and I understand other family members. Your home of how many years?
The house was purchased in 1958. My parents bought the house in 1958, and it's gone. And my sister, she's owned her house about 15 years. It's gone. She was in Altadena. And I have another sister that was closer to Duarte. And we're not sure the status of her house because she was under mandatory evacuations, and she's too nervous to check to see. But she hasn't been allowed back in her neighborhood.
No, the fires are not out.
In my neighborhood.
Still burning strong.
Is mandatory evacuate too. Even the houses that weren't touched, they still have to go because they're afraid of flare-ups.
In your particular neighborhood, your community, are all the homes lost?
No. It's kind of skipping mess. Like Amber went over here and got this house and might have skipped 3 or 4, and then another house sat on fire. It wasn't as badly hurt because I live in North Pasadena, Northwest, like on the border of Altadena, Pasadena.
And You were earlier discussing
Hey,
your biggest
Bombshell.
concern. Yes, you've got shelter right now. But
Yes, but I'm afraid after the counter stops rolling, the people in our community are going to be lost and forgotten about. I'm afraid like the resources are going to stop, or there's not enough resources, because
Look at
it
that
doesn't
fire.
seem like we're getting enough attention to Pasadena. Only thing I see is Palisade, and I don't see Pasadena, Altadena like a minimum. And I'm thinking people are, like the majority, there's more people in Pasadena, Altadena that were affected that were in Palisade. And Palisade fire, only because my father has a home in Palisade too, it's only a good maybe 500 people, homes, residents that probably were affected, if that many up there. Here, thousands.
so many people.
Everybody.
Mitzi, how, with so much loss, how are you coping? How are you coping day to day?
My faith in God, and then the support of my family and friends. I only have one friend, but support.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How can someone help?
We need funds. We need some, like people need food. They don't have any place to go. All the hotels are booked up. The convention center's full. We need anything, food and money. I say food first because people are running around here looking for food. And then clothing. They don't have anything, shoes, nothing.
Were you able to get anything from your home?
Some pictures, my birth certificate, my favorite purse. That's about it. Not too much more. I got these flip-flops on. I don't have any clothes. I don't have any money.
And have you been able to communicate with your insurance company?
Oh, no. It was 2 hours on the phone this morning. We'll call you back. Holding. And when I finally got an actual live person, we'll call you back. And then when I tried, they never called back. When I attempted, I waited like 3 hours, called them back. It's just beep, 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 don't stop. But I got a hold of the Red Cross, and they passed the buck, and they told me, go to the convention center. You're right there in Pasadena. They're not offering anything but just, go there, go here. And then the majority of the places, they don't have enough. I was actually able to go to the city yard here in Pasadena this morning, and this evening, and they had stuff, and they were able to help the community out quite a bit. There's a couple of young ladies that helped me. This young lady named Dwayna and her sister D'Amica, they helped me get a lot of things together, and they're supposed to be giving away food tomorrow at La Pinaresca Park, and I believe it's in the evening.
There are a lot of people who are helping.
There are a lot, but I'm afraid it's not enough. Because
you're afraid that it's going to end once.
It's going to end once the camera stops rolling. Like in 3 or 4 days, where are they going to go once they close the convention center? Where are people going to go?
Absolutely.
They don't have enough.
Hit the like if you're just tuning in. We haven't even hit 1,000 likes on this video yet.
But what's going to happen tomorrow? Where they need breakfast? What's going to happen? Who's going to step up?
Mitzi, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I thank you for speaking with us.
And thank you for giving me the chance to, express my concerns.
Absolutely. And yours and so many others.
Yeah. I just don't want anybody to forget about us, because it's a lot rougher than a lot of people think. You know what I'm saying? It's not being properly portrayed, because we are total devastation. It looks like Beirut. I'm serious. If you guys get the cameras and get north of I say Woodbury, you'll see it's like nothing ever existed.
It's to the ground.
I've seen it. Yes. Thank you so much, Mitzi. And she's right. I was also, we covered the fires in Hawaii. It looks the same. I mean, it is just decimated. It looks horrible. Yeah. So if you're watching us and you can help these evacuees, please do so, because they need all the help they can get.
Yeah, please pass on our love to Mitzi. She's a great spokesperson, and she's got a great purse too.
She got her favorite purse.
And
great purse. Can we show the purse? Can we show the purse?
Oh yeah, nice.
Very nice.
We love it. I like it.
Needed a moment of levity after everything today.
You bet.
But there's so much devastation in Altadena and in Pacific Palisades as well. We're over 5,000 structures lost. Just an overwhelming loss in both communities tonight. And we're going to do everything we can. But Gina, she does make a good point. And you saw some of this in Hawaii as well. I don't know, Gina, if you can still hear us. That does happen, that everybody's all into this for 2 or 3 days, and all the cameras are here and all the social media posts are here and everybody's into it. And then the next story comes and then
all these people
feel
forgot
left
about
behind. And that could very well happen once again.
Absolutely. In fact, right before we met Mitzi, Joa Press and I were talking about that. We're like, what's going to happen once? I mean, because they can't stay at the convention center forever. And how long is it going to take to rebuild? And will the insurance companies really pay for what they're supposed to pay for? There's just so much uncertainty for hundreds and hundreds of people. And I just feel for them. They don't know what they're going to do.
It is really heartbreaking. Well, Gina, you've done amazing reporting tonight, and we want to thank you. We're going to show, by the way, the clip with Terry coming up. So that's what I'm going to do right now, because we love Terry. So for our viewers, earlier tonight, Gina met a woman named Terry. She's from Glendale, who was giving out free chicken noodle soup that she made to those in need. Look at this.
Came across this vehicle right here, which says chicken noodle soup for the soul, free, just love. So I approached this young lady here, Terry.
Hi.
Hi, where are you from, Terry?
Glendale, just down the street.
Glendale.
Yeah.
And what do you have here? So
Chicken soup. Yeah.
Chicken soup.
Just plain chicken noodle soup.
What, just made you come out here?
Everybody needs to make a difference. Do the littlest thing makes the big difference, and whatever I can do. And our family loves to cook, so.
Yeah, show us that soup.
Yes.
It smells good. It smells really good.
Yes. It's still fresh. So we just cooked it like a few hours ago.
Yeah.
So just mainly pasta, chicken, and then some carrots.
It looks delicious and it smells delicious. And yeah, we smelled it and I saw the signs. I'm like, oh, that is so nice of you to do that. And you're here by yourself and it's offering free food to anybody who wants it. It's wonderful.
That is a nice
Terry.
thing to do.
Gina,
Everybody needs to come together in a time like
stay?
this.
And I know literally on our air, she was passing out the cups of chicken noodle for people walking by, and they were hungry.
Yeah, they certainly were. Earlier, there were several food trucks that were here doing the same thing, giving free food to anyone who wanted it. And they were already packing up. So then Terry shows up with her soup and she's got the signs there. And so people were ready for her soup. And when you guys asked me, is it good? It wasn't for me. I was just holding it to show it to you guys. And then a couple of people walked by, and so we gave it to them. But it smells so good. I wish I had tasted it.
Yeah, nothing quite like homemade.
That is,
So
that's the kind soul
I want
right
to help
there.
these people tomorrow when I get up. Any advice for people on ways to help? And obviously we talk about usually the best way is to donate money, but other ways maybe people can help.
You know what? This plaza out here was packed, just packed with all kinds of people who brought, whatever they could. They so many things. So if you want to do that, you can come out here. Also, earlier today, I got a message on Instagram from people who were staging at the Rose Bowl. And it was just
I guess they're
several
staying at the
people from
Rose
different communities
Bowl and
who
other
came out to
places.
bring clothing. And if anybody wanted to go by there to pick up whatever they needed, they were there. There are also people who are offering their homes. They're offering their Airbnbs for free. So there are so many folks out there in Southern California who are stepping up and saying, we're here for you.
It's
You just,
crazy to see
sort
the
of have to
power
look
lines
for
on
it. But
fire.
if you want to come out here tomorrow morning, it'll be busy. Right now it's bedtime, it's quiet, but in the morning, trust me, it will be busy with helpers.
Great. It's amazing to see the community step up and step forward and help each other like that. And, Pasadena Civic Center, the convention center, that's the largest evacuation center out of all the evacuation centers. So we're glad that people are
Yeah, we have
showing up,
winter
and, we
advisories
appreciate
here.
all
It's
your
so
reporting
cold in
tonight,
Virginia
Gina. Thank
tonight.
you so much.
Thank you.
Your love for people is infectious. We love watching Gina at work. This was not good. This is a super scooper, which we rent from the folks in Canada, in Quebec, which is why you're about to see that.
Canada.
See that wing right there? It was hit by a drone. And the drone crashed and collapsed. And because the drone hit it, it ended up tearing a hole in the wing. The plane was able to land safely, as you see there, pilot able to get out okay, but because of that, they can't fly it, at least not right now. So a plane that could be helpful to doing water drops, some 6 tons of water at a time, is now grounded because somebody was illegally flying a drone. And a reminder that it is a felony to fly a drone unauthorized in a fire zone right now. And so please don't do that tomorrow. And we hope that this plane can get repaired and can get back up in the air to help, because we need all the help we can get.
Yeah, I mean, this was helping fight the Palisades fire. As of Tuesday, there's 2 of them that we have. So this one is temporarily inoperable. The chief of LA County Fire reminding that, as you said, a felony, it's a federal crime punishable by up to 12 months in prison. And there's some serious fines that could be attached to it as well. So, you know, the drone situation, let's not fly the drones when the airspace should be reserved for the firefighting aircraft. Okay, now to the Kenneth fire. This was erupted near West Hills, burning near Calabasas. Containment up to 35%. Fox 11's Laura Diaz, she is live there right at the Ventura LA County line. And I know you've been trying to get answers from officials about a potential arson suspect.
Yes, I just got off the phone with Ventura County Fire, where they actually said to me that they could not comment on the investigation, that it was going to be handled completely by the LAPD. They would only confirm that arson investigators have been here on the scene, which is routine on any fire. They always send out the arson team to investigate. Of course, colleagues have been reporting about 5 miles from here that it was in Woodland Hills, where just regular citizens saw what they thought was very suspicious behavior and detained a person there, who was then taken in by the LAPD for questioning. At this time, he's not being called a suspect. He was being called a person of interest. That's what I can tell you after speaking to the officials that I spoke to just moments ago at Ventura County Fire. It has been a very active evening here as we watched various trucks coming out throughout the evening. Cal Fire, Ventura County Fire, LAPD manning the post behind me. Let's look at some video that was shot earlier. That was when the fire was going at a very quick pace. We know that many people had to be evacuated. The good news was that it broke out in an area where it was mostly brush, not that close to homes. But of course, we haven't been able to take any kind of a chance lately because of the winds, the dry brush, and it's just so very dry outside. That's a perfect recipe for these fires to spread quickly. And we've been watching that for the last couple of days as people have suffered just so much tragedy and pain. So we were able to talk to people here in the neighborhood, and they gave us their perspective on what they saw, and they had a lot of concern. Let's listen to them now.
Look at this.
Apparently, he saw him
Mr.
walking,
Fire.
and a couple of his neighbors did as well. They called the cops right away. Suspicious looking guy. They all came out of their house. They told him to stay right there, held him down, stuff like that.
They detained him.
Yeah, they detained him. That's what I heard. A little while after we found out that the mandatory evacuation was lifted, just in case, but right away we heard there were looters in our area.
Yeah.
Right away, there were about 4 suspicious looking cars. Cops were already patrolling the neighborhood. And by then we knew we just had to come home.
Okay. So you're dealing with the potential arsonists and looters, and I mean, you had quite the afternoon.
Yeah, I really have. I mean, we're all used to this in Southern California, but around this area, especially in the Palisades fire, I've had friends lose their house. I thought I was going to lose my house today. I was just praying to God that hopefully that the fire department, even though they're stretched thin, I know they are, but they got here as quick as they could.
But the good news is that the fire is 35% contained. They are still able to battle it from the air, which is such an important component to try to putting out the fire completely. We know that 1,000 acres burned. There were no structures burned, and there were no structures even damaged. And the people that we saw out on the street earlier today, they've all been allowed back into their homes. So everybody's hoping that, the worst is over, at least for this area of West Hills. There was a possibility that it was pushing towards Calabasas and Hidden Hills, and people were very concerned earlier today. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from West Hills, sending it back to the studio, Marla and Alex.
Yeah, Laura.
Okay, this is Carmela Harris addressing the insurance companies.
And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact.
I mean, that's a fact. These insurance companies that have done this, they should be charged with some type of crime.
To begin with is disasterassistance.gov, disasterassistance.gov. Now that being said, so what do we see? In the residential areas, what comes to mind to me is every house is a home, and every home is a family. And you're tracking the numbers that are going to continue to grow of how many homes have indeed been lost. And the rare home that seems to be untouched in a neighborhood that is full of ashes and rubble, it's truly heartbreaking. That's the word that keeps coming to mind. But we've rebuilt from disasters before, and we will again. So I hope folks find some solace in knowing that federal, state, and local government leaders are working together, not just to respond to the fires, but for the long haul, as I said, to rebuild home, rebuild communities.
That's Senator Alex Padilla here tonight. Senator Adam Schiff also here tonight. Governor Newsom here tonight. Really the focus of all of the state's leaders now in Southern California. And as we mentioned, the National Guard now moving into Southern California because of the order from Governor Newsom. Meanwhile, we were just talking about this with Laura. The LAPD has an arson suspect in custody tonight in connection to the Kenneth fire. Tonight we spoke to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about that arson.
It is absolutely despicable if true. And I am grateful to our law enforcement officials who are investigating. I know that all who are on the front lines have seen the worst of the worst with the fires that we have seen throughout this region. They did not need to have one more fire to tackle with tonight or ever. And this is just extraordinary to see a fire like this come after we have seen so many throughout the region. These winds have been devastating, and yet we know that our first responders aren't letting us down, and they are.
Guys, if
fighting
you're
this,
just tuning in, hit the like
such
button. We haven't
tenacity,
even hit
and I am
1,000
grateful
likes
that they
on
are
this video
digging even
yet.
deeper. I was just with them at Zuma earlier this afternoon, talking with them about their resilience, how they're doing, how they are finding the resolve within themselves to continue fighting these fires. And so the fact that once they heard the alarm, they went back out and got right back to work.
We're at
I'm just grateful
905
for them.
likes.
And I hope that should it turn out to be arson, that they are held to the fullest extent possible accountable.
Well, as we just heard from Laura Diaz out there, that LAPD, Alex, was saying that they're stopping short of calling this person an arson suspect. They're calling this person an arson person of interest.
Yeah.
Of course, we will stay on top of that.
Yeah, the phrase I just got from Eric Scott put out: male suspect was arrested on outstanding warrants unrelated to the active fires. That's this picture that went out earlier that a lot of people were referencing. So unclear exactly, exactly
the
what
connection.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll follow up
Which
with
would
that.
be helpful if they gave us a press conference, which they were teasing for several hours and then didn't do at Laura's location. So hopefully we get some more clarity in the morning on that one.
And she was there at the Ventura County, LA County line, and it's really windy out there. She said it was really cold. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, for a look at those winds right now.
Yeah, and we could see the wind, blowing her hair and the trees in the background. And then we saw earlier Ed Lascos down around the Palisades fire, and you can see how the wind was lighter there. And so we're in a situation now where we have a high wind warning, and that's in effect until the morning or even into the afternoon in some spots tomorrow. And there's also a red flag warning. So it's not like we can let our guard down yet, although as far as some of the fires, it seems like forward progress is beginning.
Well, there has been some things reported that there are people maybe committing arson out there. There's videos surfacing on X and Instagram that show people actually throwing fuel on the fire, and some people even starting fires. Now, this, the police, if you're out there starting fires right now, you are going to be charged with some type of arson and possibly murder, because people have died in these fires. This is no time for, like, we even seen videos that are surfaced of home. We can't say how true they are because we're not there to see it for ourselves, and we're just seeing it on video. So is it people just making these videos for clicks and views? We don't know. But these videos appear that people are starting fires. And, we've already seen somebody that allegedly was arrested for arson, multiple people arrested in different places. The Kenneth fire was set, and they believe that this guy may be a suspect in these fires. I don't know, but it's definitely not good. Some people don't care. They don't care about other people or life, and it is horrific. Okay, just totally horrific. These scenes that are coming out of LA, California, these wildfires are crazy. It looks post-apocalyptic. Not only that, but some of these places look completely like a war zone, burnt to the ground. Did they put out the Kenneth fire? Right now, all I know is the fires are 6% contained, okay, which ain't much. So things are still burning. Over 10,000 structures have completely burnt to the ground, okay? Thousands and thousands of acres. And as of now, we got 7 people dead. They believe the death count may rise. We're praying to God that ain't the case, that nobody else loses their life in this fire. There's people that are not evacuating their homes. When these people tell you need to evacuate, you need to evacuate. We've had people reporting of hundreds of looters, okay? Hundreds rolling up on scooters and mopeds, looting people's houses. Carloads of people jumping out to loot people's homes because, a lot of these places are being left unlocked. So if they do catch fire, that the firefighters can get in there. The gates are being opened. Gates are being left unlocked. That way, if anything does happen, firefighters have access. Breaking, a man in Palestine has been identified as starting the California fire. He is also wanted in connection to several stabbings in the area. Do you have any source of that? Right, CG? If you could send it to my Facebook or to my email at jimmyjams757, JIMMY, Jams, JAMZ 757 at gmail.com. Any information, guys, that you can send to me there. If one of my mods could post it in the chat room or post a link to my Facebook, you can also, the quickest way is probably send it to my Facebook. But let me see if I can grab my Facebook link real quick. This is my Facebook link. Mods, copy it just in case anybody has anything they want to send me. I want to be able to get it quickly as possible.
Tonight, so one husky, for example, that a deputy found, paws scorched, fur singed all the way down to the skin.
Poor fur babies.
To burned dogs and cats, they've taken on bunnies, birds, lizards, even burned pigeons. People whose animals either escaped or were left behind because they couldn't get back home. And they were able to do this because of shelters and rescues around LA and the state. They came in and emptied the Pasadena Humane Shelter so that they could free up space. So Sacramento SPCA
Goats,
drove
birds.
down.
What you gonna do? Save a rabbit, tigers, lions.
Barbara Humane, San Diego, they just took on truckloads of dogs from the shelter. And I just spoke to PR manager Kevin McManus a minute ago about the burn animals and how you can help. So they don't need supplies right now because people have been dropping off literally so many truckloads of supplies. Their entire parking lot is packed with crates and pet bowls, dog beds, and blankets. McManus and his staff so tired. He was joking to me tonight about taking a nap on the pile of dog beds. They're so full, in fact, that they're renting storage through U-Haul tomorrow, but they really need the monetary donations to buy specialized equipment like hyperbaric chambers that help burn the animals. Here's what he had to say.
I can't even count how many that I saw come in today that were just in rough shape. So it's your highest priority to take care of them and make sure that they're comfortable and can get back healthy as soon as possible.
Are people coming back trying to find their animals?
You know, there's a lot of bright things that happen today and really victories, but
I mean, I'd be taking my dogs with me. That'd be the first thing I'd grab would be my dogs.
In the elevator on their way, and they were asking me, like, how do we get back to, you know, we're here to get our cats. Irrelevant. I was like, great, you know, let's walk you over to this desk and let you get your cats back. And so I bumped into them as they were leaving with their two senior cats and carriers. And I don't know, it just like the happy reunion. It was one of the many things that
first thing I'm getting out of the house is the dogs.
So many loving, kind people out there in the community trying to help that their website actually broke down tonight. So they're asking people to make donations through this link that we'll put on our website. It's give.pasadenahumane.org/fire. And again, that'll be on foxla.com. And I'm planning on being there tomorrow morning at 9 when the shelter opens to hopefully show you guys some more of these burned animals and what you can do to help, and the amazing oxygen and specialized hyperbaric chamber equipment that they have to help these animals survive this.
Yeah,
I'm Haley Winslow, and I'll send it back to you, Alex.
The video you sent, Haley, or they shot was really remarkable. Seeing all of those animals and thinking of that, and I didn't even think about that as a thing that the animals that were there already needed to be moved, and so all these different shelters from around the state said, "We'll take some. We'll take some." What an effort!
Yeah, I mean, Best Friends Animal Society. I talked to many of those nonprofits and rescues tonight too, and of course, you know, you could also help by adopting one of those adoptable dogs or fostering one, because obviously they're overloaded as well. You know what's going on with our shelter system, so. They're actually having kind of a joint united.
We're at 943 likes. We got over 1,000 people in the room. So if you just tune in, hit the like, guys. Definitely give this video a like. Let's get up to 1,000.
Going on tonight. So anything you can do, but specifically for Pasadena Humane, they really need the money to buy that equipment to help these burn victims.
Well, we,
pretty remarkable.
You're such an animal lover. We're animal lovers. So many of our viewers, of course. I don't know who's not an animal lover.
There's a few cold-hearted people. Maybe the people setting these fires aren't.
All right, come on, we can do it.
But, you know, I mean, you saw the goats, too, in there. My goodness, it's like a farm, these poor little things.
All these poor little fur
Haley,
babies.
we thank you. And again, Haley Winslow reporting on the line with us, and all this information, if you want to make a donation, this is on our website, foxla.com, and we'll look forward to, does this mean that you'll be live on Good Day LA tomorrow, Haley?
I'm planning on it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Haley.
Great.
We'll be watching tomorrow morning. Thanks, Haley. Really appreciate you calling in and spotlighting that issue as well. Somebody else who's really good at using her platform is Jamie Lee Curtis, who was on the Tonight Show last night, and she talked about her deep connection to the Palisades fire.
Now, literally, the entire city of the Pacific Palisades is burning, and you know, I flew here last night. I was on the plane, started getting texts, and it's gnarly, you guys. It's just a catastrophe in Southern California. Obviously, there have been horrific fires in many places. This is literally where I live. Everything. The market I shop in, the schools my kids go to, friends.
975. We're almost there.
Many friends now have lost their homes.
She's urging action after sharing video of the Palisades. Jamie Lee Curtis stepped up herself, donating $1 million today, encouraging other people to donate to organizations like the American Red Cross. She is such a full of emotion person, you can see in everything she talks about, and Jamie Lee Curtis helping to lead the celebrity response to this tonight.
Another familiar face, perhaps, is Fox Sports anchor Emmanuel Acho. He shared dramatic footage of the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills as he was heading home yesterday.
Yo, LA is literally on fire. I'm driving home because somebody said the Hollywood Hills were on fire, and you can literally see the freaking fire in the Hollywood Hills. Like, this is right now in LA.
Yeah, this is a Sunset Fire that we brought you last night. The former NFL star filmed that gridlock in the streets as drivers were evacuating with that orange glow and thick smoke in the distance. Also talked about the fires on Fox Sports talk show, The Facility, today.
There's a lot going on in the real world in LA right now. Producers have had to evacuate their houses. We have some producers working from home. I had to evacuate my house last night due to the fire in the Hollywood Hills. There have been fires, there's been devastation, there's been catastrophe, there has been calamity. So please send your thoughts, send your prayers to any loved ones, any friends, any family, and any strangers that you might even consider thinking about in the LA, the Hollywood Hills, the Palisades, Pasadena, Malibu, and all of those areas.
11 likes away from 1,000.
Yeah, the list goes on. Unfortunately, Acho is asking for everyone to pray for those impacted by the devastation. The Sunset Fire, thank goodness we can report, although he was evacuated, as were so many, that was limited to just under 50 acres and 100% contained with no structures damaged.
We were just looking at a bunch of former NFL players on that show there, and big NFL news. The Vikings and Rams wild card game is not going to be played at SoFi Stadium. The Rams not going to be hosting it. They're going to this neutral facility of Glendale, Arizona for safety reasons. The game will still air Monday at 5 o'clock on ESPN and ABC, but won't be here. Disappointing for Rams fans, but doing this as an abundance of caution. The Rams participating in that decision to move the game.
And now a big issue that a lot of people will be dealing with is insurance. And Tom Vakar from our sister station in the Bay Area, he's here in Southern California covering the Palisades fire. He spoke earlier today about what needs to be done as the Palisades rebuilds.
One of the things that is going to be as significant as the loss of these homes, and probably a lot more expensive, is going to be replacing all this infrastructure, and both public infrastructure and private. Take a look at these trees. Most of them have been badly burned. Most of them will have to be brought down. Some people may want a landscape, some people may not. So, some of these may be public trees.
We hit 1,000 likes. Thank you, guys.
With respect to those utility poles, think about this. There's cable up there. There may be fiber optics up there. All of that stuff has to be replaced. And the only way you can do it in any reasonable amount of speed is to have a massive number of crews with a massive backlog of the equipment that they actually need. And that's one of the reasons utility bills and cable bills are so high, is because a lot of that stuff is available. It's still going to be months and in some cases years before this is fully squared away. But the idea of preparedness is really important to understand, that even with infrastructure, we have to be fully prepared.
Now, speaking about being prepared, earlier tonight, you heard those alarms likely on your cell phone. Almost everybody in LA County was sent this mistake telling you to evacuate. It was only meant for those people affected by the Kenneth fire. It went to everybody. A lot of people were upset about this, including TMZ's Harvey Levin, who called in.
I looked in my office, and everybody got the alert, and nobody knew what to do. I mean, and this is just a microcosm of what's going on everywhere in the city, where, you know, you see this, and, you know, you're right, it just sends panic. And then what happens when the next alert was we made a mistake, and now what's going to happen with the next alert? And, you know,
when you make mistakes, people think when they do need to evacuate, it's a mistake.
But I have to tell you, you guys did an interview Tuesday night with Rick Caruso, and Rick Caruso was critical of leadership in the city and the state. And I know there were certain people who called Rick Caruso after that and said, boy, that was a mistake to say that. Well, that has really kind of taken sail, things that he said. And there are a lot of people in this town who are really now critical of the priorities that some of the leaders sent, from why are we, and it's not like people are anti-bird or anti-fish, but when you have these sanctuaries to protect animals and you're
Day
not
3
focused
still
on
burning out of control
and water and things like that, I think it's really brought things to a head. And there are just a lot of angry people in town. And I didn't know they'd get angry still in the middle of the fire, but I'm really hearing it.
There was a moment, if you hadn't seen it, where Mayor Bass was getting off her plane coming back from Ghana.
This
A
was hard to
reporter came
watch.
up to her,
Couldn't
who happened to
believe
be,
this.
I think, on the same plane or nearby.
Right.
Threw
Thank
a
you, Heather,
camera in
whatever.
her face. I don't
Good
know
way
if
to
she knew
keep
who he
Dolly
was. He's
alive.
from Ireland.
Get on the Dolly train.
And he was asking her questions, and instead of
All
responding
aboard.
at all, she just stood there, and it went for several minutes. That clip went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Our interview with Rick Caruso went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Donald Trump talking about it, and it seems like especially a lot of the right-wing accounts are really pushing this, but it's going beyond even just some of the conservative media, and there's a lot of folks. And then when you have incidents like what we just had, this alert going out, it raises questions about competence.
I do think, one of the problems is I wish Elon Musk wouldn't push things like this out, because it shouldn't be hyper political. This is about leadership, and to make it this kind, jump on it politically, I think almost diminishes the point. And when you have disasters, and I mean, if this is as big a disaster as anything I've seen in this city in my lifetime, and I'm old, and this is where you need somebody, to hear how we're pulling everything together and what we're doing. And people are worried about rebuilding, where they're going to live, what they're going to do, how it affects everybody, and you want to hear from leaders, and you want to hear a plan. And I agree with you. I mean, it's like, don't go on. It's simply true. Great, you went on national television for a national platform. This is a local story, and there are, and people are consuming information, not watching CNN. They're watching Channel 11. They're watching Channel 5. They're watching Channel 4, and that's where the focus should be. I just don't get it.
Well, we hope you're watching Channel 11, and we
Thank
thank you for watching
Did I
Channel
just hear
11.
Harvey
Hours and hours on end.
make
We have
some
gone
kind of
commercial
real-life
free.
common sense?
Alex,
Yes.
Alex,
Cell
Adam,
hound.
and myself, the three of us. It's been a long day. We've been here since 2 o'clock, commercial free, and we're glad to be able to bring you this vital information.
This is a big moment that we're about to have, because it signifies something important. We are about to go off the air and pause our coverage for the first time since Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. And the reason we're doing that is because we are now in a situation where we are not in as imminent a crisis. So that is good news. If something were to happen, break where we are in life-threatening mode again, we will come back on the air.
Yes, we will.
But the fact that we are now going to go back to some sense of normalcy and regular programming is a good sign. Most important thing maybe to look out for wind-wise in the hours ahead in maybe 30 seconds.
Sure, yeah. High wind warnings continue tonight through tomorrow morning. It's all going to change tomorrow for the better, weather-wise anyway. So winds get lower tomorrow. The direction of the wind changes, a little bit more of an onshore wind, slightly anyways. And so I've been calling it the finish line of this event, is basically tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening.
And that's when that red flag warning officially expires.
Yeah.
At this point, 6 p.m. tomorrow.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so we can all look forward to that.
Yeah.
If you're displaced tonight, of course, our hearts are broken for you. Lean on your neighbor, lean on us. We are here for you, as we have been all along.
Oh, you gonna let people stay at the house,
Brooke
lady?
and Bob, they will pick up our coverage on Good Day LA starting at 4 a.m., so just 4 hours from now. Again, if anything happens between now and 4 a.m., you can count on us to break in and keep you updated.
Thank you so much for your
other
trust
coverage,
in
Rob,
us during
coverage.
this moment of crisis for our community. We are going to be there with you through it all. But for tonight, for right now, thank you so much for
humanity.
Okay, let's jump over here.
7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you.
And again, this is...
Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Intact. So we have right
I will
now
be providing
the idea when you talk about recovery. I do want to point out when you listen to the president's news conference today that they talked about the hazardous waste and ridding this community of the hazardous waste, the chemicals used to put out the fire, the chemicals used that in these homes, there is so much that they have to worry about before they can even begin the recovery period. Right now, though, the firefight does continue. The LAFD explained to us a short time ago that they do have a fire burning in the hills. It is pushing towards PCH. There are what they described a pocket full of homes there. Difficult area to traverse, difficult to access because of the power lines up there. That means that makes the firefight difficult. There is, of course, plenty of mutual aid here on the ground. And, you know, as one firefighter said, there isn't much left to burn in the Palisades, but they are already looking to next week when they know that the winds are going to pick up again.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. We certainly want to remind people that the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon is on Cozy TV. And if you're looking at the time right now, Michael?
Just after midnight, and we're at hour 61 of our continuous coverage of this wildfire emergency right here in Southern California.
Our David Bigger is back right now. You've heard some of the reporters in the field right now talking about the winds. They feel like they're picking up just a little bit.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of that right now across parts of the region. We still have a red flag warning that's in effect through 6 p.m., I guess now for today, now that it's officially
Yes.
Friday. So 6 p.m. for today. But the winds will likely be at their strongest probably during the next couple of hours, and then we'll start to see them taper off as we get into the second half of the day, where the winds will get much lighter, and that's why the red flag warning expires. We're also going to continue to see some air quality issues across the region, probably for today and
the air
for
is
the next couple
terrible
of days as the fires continue to burn. Even if the winds do stop, the fires are still happening out there. So here's a look at the air quality currently out there, and you'll notice that we still have Burbank, portions of the San Gabriel Valley, the Crescenta Valley, and downtown LA are still covered with this red color, which is an indication of air quality that is considered unhealthy for everybody, not just for those with respiratory issues. And that would be the orange shaded area here. So if you're within this red area, you really need to just stay inside with your doors and windows closed. And if you do have power, because I know a lot of people right now don't have power still, if you have power, try to be able to run your air purifier, or maybe just turn on your fan inside, like your air conditioner just without the AC running, to try to filter some of that
1,100
air.
likes. Thank you, guys.
There's a lot of particulates in the air right now. If you are outside, or if you have to go outside, make sure you're wearing an N95 or greater mask. That will help filter out those fine particulates. It's called PM 2.5. That's the kind of stuff that can get really deep into your lungs if you're breathing. So you really need to have a mask on if you're outside. But notice where this is all mainly pointed. It's over parts of the basin and then extending off the coastline.
Amen.
It's
God
been
don't like
mainly
ugly.
from the Eaton fire. And I have a feeling that as we get into the next couple of days, we'll still see some of the smoke around the region. In fact, 1 o'clock in the morning here, you can still see the smoke that we're talking about, mainly concentrated in areas adjacent to the fire and just a bit to the south. But as we go through Friday, initially we still have this offshore wind. So most of the smoke is being blown out. But as we get more toward about the middle of the day and then the second half of the day, we switch to an onshore breeze, or at least light winds, and that carries some of the smoke back inland. So now you can see, and again, this will all depend on the amount of activity we have for the fires for tomorrow, but you can see that parts of the basin, parts of Orange County, San Gabriel Valley, and even the IE, potentially looking at higher concentrations of seeing some smoke out there. And as we go from Friday night into early Saturday morning, a lot of the smoke kind of gets stuck in the lower elevation. So you can see that for at least the midday time frame on Saturday, we're looking at some smoke probably in the IE, around the Basin, Orange County. Essentially, everybody's got a chance at it. May not be super thick. It may not be the kind of stuff that's going to be making the sky orange, but it might be just enough to set off some of the air quality sensors across the region. And that's something we're going to watch
if you're just tuning in, welcome.
Another thing we're going to watch very closely are the winds. So Colleen was talking about the winds picking up in a few spots out there. We are going to see that as we head toward the morning. I have a feeling for Ventura County and LA County, the peak of the winds will likely be somewhere between about the 4 a.m. and maybe 7 a.m. time frame. And you can see that it's really gusty through the Santa Susana Mountains. That's where we're seeing gusts with this purple coloring here indicating 40 to 50 miles an hour. We might see some of that across the Santa Monica Mountains as well, so Palisades fire, but I think that's mainly the western portions of the fire as you get closer and closer to Malibu, where you'd see some of the stronger gusts. But as we go through the remainder of Friday, as I mentioned, the winds eventually get lighter and then completely shut down as we get into Friday night. Now, this is nice because we're getting a nice break out there, but as we go from Friday night into early Saturday,
fires are not under control yet.
And we are looking at another round of offshore winds from Saturday into Sundays.
The fires are 6% contained in some areas, but they're still burning out of control. Total devastation in Los Angeles, the worst fires ever in history for this place. There's been people that have been setting fires, allegedly. There have been some arrests made, a lot of people looting. So far in one area, I know at least 20 people were arrested, according to the police chief, for looting. They're saying they are going to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law for anybody that's caught doing these things. So terrible situation right now that the California residents are in. You know, like a lot of people don't think about that, but the air quality there with all these things burning in these houses, and all the plastics and all the toxic things that are in the air, it's not a really good time to be outside your homes. Like if you're not in the actual burn area, I'm sure a good portion of LA and California is toxic air quality. So I would say stay indoors as much as you can, use good filters on your air conditioning systems and heating systems, and just make sure you're not breathing in this smoke, because, 10 years from now, people will be dying of all kinds of different ailments that's coming from breathing in all these fire. And, there's some people out there that can't get away from the smoke, and, are homeless people or homeless communities out there in LA. This is horrible, right? So it's affecting not just the rich, but a little bit of everybody.
Live in Altadena, and you actually have some of them there with you.
Michael, we saw that procession earlier tonight.
The Sunset Fire is the only confirmed fire
as they are in many
fully
other places,
contained.
they are stationed along Woodbury Road that meets with Lake Avenue, just on the border of Pasadena and Altadena. But this is what we're looking at, that show of strength. These military vehicles that we do not see every day stationed in this area. What are they doing here? They are here to A, support local law enforcement, and B, do anything they can to keep people out of the neighborhood, people who do not belong here, people who might be up to some nefarious
National Guard's
activities,
coming in.
might want to be looting in a place where people are already vulnerable. They've evacuated their homes or they've lost their properties. And the California National Guard is here to make sure that these neighborhoods are secure. Now, another thing that law enforcement is doing, along with the California Highway Patrol and local agencies, they are doing checkpoints so that no one can get past certain areas. Only people allowed here are police, firefighters, and media. I want to let you listen to some sound that we got earlier from 2 National Guard soldiers about why they decided to come here to the area.
It's here to, help protect, make sure people don't go into the evacuation zones and make sure there's no looters around here. We don't want people, even the homeowners, we don't want them to be in danger of the fires and anything else.
It's not a relief for helping them, just like they will help us, right? Anybody would do that. Sure, I would like it if, somebody came to my house and, protected my block and everything else. But helping everybody, that's what we're here for. It's what I signed up to do. I didn't sign up just to be like some kind of Captain America. That's not my thing. I signed up to, hey, we're here for everybody. I wear the uniform proudly. I love what I do. I wouldn't change it for the world. As much as like, oh, I would like something a little more comfortable. I love what I do.
What's incredible is
that.
the joint effort. You see the food, the water, the sustenance that is here. That is the National Guard trying to help out their fellow law enforcement officers. I'm looking at a California Highway Patrolman. I'm looking at a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy. They're all in the same location. They're checking in with each other. They want to ensure that each person has what they need in order to continue to work on the aftermath of such a devastating and erratic fire. Again, we have been bringing you so many different buildings, more than 4,000 structures damaged or destroyed in this fire. And they still have to put out hotspots. They still have to contain this thing. So they have to work together to make sure they do everything they can to get it under control so that people can get back into their neighborhoods. And the people who don't know what their homes look like, those people can return and see what is left of their neighborhoods. That's the very latest here in Altadena. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Macy, thank you for that. NBC's Valina Jones
The Hollywood
is at the Rose Bowl in
sign
Pasadena.
still
This is
stands.
perhaps where we've seen the most energy tonight.
Yeah.
It's after midnight there. This is a grassroots volunteer effort underway even at this late hour, or I should say early hour. Valina.
Yeah, like you said, this is a grassroots effort, all from TikTok. Some street vendors throughout LA started this volunteer effort. We're at a parking lot right across from the Rose Bowl, and you can see just all the donations that are here. This is some of the donations. We see shoes, we see coats, we see clothing for children, for adults, for anyone in need. And we've also met some of those people who have lost everything, who are coming here for this help. One of those people is Talia. Talia and her family were evacuated 2 days ago. And Talia, you told me that your husband's family's home is a complete loss. And so now you guys are coming to try to find help. What has this been like for you the past couple of days?
Well, honestly, it's been hard. It's been hard for everybody. And we're just trying to keep, the faith and be strong throughout everything that's been lost. And, we feel for everyone that's going through this too, because we do have children and we're just trying to be strong for our kids, because when you lose something that, you have nowhere to go, like it's just, I don't know. I just think it's just very hard. And I just have no words. Like I can't explain, because it's never happened. Like I'm 31 years old, and it's like I've never seen something so crazy. And and even in San Diego, and in LA, like you don't see this very often.
Yeah.
So it's impacted everyone.
Right. Obviously not something that you expect. And, you told me you have 7 children, 4 children that are with you, because you actually had to separate your family 2 days ago when you got evacuated. What was that like for you? And, how are you guys coping?
These are the water planes.
Well, we just don't have a choice. We're just having the support from out of town, because we just don't really have family. I only have my husband's side of the family, and even they had to go their separate ways right now, because we don't have enough room for everybody to just, we've been from one place to another since, this chaos. So.
Right. And I want to touch on that, because you said, you guys were evacuated 2 days ago, but you've had a hard time finding a place to land. Walk me through that, because as you said, every time you get to a place, you have to move again. Why is that?
Because the fires have been spreading in LA County from city to city. So, So yeah, even at his work, he had to evacuate yesterday. Like, it's just been random. Like, it's weird to me, because it just seems like they just start random. Like,
It is
like,
crazy,
who's doing
right?
this, or what's causing these fires? Because we don't have answers to that. Like, nobody knows what's going on.
All right,
Like,
guys, give
everybody's
me
just
2 minutes. I'll be right back with you.
There's so many questions but no answers. Like we're just all confused at this point.
I can't imagine the emotion that you and your family are going through. I know your children range from 11 to just 3 months old. You just had a child.
And I had a surgery too, so it's hard, like being from place to place. I can't really move.
Right.
Sometimes I'm still sensitive, and
yeah, obviously your body's still healing from, your last pregnancy and then going through all of this. You told me that tonight you guys are staying here. You're forced to stay in your car, cold conditions, but you also said this is a blessing because you didn't realize that this was here.
Yeah.
So
no.
how'd you find out about this?
Well, I'm a believer, I believe in prayer, and I'm a woman of faith, and I believe that God answers prayer because the community from TikTok gathered and they're like, hey, go and get some blankets because it's really cold in the car. So they're like, you know what? No, they have clothing, they have diapers, they have formula, they even have food. And I was like, whoa, like that's a big blessing. Like, nobody does things nice for you nowadays. So it's like, wow, like there's still good people out there,
And how do you feel to see all these volunteers? Because we've been here for a couple of hours now. We can feel the energy. We see just how many donations are here. And I know you shared with me, you said, oh, I thought that maybe they had some hot food, maybe they had a blanket, but coming here and seeing all the resources, I know you were shocked. How was that for you?
Honestly, like I'm very emotional. Like I just don't want to cry on camera, but it's just so very I just have no words. Like it's just beautiful to see that people are gathering because you don't see that very often. Like I came for blankets and they're just giving us even shoes, like everything. Like I don't even know. I haven't even gone around and they already gave us a whole big bag of clothing, blankets, and I'm just in awe. Like my emotions are everywhere right now. Like this is very beautiful in my eyes. It's just very heartwarming. Like you don't see that. So the fact that we even have to staying in your car, it's not, people think it's like okay, she has a car, he has a car, they have a car, but in reality you don't have the funds, right now with everything going on. People don't have the funds, it's been hard, for everybody. Like you need gas to move from place to place. You need money, you need, just resources, you need things. And it's it's not easy staying in your car. It's cold, especially if you have children, you have family, it's not easy. You're crumbled up too in a very small space. Like it's hard for everybody. So I feel for everybody right now. Like I just want to say, I hope everybody's standing strong, and I'll be praying for everybody. God is good. Everybody's together. So that's
Talia, I'm interested. What are you telling your children in these moments? I know, some of them don't even know what's going on. You have older ones though too. You mentioned, you guys are all huddled up in your car. So what are you telling your kids in this moment?
Well, honestly, I'm just like, hey, baby, it's I call them babies. They're all my babies. I'm sorry. I don't care how old they are. They're my babies. I just tell them, we're going to be okay. This is just temporary. Like mommy and daddy, we're going to make it. We're trying. Like, I don't want to traumatize them to where hey, we're going to see a fire and hey, look at, we need to leave. Or I try to stay calm because, if you react to it, you're only making the situation worse. I just don't want to scare them. So he was scared because we seen the fire yesterday. So one of my sons, he's like, Mom, is that a fire? And I was like, yeah, but firefighters are coming. They're gonna take care of it. We're gonna be okay. And we obviously had to evacuate, but I try to remain calm in those moments. So I think that's the main thing. It's scary. It's even scary for adults, but the thing is just to remain calm. And I just tell them, hey, it's gonna be okay. God is with us. We're all here. Everybody's okay. We're all okay. And there's good people. They're gonna help us.
Right.
So that's what I tried to tell them. That's nothing else I could say.
Right.
Because if they see that, they're going to know it's a fire, but we just have to remain calm.
Like you said earlier, moms are strong. You're trying to keep it together for your family. Obviously, your children can see the good and the volunteers here. Last thing I want to touch on, we were talking about how much you and your family are going through, and just coming here, how big of a resource that has been. But you also shared with me that you said, you said that you would volunteer and help people. Talk to me about when you're going through all of this loss, you're trying to take care of your kids, but you still feel compelled to help others.
Yeah. Well, I grew up just, it doesn't matter if people aren't good to you. You always, you bless others and you will be blessed twice as much. So to me, it's like, I put myself in other people's shoes. Like, I might be good today, but I can be bad tomorrow. Like you're down right now, but like you're down and you're up. Like we all have our moments. Some are up, some are down. And if I see someone struggling, I'm going to want to help that person out because, I don't know when that's going to be me. Right. It could be me that,
Thank you, Talia, so much for sharing your story. I'm so sorry for what you guys are going through.
Thank you.
Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
All right, Alina, thank you for that.
All right, we want to turn now to NBC4's Darsha Phillips live in the Palisades Village. That's one of their main intersections there. Hey, Darsha.
Hey there, Michael. Yeah, we've been here in the Palisades Village, and then we also made our way over to Malibu. And if you remember, not too long ago, there was the Franklin fire that was burning in Malibu. And I interviewed a gentleman there. His name was Alec Gellis, and he, during the Franklin fire, tried to save his home, stayed behind, saved his home, and saved his neighbor's home. Well, he reached out again to me because unfortunately his girlfriend's home was threatened by fire in the Palisades fire. And take a look at this video. This is Alec going into his girlfriend's cottage on Carbon Canyon, trying to save her home. And you can see that it is just unbelievable, a wall of flames. When I spoke to him, he said it was a vortex of embers, and you could hear him coughing in this video, struggling to breathe. He stayed way too long. He told me that firefighters asked him to evacuate, and then they actually evacuated. He really tried valiantly to save his girlfriend's home, and he was unable to. Her cottage completely burned to the ground. But this just gives you an idea of how intense these flames were, how intense this fire was. And I did speak with him earlier. Take a listen as to what he had to say on that day. It was intense video, and joining me right now is that resident, Alec Gellis. You live here in Malibu. The video that we're seeing up right now is just amazing. Describe to me what you were seeing and feeling as you were going through that.
Yeah, I mean, this fire was so much worse than Franklin, which I stayed to fight for as well. And it was just like, couldn't breathe, no oxygen. I don't know if I stayed any longer. I don't know if I would have even made it to my car. It was like a swarm of hornets that were all on fire. Like so much embers, vortex of embers.
Total devastation.
In that video, I could hear you coughing. And one time when you talked to me earlier, you said that you were really having a hard time taking a deep breath, that you like you said, you thought you weren't going to be able to make it to your car.
Yeah, there's no oxygen in that air. It was all smoke. Every breath in was just smoke. So I couldn't stay.
And I know that you wanted to stay because I interviewed you actually just a month ago at the Franklin fire, where you did stay behind and you were able to save your home and your neighbor's home. Are you even recovered from that fire?
My lungs are still honestly kind of messed up from that fire, but I'll be fine.
And do you just kind of feel like it's one thing after another? I literally just interviewed you 4 weeks ago.
Total anomaly. I mean, I can't believe that there'd be another fire right now. It never happened. I've been in Malibu for a really long time. And I mean, it's Woolsey, it's this, it's that. We've had 3 fires in the last almost 3 months. There was a small one that popped up like 3 months ago before the Franklin fire. So it's just totally insane.
Look at that.
In that video that we're showing, I know you got to your car at one point, and even just driving, you can see the fire on both sides. What was going through your mind? Were you at any point thinking that you might not make it out?
Yeah, I thought my tires might melt. because I was driving over stuff that was on fire, and
I'll open the
felt
phone
worried I wasn't
lines.
gonna be able to make it out. But you know, I wish I was stayed longer. I wish I didn't leave. I stayed longer on the road and went back up and, you know, tried to see if it died down a bit and just stayed in my car. But the firefighters actually evacuated before I did. A police officer chased me into the house to try to get me to not fight it. And he eventually was just like, dude, you're crazy. I'm leaving.
Well, I mean, honestly, the video that you show us is incredibly dangerous. You know, no one should be in that. And I know that you were trying to save your girlfriend's cottage. She lost a lot of things, her journals especially. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, she had a lot of sentimental stuff in there. She's a really creative person and just has a special mind, and she has writings from her whole life that she left in there, and it's just really devastating. And it was a perfect place for her. It was a really special, just kind of like fairy cottage, and yeah, it seems irreplaceable. So yeah, she just went back down to San Diego to kind of be with her mom and regroup and get out of Malibu and the fires of LA and mourn for a bit. So.
And again, that was Alec Gellis, who tried to save his girlfriend's cottage and was unable to. Michael and Colleen, I'm so glad that he got out of that. Looking at that video, it was so intense. And even the last portion of that video, he gets into his car and he's driving away and he's coughing and there's fire on both sides. It's such a dangerous situation. I do think that video really illustrates how intense that fire was. He said something about the winds being incredibly strong. We were up here that night and it was, and unfortunately his story with the destruction of his girlfriend's cottage, so many people are going to go through that as the days come forward. We'll send it back to you guys.
One of thousands of homes lost out there. Darcy Phillips, thank you. Thank you so much for your coverage out there this week. A lot of people still concerned about the winds, as we've heard from reporters out there. They have picked up in some areas ever so slightly, but people are very sensitive to the wind situation now.
Absolutely. I mean, if you spend any time outdoors, you even saw from Darsha's live shot there, you can see the ash kind of blowing in the wind right in front of her and behind her. Speaking of the winds, Colleen and Michael, I want to show you what's going on as I show you the current wind gust map across the region. Look at this in Ontario.
Yo, Dolly.
Yes.
What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, this is the Holly Weirdo. I'm literally from LA. I'm literally like in Los Angeles. Oh my God. The last 2 days, the sun has been blotted out. We had vicious 80-mile-per-hour winds, which could start fires. And it's only going to help it spread. And yo, dude, just like, if you from the ghetto, you just walk outside like, what's up with this? Like, the smell was so bad. The first night it kicked off, I thought my house was on fire because I smelled like burning plastic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and so I'm going knocking on my roommate's doors, making sure ain't shit on fire or my house ain't on fire.
It's just all the stuff in the air, you know, all the toxic fumes that are burning from the plastics and all the other toxic stuff that's been burning.
And it's wild. I'm from LA. I do like the Sunset Strip. Pacific Palisades is like the end of Sunset Boulevard. You go from Hollywood, it's a nice little romantic drive. And yeah, they've got a lot of like those hippies. They just got pine trees that they've never taken care of. A lot of expensive homes. I ignore that because it's beachfront property.
Yeah.
And wow, it's just, I can't even believe that it went down like that.
Yeah, it looks like most of that is gone.
Right. And I'll tell you, we have firebugs, individuals who like to set fires. I'm not a big conspiracy theory, but yo, there's like the garbage cans been burnt all up and down La Brea is the street I live on. And some random fooker is just lighting off garbage cans.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of videos on Instagram and X of it looks like people starting fires. But I don't know if that's real or if that's just, you know, people making videos for clicks and views. But it appears that some people are adding to the chaos.
Oh yes, you know me. I'm a knucklehead. I'd be in the knucklehead committee, like the peanut gallery, as my father would say.
Yeah.
I'm part of that, or I don't participate, but they're real close next to me, and they talking about let's go looting.
Yeah,
and
well,
I'm like,
there's the police have made it really clear, the sheriff and the deputy, I mean the chief, if anybody gets caught looting, they're going to prosecute the shit out of you.
we had a nutcase maybe 10 years ago. So we're known for our palm trees, which are completely imported.
Uh-huh.
The palm trees are not native to California. And there was a nutcase who in West Hollywood started setting all the palm trees on fire. And they go up and it's like a fireworks show.
Okay. I
And
didn't know they were,
arsonists
I didn't
just
know
like
that,
to do that.
I didn't know they were that flammable.
Oh, they do. People have their certain flavors. You know what I'm saying? People got their flavors. And so one nutcase did this in West Hollywood, and then they eventually stopped him because it eventually killed somebody.
Oh,
but then
Lord.
on the other side of town, like maybe 25, 30 miles away, some other copycats started doing it. And that's the word on the streets is that is just, oh, he doing it, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Straight copycat status. Like,
Yeah. It's crazy
so
to see
bad.
so many people wanting to loot when people are in such dire need. But the homeless population there, I ain't got to tell you, it's over 75,000 homeless right there in Hollywood.
And it just exploded. All those rich people from Pacific Palisades, because you can have a nice house, but you still broke as all hell, all get out.
Yeah,
right?
just because you got a nice house don't mean you got a lot of money. I got a decent house and I ain't got no money.
Right. Instantly homeless.
Yeah.
And then they don't got those survival skills. Like, I'm ghetto as hell. I know the ghetto, so
you
I'm
would
ghetto as hell.
survive. You would survive, but these rich people ain't used to being on the streets.
Instantly, homeless population just exploded. 10,000 new homeless people.
Yeah.
And I used to work, like, I'm from LA. When you hear the Sunset Strip, you can go from Sunset to Malibu. PCH, Pacific Coast Highway. When that gets shut down, you're done. The whole city is done. Yes, there's no in, there's no out. There's one road in, one road out. It sounds like some hillbilly type stuff, but it's a major rich city, and they try and throw the mayor under the bus, and it's like, that's not her city. Pacific Palisades is not LA County. Malibu is not LA County. It is in LA County, but they have their own mayor, they have their own police force, they have their own fire department. And it's just, I just want to check in, being a true California boy, the Holly weirdo, and there's more going on.
Well, what do you think about the water situation where the hydrants don't have water? You think that's because the homeless people are tapping into them? I hear a lot of homeless people tapping into them hydrants for drinking water and to cool off when it's hot and stuff like that.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's not like you see it in the movies. Like when you see it in the movies, like Do the Right Thing, or where they're like jumping through fire hydrants, we don't do that.
I got you.
We don't do that. But these hippies, they're literally rich hippies, and they want to be surrounded by the forest.
Yeah.
So you're surrounded by the forest, and you want all this lush green, and eventually that lush green is what did them in.
Yeah, it's good stuff to burn, right? Yeah, did you see the house collapse last night? That 4-story house in what is it? Sunrise Studios, or what is it? I forget.
It's wild. It's wild because so Pacific Palisades is maybe 10 miles west of me. Just go to the beach, and there's enough water. You got a whole ocean. You got a whole ocean to put these fires out.
Yeah, but they ain't using a lot of that. They're not, because the winds were so bad. A lot of them planes that would take water from the ocean were grounded.
That's correct. The helicopters couldn't even take off. The winds were that bad. It was like 80 miles per hour.
Studio City. My bad. Yeah, it's Studio City. What did I say? Sunset City? I said Sunset Studio. It's Studio City. My bad.
Yeah, no, my wind chimes, the wind chucked my wind chimes off of my front porch. That's how bad the wind was. And that's not human intervention. That is simply
Mother Nature at its worst.
At its worst. Yeah, it's like it's winds. We get it. And then when you hear the word Santa Ana winds, means the winds are coming from the east. Typically, the winds come off the coast, west to east. But the Santa Ana winds come from like Texas through the desert and hit California. And those are the Santa Ana winds. So it's like a hot wind.
Yeah.
So it's really bad down here. I'm glad I'm on the concrete jungle.
And
the
the Hollywood sign's still standing, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. There's a beautiful place called the Griffith Observatory. It's an old school 1920s observatory at the top of the hill. And that would be a shame. If that went down, I would cry. My dad is dead, and he would cry. Because there's just... But anyway, yo, thanks for covering this.
Oh, ain't no problem. Be safe out there, man.
Hey, yo, it's freaking crazy. And it's like we are on toes. Hairs are up. My cats are acting funny. Even my cats don't want to go outside.
Yeah, the air is probably terrible. That's what I'm saying. All that plastic and tires and cars and everything burning, it has to be toxic.
Right. And then we have our own local crazies. Like, I may talk crazy, but we got somebody crazier than me. The trash cans are burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
Somebody had to light the trash can on fire.
Yeah.
And it's not hard for me. It's Hollywood Boulevard is maybe 2 miles from me.
Gotcha.
And you could literally take a bus and go here and go there. But yeah, it's really just, I know how you are, boots on the ground. That's why I had to call you.
Yeah. All right. Well, you be good. Stay safe. Stay in as much as you can until the smoke clears up a little bit.
Oh man, I'm gonna stay outside with my eyes peeled. My eyes is gonna be peeled like an onion.
All right. When you need a lung transplant next year, don't be like I didn't tell you.
I smoked too many cigarettes, so forget about it.
All right. You be good.
Cheeseburgers.
All right. Peace.
Hey, thank you, Dolly.
All right. Later.
I think the focus of all of us here
let me hang this
with
up.
one voice is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when let me finish.
Okay, let me address this. Like, look, guys, if you're out there and you're in the LA area, you're in Malibu or these places, you got to remember that this air that you're breathing is super toxic. You may think, oh, well, it's not hurting me right now. Okay. It may not be hurting you right now, but it will. You know, these things, this is like one of those things that you may have cancer 2 years from now from breathing in these fires and all these different types of plastics and chemicals burning. That stuff gets into the air. It gets into your lungs, and definitely like these media people that are standing right beside the fire with their little, N92 mask on. How good you think that mask is really doing you? Right? How much do you think that mask is really helping you? You see these people are already out there coughing, people out there destroying their lungs, right? N95, what did I say? N92? Close enough. I was 3 numbers off. N92. Well, you gonna think you had an N92 mask when you laying up in the hospital, be like, I should have got that N95, right? That's that Temu mask. Okay, you get the N92. This stuff is bad. The air quality is bad. I hear LA had bad air anyway from like smog and stuff like that. Can you imagine once you put all these chemicals and all that stuff into the air, and you hear him saying his animals ain't even acting right. The cats don't even want to go outside. They know. Animals are aware of this stuff. We watched some videos just earlier of some of the animals that were taking flight, right? They were getting the hell out of Dodge. Even the lions and tigers and bears, oh my, right? They don't want no parts of what is going on in LA, okay, in Cali, because it's that bad. So let me see what other live coverage we got. We're gonna kick into this coverage a little bit. The phone lines are open if you're in the Hollywood Hills or in that area and you want to call in and tell us about what you're experiencing and what you're seeing. You're more than welcome to call in, and thank you for calling in, Holly Weirdo.
Do death investigations that I'm going to change the system and verify each number, because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I
hope
think it's
you're wrong
rise.
too.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
Okay, the comment says, Dolly, can you tell us more about the person caught by people starting? He had a blowtorch. He was trying to start some and seen him, and he was arrested. Dolly. Yes.
Kevin from Massachusetts. How are you, brother?
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, I don't know if you've seen the video. There's a video out there of a guy that's kind of racing. He's making a video racing up and down the mountain.
Uh-huh.
In the act of doing so and making this video, he catches a group of kids who started the fire. It's all on video.
I haven't seen that video yet.
I texted it to this number if you want to check it out and play it.
Okay.
It's pretty insane. And as he goes back up the hill, like he's screaming at these kids who started it, telling them, go down to the mountain, dial 911, call the fire department. And as he's racing back up the hill to check it out, it's already starting to engulf in flames. You got to check it out.
All right, let me pull up your text message now. Did you call in from the 413 area code?
Yeah.
Okay, then this would be it. All right, and is this a YouTube video?
Yes.
All right, let me pull this over here so we can see it.
Pretty crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna play it.
All right, brother.
All right, later.
You have a good night.
Okay, so right here, we got this little video we're gonna play that he just sent in. I mean, he's getting it, ain't he? He must be doing 100 miles an hour around them curves and stuff like that. I didn't see him confront no kids, but I did jump a little bit through it because I just see a guy in the car, so I didn't want to just show a whole bunch of this guy in the car driving. Let's speed it up a little bit.
Oh, you fucking dumbass. These fucking kids just lit the fucking mountain on fire.
I didn't see that.
1 8 B K E 3 1 7.
Is that the kid?
No. You started that fucking fire. Now you gotta fucking fix it. You're gonna light the whole fucking mountain on fire and there's fucking animals in here. Are you fucking stupid? You've been doing this shit all fucking night. He told you to not fucking do it, idiot. Call 911 before I fucking pop all your fucking tires. Do you understand me? Do it right now. I need to fucking hear you do it. I already got all your fucking plates, you idiot. Do you understand? Do it right now. No, fuck no. Go, fucking pull over. Go, pull over. You all got the fucking right to pull over. Go. Fucking run. I'll smoke all your asses. Go. I already got your plates. They don't fucking matter. I already know you started it. Got you on camera too, idiot.
Okay. Wow. That was pretty. Kids out there starting fires. You know, we've seen multiple people what it appears to be starting fires out there. Like, I don't know how legit this is because there's no way to really tell, but it appears that, you know, people are out there doing things they shouldn't be doing. And especially, you know, these things could rapidly spread really fast out of control.
So start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak.
Yes, that video was from 9 days ago. That's what it said. So I doubt that's what started these fires, but it just shows you there's people out there starting fires. Okay. Yeah. I seen the videos. Kids don't burn things. I ain't saying those kids started these fires because you seen the video was titled 9 days ago, but that shows you that there's people out there doing things like this, right? You know, did somebody else start these fires? Is the question, right? Just same type of stuff. Kids out there doing things. Some of these fires are, you know, allegedly started in the backyard of a small fire in a garden, and it escalated into, you know, this huge fire that's burned thousands of acres, destroyed, you know, right now they're saying 10,000 structures. And also, you know, it looks like 7 people are confirmed dead so far. That's just so far. Okay. That ain't even, you know, everybody. That's just so far. They think the death toll may rise.
In regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third brother?
David Zonizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a 2-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending.
Look at all them homes
Do you
gone.
know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure.
Go right ahead.
The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now. And I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
Cal Fire wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important.
I mean, that is devastation right there.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the
Make
incident
sure you like
commanders
the video
for
if you're
Cal
just
Fire
coming
incident
in.
management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify that have been destroyed. We get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car.
Just jump over here.
Head over to a news chopper for overhead over the Pacific Palisades fire with more on that smoke. And Julia, what are you seeing now with your vantage point?
Camilla, we are now flying through some of this smoke. As more of it is starting to dissipate this morning, we've been able to navigate through this smoke to give you a clearer aerial view of the damage. And we hate to sensationalize it, but if you look at the scope of destruction here, I mean, this really underscores the need for additional support as these communities wait.
It's being reported in chat. Lockdown with April C says the Los Angeles Times were reporting 2 hours ago 10 confirmed dead. Okay, we can't be positive of that, but that is what is being said in the chat, that at this time 10 people are confirmed dead. We did hear the chief say that the death toll could rise. He prays to God it don't, but it could.
Seeing now live as we fly over it, the consequences of that level of preparedness. Many of these trees, I don't know how well you can see this. We've got a tiny monitor up here, and my vision is obscured too by sun and smoke, and we've got soot that's flying through the air, and my eyes are watering from being up here for a couple hours now. But you can just make out the trees that have been left charred. It's so eerie to see.
And that has
regular,
taken
healthy
people's
palm trees
lives.
swaying in the wind. And
I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org.
Dolly. Yeah.
This is George at Houston.
Hey, George, what's going on?
I haven't heard
much about people talking about whether or not controlled burns or, you know, some forest, what do they call it? Forest.
I don't know.
You know, where they take care of the forest.
Yeah.
You know about controlled burns and stuff?
Yeah, where they burn old dead stuff to get rid of it, and they, you know, they put it out. Yeah, they have it under
Yeah,
control.
well, I mean, I grew up, you know, around the mid-U.S., you know, here in Texas and Arkansas and Oklahoma and stuff, and they do controlled burns where they burn off squares.
Yeah.
So that fires don't just take over the country, because we got fires all over the place.
Uh-huh.
You know, but I haven't heard anybody talk about whether or not California is, you know, interested in doing these controlled burns and stuff to control this stuff.
Well, I think it's too late now because it's out of control.
Well, it is out of control, but I mean, do they do control burns?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a California resident. I'm not
forestry.
I live
maintenance.
I live on the East Coast. We don't have anything like this that happens on the East Coast. Our shit don't burn down like this. I've never seen a crazy wildfire. I mean, I've seen the swamps on fire here, where it's, you know, smoked out the city, but it's usually just trees burning and swampland and marsh. It ain't usually houses and buildings and things like this.
Yeah, but down here in Texas, I mean, we had a big fire a couple of years ago, just a little bit north of me, and those control burns and stuff like that, it kept it contained.
Yeah,
and that fire didn't get out of control and burn the whole state down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they're not doing things like that. I mean,
are they having a political issue with?
If you start a controlled burn in 80-mile-an-hour winds, how you can control it for very long? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's just it. You don't do a controlled burn in 80-mile winds.
Yeah, that's the problem. They've been having 60 to 80-mile-an-hour winds, and just now have the winds died down. But by this point, the fire is raging out of control, and it's only 6% contained.
Yeah, but here in the Midwest, we have days where they plan a control burn because you're not going to have crazy winds.
Yeah.
So you say, okay, today's a good day to have a control burn. So then they'll burn out, you know, X miles or whatever. And you got guys walking up and down the burn, and they burn it out so that the fire doesn't run over on top of the other lane. Now, I understand they got crazy fires and they got maybe a control burn. I'm just asking, would a control burn even help them?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fire.
Would a burn lane have helped?
Maybe. But with the winds blowing it so far ahead of them, time they would get on one fire, there'd be 5 other fires raging. So they couldn't keep up with it. They've been bringing in other firefighters, and then they didn't have enough trucks. Then they've been bringing in other trucks, and still in the middle of all that, you got people looting. You got, you know, people acting crazy. You got people what appears to be maybe even starting fires. So LA is looks like a war zone right now.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching the news and
yeah. So just
I'm just wondering if they're doing enough in California with their forestry effort.
I don't know. You know, from what they're saying is so many people are mad at the mayor and the governor, saying, you know, they cut budgets to the fire department and cut certain budgets, and that this stuff could have been avoided. You know, fire hydrants don't even have water, you know, so it seems like they were really unprepared for something of this magnitude. And Joe Rogan and one of his guests were just talking about it just a couple months ago, that all it would take was a fire with some high winds and it would burn down all of LA.
You know, I remember watching an episode of Adam 12 where they arrested this kid on a motorcycle, telling him that he could accidentally set off a fire in L.A. This was in L.A. We're talking about Adam 12. You know, and this kid was on a motorcycle and he was running up a hill.
Adam 12, is it Adam 22 or Adam 12?
No, Adam 12 from the early 70s.
Oh, I don't even know who that is.
You don't know what Adam 12 is?
I know who Adam 22 is.
One Adam 12, one Adam 12?
No clue. Never seen, never heard of it.
It was a show back in the damn 70s, early 70s.
I mean, I was born in the 70s. Was I supposed to be watching a show with my diaper?
Well, they were talking about
I ain't that damn old.
What was his name? Malloy and I can't even remember the other kid's name. That was a good show. Man,
I ain't saying it won't. I'm just saying I won't alive for it.
Well, you need to look up one Adam 12.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
But they had an episode with a California fire in one of them episodes.
Okay.
And it was started with a motorcycle.
All right.
The kid on a motorcycle was running up and down the woods in L.A. with a hot tailpipe. And they were talking about, you can't do that. You're going to start a fire and burn the whole goddamn place down.
Yeah, with a hot tailpipe. Okay, I get you. I don't have no clue who that is, but yeah, I'll look into it.
All right, that's all I got. One Adam 12, over and out.
All right, one Adam 12, peace. I don't know how old he thinks I am, but damn, he said it ran in the 70s. I was born in the late 70s, you know, the early, 74. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, KJ from New Mexico.
Hey, KJ, what's going on?
You did hear, I don't know if you heard that the oh, darn, never mind, my brain won't work. They had an interview with all the staffing and someone from utilities, so that they had to tell the firemen to not fight the fire because the electricity had been cut off and the water pumps weren't working. So the water wasn't being pushed through the lines.
Or was it purposely cut off to let some of this stuff burn?
Well, you answer that question, but she right there in front of God and everybody said she told the firefighters to stand down.
Yeah, I seen
and
that.
not fight till they could resolve the problem. Well, first off, why would you rely only on electricity? Why don't they have backup generators?
That I don't know. It seems like they would, you know, especially.
I mean, you're feeding all of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas with that pumping station.
They're unprepared, totally unprepared. You know, the mayor cut the budget for the fire department $17.5 million.
Yep. And that was what, just 2 months ago?
Yeah, I think people want her head on a stake right now, you know.
Oh, they do.
You know, and Governor Newsom, you know, he's been catching hell. We watched the lady run up him and asked him, was he going to fill the fire hydrogens himself? You know, I'm taking that.
Right. But I mean, with a district that big, why would you only rely on one thing, electricity? They already have issues where they have to do rolling blackouts and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, why didn't they have water
electricity?
trucks like on standby? You know, bring in water trucks to follow the fire trucks. You know,
Tender truck, yeah, the tender trucks. I have no idea. But when she said she purposely told the firefighters to stand down.
Yeah, let it
I'm
burn.
like, well, no wonder, right? No wonder it got out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, at least in the Palisades or whatever area and through that Altadena, that poor town it's gone. It's history.
I think the Palisades probably got it the worst, you know, far as when we see the images of it, it looks like a bomb hit it.
Well, so did Altadena. That they're right there. That's all the Eaton fire. When you say Altadena, the Palisades, they're kind of in the same area, but they got totally destroyed. And the Palisades is still not under control.
What do you think about these people that are allegedly out there starting fires? What do you think should happen?
There were a couple of fires that there was no explanation for because it wasn't lightning. They weren't sparked fires. They weren't anywhere close or near within a range of a sparked fire. That fire that was started at Hollywood Hills, I think they called it Sunset Fire.
Uh-huh.
The one that came up was starting to come back on the Calabasas area.
Yeah, they got that one contained.
That one was, but that was intentionally set.
That was brutal because we watched that 4-story house collapse there in Sunset Studio.
That's different. I'm talking about the one from today.
Studio City.
Yeah, I'm talking about the one from today that had come that started back into Calabasas, but it creeped around the corner, and they're still trying to fight that where it was threatening an apartment complex, just a ways away from the big, huge gazillion-dollar houses they have over there.
Yeah,
but I mean, they went. I was wondering because they sent 28 units to that one particular fire. How did they have that many to go to that one place when you've got all these other places that have been burning for days?
Well, because if you got the $1 million homes, they want to put those out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you said that was what I was thinking. You said it. I didn't.
You know, some of the things they're like, okay, we want to get rid of this anyway. Let it burn.
Well, and that's kind of the area along some of the Palisades and into Altadena. I know I'm saying it wrong, but in that one particular area, I'm not saying everything there is expensive.
Yeah,
when you
property values.
Consider
even the trailer park, people are like, well, there's poor people. There's trailer park. They live in that trailer park. Them $1 million lots.
Right.
Yeah, even in a trailer park, you got to be a millionaire.
Yeah. I mean, and all those things down on Pacific Highway that burned down too, that had been there since 1930s. A lot of those places, they went up too. I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not a whole conspiracy theorist kind of person, but some of these places, it makes you wonder.
Yeah, you know, like some people, they're ready to move and just let it go. I mean, I don't know. I just, when they run out of water and they're like, oh, there's no water. That just seems insane to me. Like,
well, and they did. Well, they
I didn't even know fire hydrants could run out of water. I didn't even know they could run out of water. I learned something new there.
Well, they have to be pumped from somewhere. It comes through the city system, and if that city system isn't working, then, you know. And now the water that they do have, they tell them they can't boil to even try and drink in some of those areas.
It's that bad.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Oh Lord. Yeah, just like I told the Hollywood weirdo, I was like, don't be out there breathing that smoke. You don't know what's in the air right now. They're saying you're okay. They're saying you're okay to
metal,
breathe it.
plastics, all the small particulates from all the burning, the commercial buildings, the houses. That stuff is all in the air now. So the air is toxic.
Yeah, definitely toxic.
If you're going to be out, if you're going to be outside for any reason, you really do need one of those N95 masks.
Yeah, I wouldn't even trust that. I'd have a full face respirator on.
Yes, I mean, even trying to stay in your house, that's why they've been selling out of the air purifiers there, because people know that, and the air quality is going to be really bad. They're going to have more of the Santa Ana winds coming back in. And
I know this looks like it's going to be burning for weeks.
Yeah, it's not going to go out anytime soon. They're going to be fighting this for a while.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I mean, because they've got more Santa Ana winds possibly this weekend. Then on Monday and Tuesday, it's supposed to hit again. And those Santa Anas, where you get the coastal air, and then you get the Santa Anas, which actually comes from the west, or from the east to the west, comes through those canyons, and then it starts swirling around, and it just kind of makes everything it blows, but it also settles.
Yeah.
So the air is going to be horrible. And then when it does let up, some of it's going to spread out even more into certain areas. So places that weren't affected are going to be affected. But all that stuff in that air, and the longer it burns, the more of that particulate that gets in the air. It's going to be terrible. I feel horrible. I mean, But there's still people from that Paradise fire they had a few years back up north of LA that still can't get back into a home. And
Yeah.
they've been living out of RVs, all that kind of stuff in places, and then couldn't find places to park it. The horror stories of the people from the Paradise fire that they did have the places set up for them to go, and then they all of a sudden shut down one day and said, well, you're on your own.
Yeah, that's what everybody acts like they want to help on TV, but what happens when this story moves on? Are the people going to get the help once it's not all over national news anymore? And a lot of them locals are thinking they ain't going to get the help, that they're just going to leave them out there.
Because they've seen what's happened in past fires. They know what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're on their own.
And then, and that's why a lot of them
they act like they care about
their
these
cars.
They act like they care about these people that didn't have insurance because the insurance prices were too high, or the insurance company all of a sudden canceled their insurance. These people are just homeless now, and they'll have a little place for them to stay for a little bit, and then after that, they're going to be in tent city.
Right, and then the insurance cancellation. A lot of places a lot of people that got canceled just got canceled within the last few months.
Yeah, because they knew these storms were possible.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, you can read into anything, I guess, but I mean, it just, I don't know. It's horrific. I feel very sorry. If there was something I could do for somebody, I really would. I've watched this thing since I found it, saw it going on. I live in New Mexico, and I'm on a low income. I can't do much, but I feel horrible for these people. I know what's coming. And the fact that some of these people have had their homes for umpteen million years, they're not going to be able to rebuild, not for the cost of construction now.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, rich people won't come in and buy up the land like they do everywhere there's a big fire.
Right. And then nobody's going to have a place to live anymore.
No, I agree with you on that. I mean, it's terrible what's happening. And they need to do something with these insurance companies that are just dropping homes for no reason. I guess, they know it's in a fire zone. They're like, it's too risky to cover it. You got to remember that too when you move into a location. Like, it's like when people live in, like here where I'm at on the East Coast, people move to Nags Head, right? And they know that Nags Head gets wiped out by hurricanes at least every couple years. So there's a lot of places down there that houses that won't insure because they know every couple of years the house gets blown slam away. The bridge gets blown out. There's only one way in, one way out. And then a lot of this place gets leveled every couple of years by a massive hurricane. People got to remember that when they move there, that, hey, this is in the middle of Mother Nature land. It's just like if you move to Tornado Alley, tornadoes hit that place, So when
I grew up in Tornado Alley, I moved and I'm not going back.
See what I'm saying? People know when they when they buy these homes or they put these homes, that's the reason you get the deals you get is because it's in an area that may get wiped out. So I watch Nags Head here on the East Coast. It gets rebuilt every couple years. It's a brand new place every time you go down there.
Well, Florida too.
So,
I mean, every time you turn around, there's certain areas that get hit, and they get hit repeatedly, and people still build. I mean, I know there's always, they say there's hope, but there's going to be another one. I mean, it's not if, it's when.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right.
So, well, I know there are other people probably wanting to talk to you too, there, Dolly. So
okay, you be
I'll
good.
let you go. I appreciate you.
All right. Peace.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people build homes in areas that have wildfires or tornadoes or hurricanes hit them every year. Dolly. Yes.
How you doing? You know who this is? You got it, brother.
What's
Let
up?
me explain something here.
All right, let's do it.
Out west, let me turn this volume down for you. Out west, when they have wildfires in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Utah, they take water out of the lakes, the big lakes out there to put these fires out.
Mm-hmm.
What does California got sitting next to it?
The ocean.
The Pacific Ocean, correct. You know why they can't scoop water out of the Pacific to put these fires out?
Well, they are scooping water out of it. It's just not a lot of it.
Well, also there's designated areas where they can scoop and not scoop.
Okay.
Because there's a fish that gets no bigger than your pinky finger that is going extinct, and it's the main food source for the sperm whale. That's why they can't scoop from certain areas. So
All right.
they have plenty of sources to come out to California and help with this. Other fire departments and other equipment that they can pump water to California to get rid of this fire.
Yeah, I mean, I just think they were really unprepared for this, and this is a place that has a lot of wildfires. It seems like they should have been extra prepared, and they wasn't. And I think this is why people are so pissed off at their government, the mayor and the governor right now. It's because they should have been prepared for this. Just like the last caller said, it's not going to happen. It's when it's going to happen.
Right.
You know, it's definitely going to happen again. Are you going to be more prepared for the next one than you were this one?
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to have to learn the hard way.
Right.
Thank you, Pink Rose.
California is dry hot. It's not like the Midwest where we get so much rain that the ground's saturated that we don't get wildfires here.
Yeah, our ground's frozen right now. You couldn't burn. You couldn't light a fire if you wanted to.
Right. So, I don't know, man. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of humidity here as things stay wet. Like I said, you could go outside with a torch right now. You couldn't even start a fire. You would need accelerates to even get it to burn.
Trust me, I got a little fire pit out back.
So do I. I'm always trying to start, and that bitch goes out so much. Yep. I'm like, how do these wildfires burn so crazy? I can't even get a fire to burn.
Yeah.
So
I know the feeling. But I like starting a natural fire. My friends, they'll go grab a gallon of gas.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of times I had to, hear that the wood, just from sitting out in the yard it soaks up water. So a lot of the wood seems to be wet, and it's just hard to get it to continue. Once it's burning now, it'll burn, but getting it hot enough to burn is the whole trick and key. But I've gotten better at, work building fires in the backyard, as far as in my fire pit.
Yep.
So you got to have air. That's the key. Everything got to have air. The more air it got, the hotter it's going to burn, and the stronger it's going to burn.
Absolutely. The fire needs oxygen.
Yeah. So if you smother it, it ain't going to burn. So you got to have that little bit of wind that can blow through the wood, and then that shit'll light right up.
And not to get off topic of the fire, but I don't know if you heard, but law enforcement did find that 17-year-old girl from Nevada.
Yeah,
out in the desert.
Yeah, I heard that they found her deceased.
And she's self-inflicted.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just know that they had found her body.
Yeah, I just happened to Google it the other day before yesterday to check up on it, and I saw that headline.
Okay. Well, prayers to her family.
Yep, absolutely.
I heard she was deceased. I just didn't know how she come to meet her demise.
Yes, and that's how it happened. That's
okay. Yeah. All right. All right, Chief. You be good.
And we're still running circles on the Sebastian case. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I've been seeing a bunch of that stuff go down, but I figured I'd cover this for a couple of days, and I'll get back to that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to take a break from that.
Yeah, because everybody's acting
crazy.
crazy.
Can only rattle so much.
Everybody's acting so crazy right now. They're more worried about whose toilet's clean than the kid.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's bad when it's become about people's toilets in their house and not about the missing kid. So I'll be back on that case here soon.
Oh yeah, and then you got these other creators that are bashing each other and getting lawyers.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay out their lawsuits. I'll stick to the fire.
Yeah.
All right, Chief.
You have a good night, brother. I'm gonna continue watching.
All right.
Hey, wait a minute before you get off. All right. I saw you were on at 3 a.m. this morning.
Uh-huh.
Right. And when I woke up about 1 o'clock, did you take a break or were you still on till 2:30, 3 o'clock whenever you popped off?
No, I stopped about, I think, 10, 11 o'clock this morning.
Okay, and you jump back on? Okay, I thought you went the whole 9 yards.
No, we did it. Last night we did 11 hours, right about 11 hour stream.
Wow.
Right now we're on 4 hours, so we're not even halfway there yet.
Well, we got to go 11.
I don't know. I don't know how long we go tonight. I do know News 11 with the latest updates there. We're 3 hours behind, so they go on at 4. So around 7 o'clock, we'll get the latest updates and what's going on in there. So I'll be here for the latest updates and what's happened overnight.
Well, if you leave the phone line on, just in case you fall asleep there, I'll call you to wake you up.
I ain't gonna fall asleep. I slept all day.
Yeah.
So I'm good to go. I'm a late night person anyway. Even when I don't have much sleep, I still stay up all night.
Absolutely. I'm the same way.
Okay. All right, Chief.
Have a good one, brother.
All right, peace. Oh yeah, guys, I'm good. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna bring you, all the updates. We'll get the latest updates around 7 Eastern Standard Time because California's 3 hours behind us. So right now it is 1:30, almost 1:30 in California. It is 4:30 my time. So and their local news kicks back up. Their main local news kicks back up at 4 a.m. So we'll be here to catch that at 7 a.m. here our time. Yeah, we saw Florida native surprise. You even know who she is. Okay, let's catch a little bit of what they're talking about. Just a little update.
Many celebrities have fled during evacuations in the area, while others lost their homes completely. Page 6 reports Paris Hilton, her Malibu home burned to the ground. Heidi Montag and Spencer Pratt lost their home. Spencer actually in his car recording himself saying that he watched his home burn down on their security cameras. So heartbreaking. Leighton Meester and Adam Brody just 3 days ago were walking the red carpet at the Golden Globes, and now their home gone. Ferris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal. I want to note, Billy Crystal and his wife Janice Crystal lived in Pacific Palisades in the same home since 1979. Yeah. Almost 5 decades in that home. Decades of memories. Decades of memories. Love in that home. Yeah. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, and John Goodman are just some of the stars who had to say goodbye to their beloved homes. Many shared emotional messages on social media expressing heartbreak over the loss of cherished memories. Others like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, and Mark Hamill were forced to evacuate. Celebrities like Ricky Lake described their homes as heaven on earth and perfection, now reduced to ashes. Mandy Moore wrote this caption about Altadena because that's the thing. Celebrities live everywhere, right? It's not just the hills. And Mandy Moore saying, seeing her child's school burned to the ground, their favorite restaurants burned to the ground.
And some of these homes, these are people, these are families as well. They're celebrities, but they're also families.
That's right.
And they want to remain in these homes for a long time to come and share memories and raise their kids in these homes and have a
Definitely, guys, be nice in the chat. Let's all try to get along. We're not trying to make this about, everybody in the chat room fight or have different political beliefs. This ain't got nothing to do with politics right now. This has to do with a national disaster, people being put out their homes. It don't matter if you're rich or poor. Even if you're rich, you have things that you value more than and can't replace. And so a lot of these people lost a lot of stuff, and there's these fires continue to burn. We're going to continue to lose homes and possibly people. We're hoping right now, people are alleging that the death count is at like 10. The last I heard was 7. Okay. And this report's a little tiny bit from last night. So, but we'll kick back on to live coverage at 7 a.m. But definitely horrible, horrible things going on in the California area. Like I said, just the air alone, I feel sorry for people that have to, breathe this stuff. Just be careful out there. And if you see something, say something, because, there allegedly people are sparking fires out there or trying to set fires, and, people are being blamed. I can't say it's true. I just, I just reporting what we see on X and Instagram and things like that. People just purposely would do things like this, and they're not thinking that, hey, I can start this little fire, and the next thing you know, it's going to spread over thousands of acres and burn down a whole city. And yeah, this was kind of predicted a little bit by Joe Rogan and his guest about it wouldn't take but the right fire and the right winds, strong winds, to burn down all of LA. And let's pray to God that that don't really happen, that his prediction is wrong. But if you look at it, they knew these types of things could happen, right? If people are predicting it, then it can happen. You need to be more prepared for situations like this. And it seems like the people that were in leadership right now wasn't really prepared for a fire of this magnitude. And you would think, I've heard about wildfires in California for years, that they would be more prepared and more money would go into fighting these fires, because every couple of years we hear about homes being destroyed in California, but yet they're not taking the right precautions to stop these things from happening. Somebody says Diddy should donate it all. He can't use it. Okay. Now listen, Jamie Lee Curtis has donated $1 million to help in the struggle, right? A lot of these people out there, you believe they got more money than they could ever spend in their whole entire life. And we don't see very many celebrities. And, let's be honest, LA, California, this is the home of where I would say 90% of celebrities live. All right. A good portion of the money in this country is Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good.
Hey.
Who's this? Where are you calling from?
It's Shauna from Tennessee.
Hey, Shauna.
Sorry. Hey, just wanted to call and say thank you for doing the whole marathon covering this stuff. I'm trying not to go down this conspiracy theory rabbit hole, but this governor, mayor, whatever, Karen Bass, she has dropped the ball on this. Let me just say this. God bless all of our EMS, our firefighters. My son, who is in the Marine Corps, is on leave right now. And him and about 12 of his buddies are headed that way. Not saying just because they're Marines, whatever, but they're headed that way to California to try and help the best they can. Sorry, I'm shivering right now. It's very cold here in Tennessee.
It's cold here in Virginia. We have winter advisories have been coming through.
Yeah, same here. And I'm like, holy crap. I grew up in the north, and this is way cold. But anyway, we gotta, those of us that are believers or Christians, we gotta pray. Like, this is crazy. And if you're not a Christian and you just believe in the universe and positive vibes, whatever, like this, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
What's happening in California right now? There's no reason. Hey, sorry, I'm yelling at my dogs. This is nuts. This is scary. But when my son took his leave today and he was supposed to come home from Camp Lejeune and said, hey, Mom, we're all going, me and 12 of my buds, we're going to California. We're going to do what we can do. Like, that says a lot to me, being prior military myself, because there's so much going on, like I said, I try not to get down. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in any of that, but this fire is like right near the ocean. They should have the reservoirs filled with water. And then this Karen Bass is dodging questions. She just got back from, what was it, Guyana or something on vacation. She won't answer questions. It's crazy. This is scary. And I'm a huge pet person, a animal person, and I am beside myself with the crap going on with the animals and stuff. But I'm just glad you're covering this. I just wanted to call in and give my support. I had to dip out a little bit, from the stream, just because it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's scary. And people, I hear, sorry, I hear people out there say, "Oh, but these rich people, they have like 10, 15 homes, all over the country," and they do. I mean, freaking Canadians are coming down to help, like, fight these fires. So I understand that these, rich people have other homes to go to, but it's more than that.
Yeah, but
more than that.
There's things I'm sure they loved inside their homes that,
Absolutely.
that they can't get back,
Yes. Sure. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't like the whole, like, oh, it's about the celebrities and it's all this and that. No, I mean, just because you got money doesn't mean you don't have a heart. And you don't, I don't know. It's scary. We got to pray.
Yeah, I've
I've
seen rich people up here crying about losing their houses. Like, we're watching this mansion here right now burn.
See, and I've not been able, since my son said him and his buddies are headed that way, I can't watch anymore. Like, it scares me. So, but I mean, so I don't know what's in the last 6 hours, what's going on, but it's still burning.
Yeah.
That's,
it don't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon.
Well, and I've heard, is it true or not that I heard through a text message when my son sent it to me that people are starting the fires?
Well, it appears that way. Like, I can't say for certain because I'm not, but there's videos of people that it look like they're starting fires, and
God, are you serious? Okay.
Yeah. So.
Scary times. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I support you and love you. And please, if any of the turtles don't mind, say a prayer for everybody, but please say a prayer for my son and his buddies that are headed there right now.
Okay. You be good, Shauna.
I will. Okay. Love you, Dolly. Love you, PJ. Love you, turtles.
All right. Peace.
All right. Take care.
So that's awesome that her kid is, taking his leave from the military to go help. There's a lot of people helping, just like we watched a lady earlier that was giving soup out. It don't sound like much, but when you're out there and you're cold and you're hungry and you don't know what you're going to do, and somebody gives you some nice warm soup, that's good, right? And every person can make a little bit of a difference, if you try. Definitely, if you try, everybody can make a little bit of a difference. But, we're seeing just total destruction from these properties and houses just burning to the ground. The fires continue to rage. Only 6% contained. And that, what does that leave? 94% of the fires not contained. I see people in the chat saying drop the bass. Everybody is a little disappointed in the governor and the mayor. And they're, because they wasn't prepared for this. And, the budget was cut to the fire department. And I'm not a big conspiracy person. I just think it was they thought they were going to get away and this wasn't going to happen. And it did. They were wrong. Okay, hold on. I got to send my kid a message. All right, so let's kick into this a little bit.
If it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories like the sheriff and fire have of our utility folks out in the middle of the night 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have
still a lot of people.
118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect.
Yes, guys, if you're just coming into the room, definitely give this video a like. Let's see if we can hit 2,000 likes. And if you're not, and you're out there watching, you're not subbed up to the channel, sub up, help us hit 63,000 subscribers. I can't do it without the help of each and every one of you. We're going to be here bringing you the coverage tonight into the early morning hours. So please take a second and like the video and sub up if you haven't.
The Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets. And we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now,
Yeah, and I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Pigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement we made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the sheriff's department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number, because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
I'm hoping he's
Thank
wrong
you for that.
too.
Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this? Your reaction.
First of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first.
Right now, we do not know if these fires that are burning right now were started by anybody. We do know there have been suspects allegedly arrested for starting fires, since these fires have been going on. There was one today arrested in the Kenneth fires. And apparently, the details are not completely in yet. Okay. There's videos that are going around Instagram and X that show people allegedly starting fires, but we don't know when these videos were taken and the context of them. But it appears that there could be some people out there that are not helping the efforts by trying to start other things. Okay. And not only that, but looting and stealing, breaking into homes, committing burglaries while the police and first responders are busy. The chief has came out and said, if you are caught, they are going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. So, a criminal, they're going to take advantage of this opportunity while the police are busy and everybody's fighting these other things, because even the police are war thin. They're helping. They're assisting, closing roads, directing traffic, doing other things. So they're not as patrolling as heavy as they usually would. And criminals are taking advantage of these opportunities to commit crime. So right now, I think if you commit a crime in this area, the punishment should be way worse, because the police their resources are cut so thin, and so is the fire department. First responders they're busy, or ambulance drivers, if you're making false police reports or, calling in and you don't need to, and things like that, just overwhelming the system. We need all, everything to be legit and, don't do anything wrong right now. This is a time when you should be backing your neighbors, not stealing from your neighbors.
Spoke on, if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there.
Definitely be careful if you live in the areas and the surrounding areas. Try to stay inside. Try to filter the air that is coming into your home. There's a lot of toxic things that are burning in these fires, okay, that make these fires even more deadly. Just the particles and the chemicals and the tires and the things from vehicles that are burning, metals, woods, plastics. It makes for a toxic environment. Please hit the like for Dolly Vision. He is one of the very few content creators bringing you the facts. There you go. Right. I don't want to see nothing bad happen to any of you guys. Right. The devastation in California is horrific. It looks like a war scene. Right now, we can't confirm how many are dead. We know at least 5, but some reports are saying as much as 10. So pray for them and their families and everybody else that is affected by this terrible tragedy in California. This ain't the time to be a bad person. This is the time to come together and say prayers for our friends and families and our brothers and sisters, or just our fellow humans that are living in these conditions. Okay. So be a good person. Don't come in here saying nothing mean. We know there's a lot of rich people that, we understand that, but there's also a lot of middle-class people and poor people that are affected by these fires. Right. And just because you're rich don't mean you are a bad person. Okay. There's plenty of rich people that are really good people. Right. For some reason, people tend to think you rich, you must be a bad person. No, some people work hard and they make a lot of money and that they deserve that money. And that's how they got rich, right? That don't mean they're bad people. That don't mean they wouldn't help somebody. Now, there are, some people out there that are rich that wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, right? But that, I would say the majority of people are generally good people, right? Gotta love their neighbor. That is absolutely right. It's time to lift people up, not tear them down.
I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start.
And like Lean on Me said, definitely don't be licking your neighbors. Don't be licking them when they're down. Okay. I think she meant kicking them, but she said licking them. All right. You definitely don't want to lick your neighbors when they're down or up. Okay. Just don't lick your neighbor. All right. thou shalt not lick their neighbor.
Right, reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to.
Somebody said unless they ask nicely, okay? You're going to have to ask super nicely.
Hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort, to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that. So I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third brother?
David Zonizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now. And I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight the numbers.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify that have been destroyed. We get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from El.
Will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together.
Is not over. Now, earlier we did see some firefighting planes going over this neighborhood every few minutes. We didn't see them doing water drops here in this neighborhood, but they were going back and forth multiple times. Now, people remain under evacuation orders in this neighborhood. It is quiet up here, mostly fire crews, law enforcement, and media. There are road closures and checkpoints coming up here. However, we have seen some people
looks like a
as I
war
mentioned,
scene
on foot or bicycle. Earlier, I spoke with Judy Amos, who owns a property here that did not make it through the fire. She, like many others, walked in from Santa Monica.
It's sort of mind-boggling and numbing. And it's like what you see on TV, and now you're in the middle of it.
It's really just tragic. Seeing all my friends' places, the memories that we have there, and
just gone.
You know, friends, when I get service, friends are texting me, like, can you check on my house? And I'm trying to, but it's, you know, there's a lot of damage around, so it's hard to like get around. But it's
you lost
really
home,
Lexi. Like, feels like the world is stopping right now.
And that gentleman I just spoke with there, he said that his family's home was under construction. So fortunately for them, they had moved all of their possessions into storage, and that part was burned down, but they had an ADU in the back which survived the fire. So he's grateful for that. But again, he's going through the neighborhood and seeing his friend's home, his childhood friend's home, burned to the ground, sending back those pictures to his friend. And he just said it's just devastating. There's a loss of words here. And what I can tell you is that we have seen a lot of law enforcement today patrolling the area. Yesterday, I did speak with the LA County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. He was here because his sister's house burned down. He told me that there is going to be law enforcement here from outside of our area. Patrol is being beefed up to prevent looters, burglars, and scammers. Earlier today, city and county leaders gave an update. Take a listen.
You damn scammers.
In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes.
Good morning.
This is simply unacceptable.
If you're just tuning in, give the video a like.
On our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Kimberly.
And they were saying at that news conference that already 20 people have been arrested for crimes. Again, they are saying for people to avoid this area and that they will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law for anyone who's committing crimes here. Again, back here live, you can just see behind us what we've been showing you throughout the day, just the devastation here. We took a drive around since yesterday. This is not too far from the village. We did notice that a lot of the retail stores, I noticed the Ralphs, what looked like the Gelsons, the Chase Bank there, had been destroyed. Reporting live here in Pacific Palisades, I'm Kimberly Chang. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. That, of course, the same neighborhood that Pat Ashby lived in and his family.
The Alphabet.
The
Oh,
Alphabet
that's right.
Streets,
Yes.
and he was talking about the devastation, and then Kimberly in the same neighborhood, so you can actually see firsthand what he was talking about.
Yeah. And
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to remark really quickly. First, you
Yeah,
can
at least
see
20
the smoke,
looters have been
not just
arrested.
here in the Santa Monica Palisades area, but all across Southern California. So, folks, please be careful today. There is, of course, an air quality alert for all of Southern California through the rest of the day today. Of course, extremely dangerous conditions out there. If you have a mask, any kind of a respirator, I highly suggest you keep it handy. Use it if you have to go out today. Even a mask, a light mask, is better than nothing.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you can stay in your home, maybe run the recycled air in your house or something that's a good way to sort of help your lungs today. And I just took 2 aspirin. Because the headaches are coming fast and furious.
Because of what's in the
those
air.
of us who do suffer with respiratory issues, this is going to be a big issue today as well. And fortunately, as you can see, the winds taking a little bit of a break here and there. But I have to reiterate, we're not done with these Santa Ana winds. They're still going to be sporadic. We're still going to see gusts here and there, off and on in the 25, 30 mile per hour range. This includes Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange counties. I know we, of course, haven't been focusing on those 3 counties in particular because, fortunately, they have not had fire issues down there. But again, those are our neighbors and friends, and we still want you to be safe. And the winds are definitely down there in Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino County this afternoon as well. So again, stay safe, everybody. Please be careful.
Kai, we had spoken just a little while ago about LA Sheriff's Department mentioning that we know that 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, and they had mentioned that there are multiple deaths from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And basically, they can't give us a number because they're still assessing it. The problem is the homicide detectives and officials are having a hard time fully assessing situations due to, as you can imagine, access to these properties because of down power lines and hot spots and wires. And so we are monitoring that and we'll bring you any additional information like once that comes in. But it's something that we suspected, even like when Chip was speaking with that woman who her dad died, he stayed back. But there are stories like that all over Southern California and LA County because people did stay back. And even if they didn't stay back,
We
they may
know
have been
5 for
trapped
sure,
or,
but they're
as you
reporting
mentioned, Kai,
possibly
elderly and
as
in
much
a
as
wheelchair
10.
and didn't have family to help them get out or stayed too late or whatever the situation was. So unfortunately, we don't want to report that information eventually, but unfortunately, that's probably those numbers are gonna rise.
Yeah, the woman that Chip was talking to, her dad, Rodney Nickerson, was 82 years old, didn't want to leave. And, at his age, if it came to the time where he didn't have a choice, he was not going to be able to get out.
And again, I'm going to go back to Altadena. That's a great story she told. He was at Lockheed Martin his whole career. He retired. He put $5 down on that house in the 1950s.
That's awesome.
Raised a family. Generations grew up there in that neighborhood. And he's not the only one. There's everybody in that neighborhood has a similar story. And there's a lot of folks who live in Altadena who work for the city of Pasadena, the city of Altadena. There's great folks out there. And, our hearts go out to their loss and that community there in the San Gabriel Valley.
All right, right now, let's get back to Rich Prickett in Sky 5. And I got to tell you, Rich, this view you're giving us, the contrast between looking at Santa Monica and looking at the Palisades, I mean, it's literally like night and day.
The PCH is certainly not going to look the same for years to come here, unfortunately. As you drive through the Pacific Palisades,
wow.
The fire burning right up to Pacific Coast Highway, and just up above Pacific Coast Highway is what is left of many homes, many communities here in the Pacific Palisades. Here's just one area here.
He put $5
right
down.
along
He didn't pay
PCH.
$5 for the house.
There's
$5
Temescal
down.
Canyon Road right there, that intersection there, Pacific Coast Highway and Temescal Canyon. Now we'll pan up here into more into the city of Pacific Palisades, and here's another neighborhood that has been completely decimated. Just about every home has been either leveled or has some sort of damage to it. This neighborhood essentially is just going to be uninhabitable for a long time, and we'll keep doing a tour here through the city. There's the high school. That's going to be Pacific the Palisades Charter High School. We didn't see a whole lot of damage to the high school itself. I know that was something that people were concerned about while the fire was making its way through here. That section seems to be okay. We'll make our way over towards the downtown area where a lot of the commerce is here in downtown. That's going to be Sunset and Via de la Paz, and the gas station there has been destroyed. Some homes up above the gas station. Of course, the Gelson's, as we had mentioned, is right here. That is completely gutted. You just see about 3/4 of the wall that remains. Other than that, it has been completely destroyed. And
hi, Dolly. It's me, Stephanie, calling from Nevada. I'm your Oingo Boingo friend.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. I live in Nevada, and so all these fire trucks and everybody from Nevada and Oregon and the airplanes from Hawthorne and whatnot here in Nevada, they all went to California to help in the fire. There were so many fire trucks and airplanes around Nevada going to California.
That is awesome that the surrounding areas are helping. I think, it's all hands on deck when we have a tragedy like this.
Yeah. So, I have to turn myself down.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's been, it's just phenomenal out here. It's just how everything is crazy. And I live right next to California, and it's just the things in the sky and the people and the devastation. And so what? The rich people that live there, rich people still have sentimental values and things that they grew up with in their life,
Definitely.
And it's just horrible. So, and I can't believe that you're up this late. It's like what, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning where you are?
Yes, it's 5:07.
5:07. Right now it's 2:07 where I'm in Nevada.
Yeah, my sister's in Vegas too.
Is she? Oh no. Oh no. That was horrible about that girl in Hendersonville.
Which girl in Hendersonville?
She was 17 years old. She got into an argument with her
I thought that was in Vegas.
Yeah, Hendersonville.
There's Hendersonville, Vegas too?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's Hendersonville, Vegas. That's where she left her house, and she was found a mile from her house in the desert.
I had heard she was missing. Then I heard they had found her deceased, but I didn't know she had hurt herself.
She killed herself with a gun.
Yeah, we try to say unalived or.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, because YouTube's funny about the word.
Oh, I'm so sorry, YouTube. Okay.
I'm so sorry, YouTube. The algorithm's listening. The computers are listening.
I'm so sorry. I unalived then. Yeah, that is so sad. She's so beautiful. For a child to do that, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think.
What's this world coming to? This is devastating.
I don't know. People act like, there's nobody you can reach out to. There's always somebody you can talk to.
I know.
Hopefully.
Well, it was nice calling you and talking to you, and thank you for putting this on YouTube so everybody can see it. And
not a problem. I'm glad I could be here for you guys. I'm glad you joined me tonight. You be good. You stay
Yeah.
safe.
Okay, you too. Love you too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, and I mean just tuning in, I want you to do me a quick favor. I want you to give the video a like. And there's 1,100 of you in the room now. If you're not subbed up to this channel, sub up to this channel. Help me hit 63,000. Okay, that's a lot of people. I can't count past 6, but 63,000 sounds like a good number. Okay, so please sub up, ring the bell for notifications. And of course, the call-in lines are open. If you do want to call in and chop it up about what's going on in Cali, you're more than welcome to. But let's jump back a little more over here to the news. And local news there starts at 7. Okay, so we're still watching kind of last night's information. So the new information will come out in just like an hour and a half, and we'll get to see some of the devastation that took place last night. You know, these fires are still raging out of control. At this point, they're only 6% contained, right? They're bringing in more forces. Helicopters are dropping water. And right now, Hollywood is safe. Okay. Of course, the Hollywood's going to be safe. They ain't going to let that burn down, right? So that right now they have lifted the warnings off of Hollywood. Hollywood is safe, but these fires are still deadly. You got to be careful, especially the air conditions out there. You need to keep your face covered up. You don't need to be breathing in all these chemicals and plastics and different things that are burning in the air. And the best thing, if you're not local, the best thing we can do as a group is say a little prayer for the people that are impacted in these areas. Okay.
Hi there. Yeah. And, you know, as you both said, or as all three of you said, we're diverting our coverage from the west just for a second because we want to kind of show you what it looks like up here in the San Bernardino Mountains. Remember, parts of these areas are still under a red flag warning and a high wind warning. And the reason that we're at this gas station right here in Twin Peaks, this Shell, I mean, you could see how many cars are coming out here. Apparently, a lot of the mountain areas do not have power right now. Wind gusts are pretty strong. Right now, it seems a little bit calm, but on the way up here, those winds were pretty strong. I mean, you had to have a firm grip
absolutely
on the steering wheel in order to, you know, drive safely up here. But you see this group of people. I think this is the first time I'm seeing that there's not a line out there of people waiting to get gas, but that's been the case all morning. Greg, I wanted to come over to you. This is your dad, right, Keish? Hi, you guys. So you guys are the owners of this gas station. I mean, tell me about what's going on this morning, because you guys have had so many customers up here, and it's because of the power outages, because of the wind. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we started our morning off very, very weird. We started off no power in the store. We didn't realize anything until we came in for our morning shift. And we had our employee check some of the inside equipment. We went into the back and started our diesel generator to get our pumps going at least. And we found out later on that most of the rest of the mountain didn't have fuel. So we sent out a notice on Instagram, Facebook to let people know. And we've been busy nonstop since 7 in the morning, nonstop.
And so a lot of, I mean, most of the gas stations you're saying don't have gas right now because there's hardly any power?
They do, but they don't have the power. They don't either have generators. Some of the generators today, from what I've been hearing, have been faulty. They haven't been working. So people are just having a hard time today.
And this has really been a coordinated effort with you guys, because I see you guys kind of mitigating traffic out here. There's been so many people lining up. I mean, it was backed up along that street when we were arriving here. And people have been posting it on social media too, saying that this is the only location where they can get gas right now. And this is where they're coming. I mean, for you guys, what has that effort looked like?
Oh, man. It's just helping the community, get them moving so nobody, you know. I mean, we're a tight-knit community. We don't have a lot of space. So if we're not out here directing traffic or helping people out, there's a lot more trouble that comes out of it. So right now people are happy that we're out here trying to help everybody out. So it's been a team effort since the morning, nonstop. It's been cold, but we're trying to push through.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of the community members up here appreciate that too. I'm going to head past you guys and see if maybe there's someone who might want to talk to us who's filling up on gas. Hi, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I see that you're getting gas right now. I mean, what has this morning / afternoon looked like for you?
What prompted you to come here?
I just, like normal every day, I needed some fuel. So.
And do you live up here in the mountains?
Yeah, I've been here since 1990.
And did you know that this was probably the only gas station that had gas right now?
Yeah. Yeah. We just deal with it. We live in the mountains and the power goes out. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of part of living up here. I've been through it before.
And I assume that you don't have power at your own home?
No, we have a generator to run the essentials, but I haven't even fired it up because sometimes it's just nice to not have your electronics.
It seems like a lot of mountain folks kind of know how to deal with this because you guys had Snowmageddon just a couple years ago, and then power outages don't seem that crazy. However, we do have a red flag warning right now, high wind warning. Is there any way you approach things like this when we've got these crazy winds?
Yeah, we have diesel for my work trucks and gas for my wife's cars. We have fire hoses and stuff at our house that we can string out through the property to make sure that we can do stuff on our own if we need to. Food, we
They're
always
prepared.
have food and water. We just try and not stress out about it. And I think the more that you can be prepared, the less stress you'll be, because anything can happen. And right now, there might be a lot of people complaining that the power is shut off. One of the things people don't think about a lot is there's a lot of resources being used up right now west of here. So to me, it's good to take the extra precaution to shut the power off, because if something starts on the north side of the mountain right now with the wind blowing south, we may or may not have the resources we would have if those other fires weren't already going. So it could be frustrating for some people that aren't used to it or not prepared, but I think it's the right decision.
Sir, what's your name?
Wesley.
Wesley, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck with getting your gas. And it seems like you've got everything handled. So, all right. Thanks, Wesley. Appreciate it. You too. All right, guys. So, you're seeing the situation out here. Several vehicles, so there's one backing into here, so we'll get out of their way. But if we come over here, I just want to show you. So for a second, we saw a lull in the line, and then here again, we've got another line of cars waiting to get their gas. I have reached out to SoCal Edison. I'm waiting to get a response from them. What they did say right now is that in Lake Arrowhead, they don't have power, and that's not because of a public safety power shutoff, but it's because of wind damage to some of their equipment. So if people don't have power up here, it could be a number of things. It could be wind damage to equipment, or it could be because of a public safety power shutoff. And, as you heard from Wesley right now, I think some people are kind of understanding why those public safety power shutoffs are so important, because if there were a fire to break out, resources could be stretched thin. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Shelby, thank you so much for that information.
All right, joining us out via Zoom is Annette Ramirez. She's the interim general manager of LA Animal Services. Can you hear us okay? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
So what is the status right now of the shelters since these fires started at the beginning of the week?
So we've actually, the largest impact that we've had has been with equines. So we've taken
internet crimes, the biggest impact
in between both Hampson Dam and LA Equestrian Center. We have taken a number of animals, small pets, dogs and cats, at our other shelters, and then we are support to evacuation centers so that evacuees can be co-housed with their pets.
I just saw a post a little while ago that you guys are in desperate need of adoptees and fosters.
Yes, we absolutely need Angelinos who are not in the evacuation zones, who are able to foster, to come in and foster. And if anyone has been considering adoption, right now is the perfect time to adopt. We absolutely need to make sure that we have the space in our facilities for the incoming animals as we continue to see this event unfolding over the next few days. We don't think that it's going to end, anytime soon. So we want to make sure that we are ready and prepared to take on those animals that need to be in the shelter.
All right. Fortunately, not everybody's going to have to take their animals to a shelter. So what are some of the emergency preparedness tips you can give people to keep their pets safe at home?
Yeah, so especially right now with the air quality, if you could bring your pet indoors, you absolutely should. Especially with the winds, you need to make sure that any fencing is secure. If you're letting a dog outside, we're seeing a lot of fences being
She broke up.
are wearing
Look at the
good
destruction.
identification tags. If you have a dog, that you have a license tag on your dog. And for dogs, cats, rabbits, and even horses, make sure that they are microchipped and that you update your contact information with the microchip company to ensure that they have your current name, address,
Dolly.
phone number, and email.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You got to turn me down in the background.
I did.
All right. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Lexi.
Hey, Lexi.
Yeah, I just was talking and everybody in the chat.
Yeah, I seen you.
Huh?
I seen you in the chat.
Okay. And I told you about the destruction I had with
The hurricane?
Colleen and Milton and now this.
Yeah. Yeah, Mother Nature she can be a beast.
Well, I'm not going to say what Mother Nature is going to do, but she's trying to clean it up.
Well, it ain't the first time I heard that that's the way of the planet cleansing itself. But I mean, I don't know. I don't put that. I think a lot of these people that are losing their homes are really good people and it's just bad circumstances.
Well, I'm a good person and I've lost 3 now.
Yeah. See, so, I know there's a lot of wicked people, a lot of people think California is a wicked place, that it's just loaded with evil, but there's good people that live there too,
Yes. Well, I rent my properties out and they live, they work there and, they just go to job, they just have, and now I've lost, like I said, I lost it in Helena, I lost it in Milton, and now I've lost this one. And these families did not deserve this.
Yeah, nobody deserves this, but you really can't control Mother Nature. If this is that wasn't, hopefully nobody set this fire and has done this type of devastation. Because right now we know at least 5 lives have been lost, and they're reporting up to 10. So that and the destruction looks like a war zone.
Did you not see that they've already arrested someone for arson?
Yes, we were showing that earlier in the Kenneth fires. So, and I mean, I don't know if that's arson as in the fires are already going, or is that arson as somebody that was trying to start a fire? I believe that is Dolly Vision is 10 now, so they're reporting 10 deaths now.
See, this is not normal human nature. I mean, this has gotten into a different level of mentality, just in my opinion, so please don't come after me. But for some reason, it's out of control. Yes, part of it is government, and I'm not going to say anything about that, but part of it is government. But part of it is mentality. You don't keep pushing agendas and forcing people to think one way or the other. It's just crazy. I've already lost 3 homes.
Yeah.
And by goodness gracious, I better not lose my next one because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand that, especially if you don't lost 3 houses.
Well, the government has not helped me with the other 2. And I know I'm not going to get it with this one. The first one, I'll give you a $750 check. Really? That's how I'm going to build my new house back up? $750? but they haven't even offered anything this time. But that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is why is the economy, why is everything going so crazy? Why is everybody fighting each other?
I mean, that I don't have the answers for. I that's the $1 million question, is why everything is the way it is. I mean, people just have differences in opinions and the way everything should be governed. I mean, I don't know. I think when you have an area that is, known for national disasters, you need to be prepared. And it just, like Los Angeles wasn't prepared. And California residents should have been, pressuring their people to be more prepared, because they know this was going to happen eventually. People have been predicting it, so if you got
California
months
knows
before it happens.
They're going to have an earthquake. They're going to have mudslides. They know all that. They should have been prepared.
Yes.
There was the water. I mean, look, I have my place there, and it's burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I think after this is done, they may end up having a new governor and a new mayor. That's for sure.
Well, okay, I'm not going to get political, but I did not vote for them. But you have to look for the character of the person. You don't have to look for if they are Republican or Democratic. You have to look for their character.
Yeah.
Where they stand for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, as long as they're good people, it don't matter what side the fence you're on. As long as you're a decent human being.
I don't care. If you're a good person and you're going to take care of me, then I will vote for you. I don't care. I don't care if you're red, you're blue, you're white, you're green, you're yellow. I don't care. I want to see who you are, your character. Well, California is now finding that, well, I'm too. I've just lost my home. We're finding out they voted a different way, but that's not what's needed right now. Right now, they're becoming, it's a big political thing. No, right now it is how do we reach out to each other?
Yeah, how do you rebuild? How do you connect? How do you help?
Right. I mean, we see all these people helping each other. It's about hearing about each other. It's about knowing each other. Stop this political crap. Let's just reach out and just be one with each other. I've lost now 3 properties. The persons that helped me in Florida, the persons that, I mean, my God, I could care less. I got $750, which I did not get.
Mm-hmm.
But come on. Did anybody do anything else now with North Carolina? They're still in devastation.
Yeah, still a lot of people living in tents.
Yes.
So it's one national disaster after another, and we're not starting off 2025 very good with, massive fires and explosions and things like that.
Actually, I think it's an explosion, and it's showing up what was really wrong. But
maybe. Hey, look, I appreciate you calling in and chopping it up with me.
Thank
Lexi,
you.
you be good. Stay safe.
I love you. Bye.
All right, peace. Yeah, I mean, 2025, let's be honest, we're starting off to a rough start. We're not even 10 days into the year. We done had a terrorist attack, national disasters. Our country hasn't healed from the last national disaster, which, tore apart most of North Carolina, Tennessee, a lot of rural areas, and I had a chance when I was in Tennessee to drive through North Carolina, Asheville, and the places that were devastated. And let me tell you this, guys, I've seen a lot of shit in my life. I've never seen nothing like that. Okay. And it looks basically like what California is looking like right now. I'm talking, when I say total devastation, I mean total devastation. I mean, it looked like twigs and trash. That's what the whole place looked like. Shit was leveled. And I'm like, man, water is this, because, it's a lot of flooding in that area from, the mountains and dams breaking and stuff like that. Like, it is amazing how powerful Mother Nature actually is. And it don't matter if you live in a flood zone, a hurricane zone, tornado zone, earthquake zone. There's a lot of places here, when shit goes down, you better be ready. Like in the words of Cypress Hill, right? You better be ready. When the shit goes down, you better be ready. Now, all these politicians, they should have been listening to some Cypress Hill, because it appears they wasn't ready. Okay. They wasn't ready for what was coming. And then when it hits, they're out here like this, like, oh, I didn't know. We need the water hydrants. They can't handle a fire like this. Well, you should have put more in place. You should have made sure that the reserves were filled. You should have had more manpower. You should have had more firefighters. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's me again, Margaret.
Hey, Margaret.
You remember, like, what's that guy's name? Del Reeves, the guy. Anyway, the guy, the comedian that said, "It's me again, Margaret."
Not right.
I'm trying to be. Oh God, what is this? Anyway, I'm trying to be funny in a serious subject.
Okay. Well, good try. We'll give you A for effort.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say, I was listening to your last call, and you remember, you and I were both 50. We're around the same age. So remember back when we thought, when Y2K came, that all this that's going on now was going to happen?
Yeah, they thought the end of the world was coming. That's what I'm saying. I've survived the end of the world many a times. Y2K, the Mayan calendar, asteroid strikes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All that crap. But I just wanted to try to lighten it up a little. But I also wanted to say, I just spoke to my kiddo who's listening to you right now, him and his buddies that are headed over there. He's not one for getting online or doing whatever, but I just, if you don't mind, just shout out to my boy and his 12 boys that are headed over there. I want them to be safe, and we appreciate all our first responders, especially everybody that's headed that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the volunteers. It takes
yes, everybody. It takes an army.
Yeah, a lot of people run away from the disaster. A hero runs towards it.
Absolutely. And I don't say that just because my kid's on his way there with his 12 buddies who are on their 2-week leave.
Well,
I say that to like these freaking firefighters, like, that's why I can't watch this. Like, these guys are people, not guys, by guys, I mean people. Like, when I see these videos, they're fighting. They could run. This is detrimental to California and our world. I don't know. If you look at the International Space Station videos showing, like, the views from up above in space, this is just, we can all say what we want. Conspiracy theories, I mean, the reservoirs, whatever, but there are heroes in the trenches right now, and heroes running towards this destruction. But I mean, the people rescuing animals and taking in the homeless, and like, you see the videos of these elderly people, like, being taken out of nursing homes. They don't, like, it's freaking mind blowing. I think this is going to be more than what we think it is when it's all said and done.
Oh, as far as destruction, definitely. I mean, this they consider this the largest, the worst fire ever in LA history, and it's only 6% contained. That's it.
Exactly.
So they got a long way to go, And, they're believing the winds are going to pick up this weekend again, which could spark more
Which is
fires.
so rare at this time. Yes, and that's so rare at this time of year.
Yeah.
For California. I mean, it's like Florida and North Carolina weather, but you add in no rain and the drought. I mean, they haven't had rain over there in California for 7 months or something, I heard.
Yeah, it's that
Excuse me, I
dry
heard.
air. It takes a while to get used to it.
Yes.
Like, when I was out Vegas day 3, I was having severe nosebleeds from the dry air.
Oh, me too. Oh, are you serious? Me too. I went 3 months ago for 3 days to Vegas. I never have had so many nosebleeds and like just my skin broke out and everything.
Yeah, I was standing,
Like-
I was on like Fairmont Street and I was just hanging out watching some music. I was standing there and I looked down and I seen blood on the ground. And I was like, damn, I'm standing in a puddle of blood. Then I realized it was me bleeding.
That's so crazy you say that, because I was standing outside what's the Pyramid Casino Hotel? I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know the names of them.
Yeah, it's like anyway, I was taking pictures myself and the same thing happened. I'm like, where's the blood coming from? It was my nose. And I don't know, I mean, we're from the same kind of part of the country. I'm Tennessee or Virginia, but
yeah,
There's
just no moisture in the air there. It's dry as a fucking cactus.
Right. And that's I don't know. I mean, that's fueling the fires. Whatever started the fires, who knows? Because they still, as far as I know,
What did
like
I call
said,
it?
I've had to take.
It's Fremont Street I was standing on. I must have
That's
called
Fremont Street. Yeah.
I
Okay.
must have called it something different. But I'm not from Vegas.
No.
But I try my best.
I'm not either, but I know Fremont Street. So, I don't know what started the fires. Like, I wonder if we'll ever know what actually started it. Like the first fire that's going on right now. I don't know if we'll ever know. But like I said, I've had to take a few breaks just for mental health because it's all so much. But irregardless, I'm sorry, I digress. I just pray for our first responders all over the world, but especially people like literally coming in from Canada and the west part of the country. I mean, well, actually, from what I hear, it's most like the central part of that. Like, there's people from Chicago and, North Carolina and Canada. Everybody's coming in to help fight this. And to me, I don't get political, but I feel like there could have been more done.
Yeah.
With the local government. But anyway, I just sending you love. Thank you for taking my call.
All right,
again.
you be good.
All right.
Peace.
Okay. God bless all our first responders. And thank you, Dolly, for thank you so much for talking about this. You're, as far as what I've seen online, you're one of very, very few talking about the facts.
All right. You be good.
All right. You
Peace.
too, hon. Bye-bye.
Okay, so speaking of facts, let's kind of stick with the facts a little bit. We don't know exactly what started the original fires. We do know there have been some people arrested for arson since this has went on. Maybe possibly trying to start new fires. They could be responsible, in question, but we don't know. More of those details are going to come out today. So we're going to learn a lot more of those details about what's going on with all these people, different people looting. We do know this. If you're doing this right now to people that are in dire needs, you're going to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now, I know California, what we hear around the country is really lenient on crime. Okay. Now, if you don't live in California, for all you California people, you beg to differ, but around the country, we think you guys are super lenient on crime. We're watching people run out of stores with stuff, looting stuff, and do all these things, and they seem to never go to jail. You do that shit here, I'm at Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Yeah.
It's me again.
All right.
I just came up with a good joke. Well,
Okay.
it's kind of a good joke. All right. Where's Yogi Bear?
I don't know. Where's Yogi Bear?
He's hanging at the campground with CP.
He's hanging at. That's your joke?
Yeah.
And you thought that was good? Okay, you're gonna go back to work on those jokes there, homie.
Yeah.
If you pay me, I will write your jokes for you, okay?
Oh, you be my ghostwriter.
I'll be your ghostwriter. All right. We're gonna have to help you out a little bit. All right. I thought you had something good and epic and shit. I thought I was gonna at least crack a half a smile.
Well, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, but it don't have nothing to do. It don't have nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. You're totally off subject, and I mean, I get what you're trying to say because he was at the Yogi Bear campground.
Forest fires. Only you can prevent forest fires.
Now, let me ask you this: is it Smokey the Bear or Smokey Bear?
Oh, well, the original was Smoke Bear, and then they put the in there.
No, it's the Mandela effect. It's always been Smokey Bear.
Right.
It ain't Smokey the Bear.
Yeah, you're right.
I know I'm right. So
it must be good to be you, Dolly.
It is. God couldn't bless everybody. You know, he reached down and he plucked me out the crowd, sprinkled a little bit of June bug on me.
Yeah.
So, all right, Chief.
All right, brother.
All right,
I'm
peace.
watching still.
There can only be so many kings, okay? You got Elvis, right? And then you got the Turtle King, Dolly, all right? So a lot of you guys remember Smokey the Bear, right? How many people press 1 in the chat if you remember Smokey the Bear, okay? But come to find out, it's never been Smokey the Bear. It's Smokey Bear, all right? That sounds crazy to me too, right? Y'all remember Smokey the Bear? It's what is called a Mandela effect. The Mandela effect is when mass people remember something one way and it was never that way, okay? So a lot of people are pressing 1 in the chat because they remember Smokey the Bear. It ain't. Go look it up. It's Smokey Bear. It's not Smokey the Bear. It is Smokey Bear. Don't start fires, right? Smokey Bear. It blows my mind too because I could swear I remember Smokey the Bear, but there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of Mandela effects out there. Where people have mass memories that are not. Some people believe it's the Matrix. Some people believe that things are changing in our universe and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? But that's wild. I mean, you can go look it up, Google it right now, Smokey Bear. So it ain't Smokey the Bear. I mean, I'm sure you could probably maybe find some stuff that says Smokey the Bear where people have wrote it wrong, but it's Smokey Bear. You know all about the Mandela effects. Some of my biggest videos I've done on YouTube are been on Mandela effects. Okay. I put out one on Mike Tyson in the Evander Holyfield fight, a video. It did 500,000 views and it made it to a website called alterreality.com. And it was the top 50 best Mandela effects of all time. And I made number 18 with my Mike Tyson one, right? Because a lot of y'all remember, anybody remember Mike Tyson biting off Evander Holyfield's ear and spitting it onto the mat? Anybody remember that? Right? Come to find out, he never bit off Evander Holyfield's ear. He bit his ear, but he didn't never spit it onto the mat. Me, in my memory, I remember Mike Tyson biting him in the ear, spitting on the mat. The referee was Mills Lane. He picked up the ear and put it in his pocket. That never happened. I made a video and it did 500,000 views. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. How's it going?
It's going.
Cool. Have you heard from Mab?
No, I haven't heard from him tonight, but I heard from him yesterday that he was okay and everything was fine.
Okay, because I didn't see him in the chat tonight. So I think if people want to help, it'd be probably a good idea, like just to drop some chairs or some cots off at the fire department. For the
Who is this?
extra
Is this
people
Street
coming
Leaf?
up. Yeah.
I knew when you said drop chairs and cots off at the fire department that it was Sweet Leaf.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, in Texas,
You like the
can't.
Raging Cajuns. We need chairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they need cots. They need cots so that the extra firemen that's coming in can sleep, and then the ones that's getting off can sleep.
Okay. All right.
But I was going to say, here in Texas, you can't get away with shit like that because we use the gas chamber here.
In Texas?
Yeah.
I haven't heard them using the gas chamber. I know Alabama does.
No. Texas, they just put like 3 away.
Did they? Okay.
This last year. But yeah, this is very devastating. I was waiting for California to fall off the face of the earth from an earthquake.
Okay. They've been saying that for a long time, that it's going to be the next Atlantis, that earthquake was going to hit and it's just going to fall into the ocean.
Earthquake! Oh no. I'm going to get off here before you earthquake me, so.
Yeah, you are the only person I usually earthquake.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Them tremors hit.
Yep, trimmer's coming. Bye.
All right, later, Sweet Leaf.
Bye.
Okay, Sweet Leaf says some of the craziest shit you ever heard in your life. All right. And like, I don't usually hang up on people, but when I accidentally hang up on Sweet Leaf, I tell her it's an earthquake every time. She'd be like, "Why'd you hang up on me?" I'll be like, "It was an earthquake, tremors." And tremors hit, and I accidentally makes my hand rattle, and I accidentally hang up on you. Because she'll say some stuff that's like, I just like to pick with her sometimes. But yeah, I would think they may need some cots and other things like that. So, I mean, I didn't think about that, but I mean, maybe the surrounding people around that area that have extra, fold out beds, things like that, to go give them to the fire station. That, I mean, believe it or not, that ain't that crazy. I can understand they need a place to sleep, mats. I mean, all they got to do is go to the jail and take their 2-inch mats from them and let them sleep on the concrete. Right. So these firefighters have a place to sleep. But I believe a lot of these firefighters have been put up in hotels and different things like that. We let a lot of people into this country and we give them hotels and money. Now, look, we got people out on the streets and they ain't got nowhere to go. That just shows you how messed up our system is, right? I hate to be like this, but I'm America first, our people first. We need to help our people before we're sending money to other countries. Okay. And we're broke as hell ourselves, right? We can't even help our own people, but yet we want to help people around the world. Like we're like superheroes or something. If we want to be heroes, we need to protect our own people first. And I believe that, like, there's so many people between, these hurricanes and these floods, like in Carolina and Tennessee, and now these wildfires in California. These people need help, right? We're too busy buying weapons for other people to fight wars than helping our own U.S. citizens. And I ain't a political person, right? I don't give a damn, who the governor mayor is, as long as you do your job, right? I don't care. Like, a lot of people are saying they don't like the new scum guy, new scum, whatever the hell his name is. I ain't from Cali. But if he would have just done his job, that's it. Like, you ain't got to be a perfect person. You just got to be a decent person. And to me, it sounds like California was really unprepared, and they have these types of fires all the time. So they're going to be unprepared for this. And now it's then turned into something out of this world, right? You got the whole world watching because it's so bad. I mean, we got people from around the country in here and around the globe watching these fires that are going on in California because they just can't believe it. Now, Australia, they've had bad wildfires too. And, they've had some huge ones. I watched some stuff on stuff in Australia, but once you have it, like, you should be prepared. But this ain't California's first rodeo. You know what I'm saying? So they should have been extra prepared. Like here in Virginia, we know hurricanes hit here. We know. All right. So there's certain laws when we build buildings, building codes, they're in place because of hurricanes. All right. There's certain things we do for hurricane protection, and we have these things in place. Winter storms and things like that, we usually have trucks loaded with sand, plenty of sand for the highways and the roadways and ice and different things, right? When we know these storms are coming, you see miles down the road, sand trucks lined up, ice trucks, all these things, because we're prepared. We know it's going to happen, right? We know we're going to get snowstorms. We know we're going to get hurricanes. So we prepare for these things. Why wasn't they prepared? Okay. And then the only way it goes at this point, and I ain't trying to be political, it goes to leadership, right? Whoever is your captain don't need to be your captain because they did a poor job and they failed their people. And then they get up on the news and talk about how good they're doing. Oh, well, we put out this and we put out that. Well, what about the thousands of shit y'all let burn? Okay. Now, if you say, are you doing a good job? I wouldn't never say the first responders ain't doing a good job because they're putting their life in line, right? But your leadership failed. And now all these people are without homes. Insurance companies not caring, taking away insurance or making rates so high that nobody can afford. Did you receive your egg? Yes, I did. It says Dolly on it and it's big and blue. I will use that egg when we get to this season of Turtle Island on my other channel. Okay. So thank you for the egg that says Dolly. And people are probably like, what the hell, an egg? Yeah, it's this big, gigantic egg. And it says my name on it. But I use these eggs in a little game show I run on YouTube on my other channel. It's called Turtle Island. But that's a little off track. But yeah, the leadership has failed. They wasn't prepared. If they're like, well, there ain't enough fire hydrants. Well, you know that. Why ain't there more? You didn't know that before? Okay. Y'all wasn't prepared. They said they inspect all these fire hydrants in January. Well, Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Sweet Leaf again. I remember what I wanted to tell you.
Okay.
In Texas, if 3 witnesses witness you doing a crime, you're sent to the gas chamber in Texas automatically.
Okay, I've never heard of that. But if they have 3 witnesses that seen you get to the gas chamber automatically.
Yeah, 3 witnesses, yeah.
Okay, and you're in Texas?
Yeah.
Okay, I never knew that. I never knew where you were at.
And we have from New Braunfels out here, we have a private airport that the fire department stays at, and they've been sending planes out all for like 3 days.
Out to LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like those I don't know, farm airplanes.
Yeah, that spray water.
Yeah, they send them out like 12 of them a day.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, when something like this happens as a country, we got to stand together.
Yeah, it's a community. It's a city-state thing.
Hey, Captain Kurt. Good to see you, brother.
PJ should be getting up pretty soon and doing her live, huh?
Yeah, she'll be up in 8 minutes.
8 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, she usually gets
All
to
right,
about
I'll
6.
text that.
All right.
All right, guys. Take care. Bye.
All right, peace. Yeah, usually I'll go in there if her alarm clock don't go off, and I'll wake her up at 6. So she's not too far from getting up, looking like a zombie. But she slept. She went to bed pretty early last night, so she shouldn't be too grumpy this morning. Be nice, Captain Kirk. Be nice. So yeah, I think it's a failure of leadership, and they dropped the ball on people from California. And next time elections come up, let your voice be heard. Or you can continue to let people fail you. Everything in this world to me, is a learning experience, right? And that, like I said, I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on, as long as you're doing your job, right? And it just sounds like, the mayor was out of town, not giving a damn, and got back when she could. And then when she didn't answer questions when she got off that plane, I think that was very disrespectful Am I froze? Or am I just glitching? I think I'm froze. Hold on a second. Am I froze on your guys' screen? Or is it just glitchy? I'm like moving around and it ain't doing nothing. I'm just like glitching out. No, I'm not glitchy. I'm not froze on. I'm froze on my screen. It looks like I'm like waving and I don't see it. I see it a little bit. I see you and hear you. Okay. I mean, I see me. It's just like when I move, I'm not moving on the screen. Like, see how my hand stuck up, froze there in place? It's just laggy. All right. As long as y'all can hear me, it don't matter. Sometimes that happens when I got a bunch of stuff running and I got a lot of stuff going right now. So let me close up some of this stuff that I got going and maybe that'll help the lag a little bit. Let's close this. We can go ahead and close this. All right. And we got the Hollywood Hills burning. All right. Maybe did that stop? Yeah. Now see. Now I ain't lagging. I see myself moving. See me waving. Hey guys. All right. We're back. We're back in action. But guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to give this video a like. Let's hit 2,000 likes. I know we were close. I don't know exactly how close, but I know we were pretty close to hitting, Dolly got his groove back. Yeah, there you go. Dolly got his groove back. I'm going to be here with you for a while this morning. You know, the local news in LA, right, starts at, I believe at 4 a.m. their time. Okay. So we're about an hour and 5 minutes away from the latest updates and what's going on. A lot of this is from last night, news from last night. So our official news sources kick on at 4 a.m., a new start to a new day, and we'll get the latest information in the death counts, what's burnt last night, what's been contained, and, you know, all that good stuff. So if you're just coming in, definitely hit the like on the video. If you're brand new out there and you're watching for the first time, sub up, ring the bell for notifications, help us hit 63,000. Okay. That's a lot. That is a lot of people. My goal this year is to hit the 100,000 mark. So I can't do that without the help of each and every one of you. I need that little plaque for my wall back there. All right. Let's get back to this.
The U.S. Forest Service Chief Randy Moore is here, and he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local
PJ never grumpy
agencies. We're looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place.
All right, let's see who this is. Dolly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Lisa from Sevierville, Tennessee.
Hey, Lisa. How's it going this morning?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm not doing too bad. I can't complain.
Well, I was just calling. Do you remember when we had the fires here in Tennessee about 8 years ago? When the Smokies burnt?
Yeah, I remember a little bit of that.
Well, the mayor of Gatlinburg, when the fire started, he told everybody to stay put.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, he took his family and got out of town.
Oh, that's horrible.
And we lost a lot of people here. People were stuck up on the mountain. They couldn't get down. They were trying to run down the mountain and getting burned in their backyards.
That is horrible.
But yeah, we would watch out the back window. We'd see the smoke coming down, or the fire started coming down the mountain to where we could see it. It was a little unnerving.
Yeah.
But Dolly, the other Dolly, she took money out of her own pocket monthly for a year. I forget what it was. Do you remember, honey, how much? It was over $1,000 to all the families that lost their homes up on the mountain. She gave them money for a year.
Okay. I know she owns a good part of Tennessee too. The Dollywood part.
Yes. Dolly is an amazing woman.
I know. I say there's two Dollys. One's great and one ain't. I'm the ain't.
I wouldn't say that. I watch you every day, so I think you're pretty great.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, the mayor of Gatlinburg left with his family while other families burnt. Not only the locals here, but we have a lot of people from Russia and that area that come here for jobs.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of other countries that come here for jobs, younger people, but a lot of their families didn't even know where they were at. So there was a lot of a death toll more than what they said that there was here.
Okay, I got you.
It was being hidden.
Yeah, we have a lot of Russian immigrants that come here every summer to work at the Strip, and they work a lot of like the stores, like the little beach shops. So they come here by like the thousands in the summertime.
Well, that's how it is here too in Gatlinburg. Yeah, a lot of Russians and what's that? Oh yeah, the Germans come here a lot too. But I was just calling to tell you how wonderful our Dolly is. So your mama named you. You said your mama called you Dolly?
No, my mom's favorite singer was Dolly. That's why I named her
okay.
Dolly Vision.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you said your mom liked it, and I thought she called you that, but
No, she never called me Dolly. I just named the
okay.
channel after my mom's favorite singer.
I gotcha. Yeah, your mom had good taste. Whether you like Dolly's music or not, living here now in East Tennessee, I'm originally from Ohio, but we moved here about 10 years ago. She's a good person. I mean, she does a lot for this area.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, she seems like a good person. She seems like she's going to live forever. How old is she now? 150?
She is pushing 80.
Pushing 80, okay.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay, can you guys hear me? I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, so give me 1 second. We'll let I don't know why everything's kind of glitchy, but everything seems to be working now. I'm moving. Y'all see me good and everything? Okay. That was a little crazy. It went all robotic, and she was like, "Could y'all hear that?" Like it was echoing, like I thought aliens got the caller. I don't know. I think it's just my internet. I had to shut a few things, and I don't know. It's getting about that time of the day where people are waking up and they're getting on the internet, so maybe bandwidth is a little down. I don't know. During a live needs to be no ads. If people love ads, they can watch the replay. Loud and clear. Bluefish, you don't pay my bills. Okay. And I don't make hardly anything from YouTube. So if you don't like ads, like you got to get an ad blocker, or you got to do what I do. I pay $18 a month to not get ads on YouTube, right? So usually if you play copyrighted content, they add the ads to your stream. It ain't that I want you guys to get hit with a bunch of ads. It's just it does what it does. YouTube they got ads. Dolly got to eat too. Okay. So get premium, pay $13. I pay $18 a month for premium. It used to be $13, but I think the last bill they sent me was $18. Okay. That's how come, when I play these videos, you don't see commercials. You notice you ain't seen no commercials in the videos I've been sharing. It's because I pay $18 a month to not watch commercials. All right. And then I pass it on to you guys because you notice I don't have to skip commercials when we're watching this stuff. I'm lucky no ads tonight. You pay $20, what the hell, right? I guess everybody pays a different price. I pay $18. I pay $18 for no commercials a month. It seems high. When it was $13, it didn't seem that bad. But I could have swore the last time I looked on my bill, it was $18, right? Kangaroo says it's $18. I guess it depends on where you live at in the country is how they decide what they charge you. Mine's $30 a month for family. Okay, well, I have one account. The account we're watching right here, I pay $18 a month, so we don't have to watch I don't have to, skip commercials every 5 minutes. So, Sleuth says, anything new, or is it still 6% contained? Still 6% contained, and we won't know if there's anything new till 7 a.m. East Coast, 4 a.m. West Coast, which is when the local news, they all kick back on, and we will be here for that. So give me 1 second. I got to wake up PJ.
We'll meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state, local, federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
That's what I got.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave. And so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the vice president is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that
YouTube got to eat too.
Signed,
I guess they eat good.
Provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter and re-look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing. And like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I think they'll rebuild. The rich people will.
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them. So, Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job, and they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter.
Yes,
so
Lady
it's
Tiger.
important, that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening. And there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers. They're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. So we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, we're going to need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, we do.
All right. Now, Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm right here. No worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
He don't even look like he knows where he's
We are
at.
very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course, our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen
He's lost again, yeah.
Commander General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlight, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that'll be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what before I turn to General Gio, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. We also want to make sure, I know that General Gio is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is immediate response, but it's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Any your questions, and I can turn
You guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. Matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. We're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours. Wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the
He's
plane.
looking
She's
the
had to
wrong
board
way.
the plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end
And
of
it
the
looks
table.
like she is on her
It looks like
plane,
she
so
is.
It's all you.
Yes.
Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the 2 hurricanes back to back. And everybody
continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership. And it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually. Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how.
All right, we've been listening to a meeting at the White House with President Biden and his staff. Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously a resident here in Southern California, she described what we've witnessed in the last 4 days as apocalyptic. She also brought up the issue of the insurance companies and the fact that a lot of people's fire insurance has been canceled leading up to what we've seen in the last 4 days. The president, a lot of the conversation here about the infrastructure and trying to get that rebuilt. President talked about a declaration he signed to help rebuild churches and schools. And of course, as we've talked about with David Lazarus, the water lines, the power lines, all of that's going to have to be rebuilt. And you're going to have to do this before you even start trying to rebuild homes.
And he talked about assets, fixed wing aircraft, more strike forces, more firefighters.
Federal
firefighters, coming to Southern California, which we need desperately.
Our firefighters, imagine how tired they are.
Wow.
County and city and Santa Monica and everyone who's just been working,
Pasadena.
They've been working around the clock. So bringing in those strike teams from all around the country, including Arizona, and now President Biden issuing where federal firefighters can now come in and help out. It'll really be an amazing asset for us. Another thing that President Biden mentioned that Kai and Glenn and all of us were talking about here on the set, I would say during commercial breaks, but we haven't been doing commercial breaks, but is our mental health. and how important mental health is for all of us. If you've lost your home or not lost your home, chances are you know someone who has, or just watching the news and seeing the plight of people, complete strangers. And we just want to ask you to keep your mind healthy and really focus on your mental health and also the mental health of your friends and family. You know, a lot of times people, including myself, I'm okay, I'm good, you know, but not everyone's always okay. And it's good to communicate.
It is, and it's hard to watch your fellow man, your citizens in your city, your family, people that you don't know go through such a historic crisis and utter devastation that has happened here in Southern California at historic proportions. So because of that, you can see on your screen, this is a 24/7 hotline for the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. It's a helpline, and you can see it's at 1-800-854-7771. Also the suicide and crisis hotline. You can call or text at 988, and then Cal Hope is the line for support. And these are trained coordinators. These are people who are experts who can really help you if you're depressed, if you're having issues, if you're sad. There's nothing wrong with talking to somebody, and you can do it anonymously.
Yes, that's the beautiful thing. These numbers are here on the screen. I've also posted them on one of my stories on Instagram. If you don't get these numbers, or if you want to share them later, you know, it's going to be a tough few months moving forward. And on that note, Kai, you know, the winds seem to have died down a little bit, but not totally.
No. Yeah. As a matter of fact, unfortunately, we're going to talk about the fact that the high wind warning will continue on, Glenn and Lou, not just today, but for tomorrow on Friday as well. And with this shot, we've been remarking at how beautiful it is there in Huntington Beach. And it's really difficult to remember when you look at a shot like this, how sad everybody is, and the treacherous conditions that are taking place across Southern California, and light winds at the coast, just a little bit of a sea breeze at the very most, and it's an offshore flow, so glassy conditions on the water surface. But look at what's continuing to take place through the Palisades area. They're seeing little bursts, little hits of winds gusting up to 15, 20 miles per hour. You can see Camarillo, Oxnard, 29 mile per hour. Sustained wind speeds. And also Orange County, the Inland Empire, they too are seeing some stronger gusty winds this afternoon. A lot of that energy switching to the southeast here in Southern California. And once again, here's what I was just telling you. The high wind warning now extended into tomorrow morning at about 8 a.m. We're still in, especially the mountain communities, picking up gusts of up to 65, 70 miles per hour. Yes, indeed. And of course, the air quality is very poor for much of Southern California, especially the LA basin, also the Arcadia area, much of the San Gabriel Valley, extremely unhealthy and hazardous air quality in some of those fire-prone communities.
We will get the latest in about 30 minutes.
Red flag warning, which will continue for the rest of the day, much of tomorrow on Friday afternoon, and hopefully we can get that to expire by tomorrow evening. The exceptions being the LA Orange County coastlines, those areas not experiencing that severe fire weather danger, but inland we certainly are, and this is playing a huge part. It's the dry air, and today is just extremely hazardous. Look at Van Nuys. There's just no moisture in the atmosphere at all, and that's why the fires are able to ignite so rapidly. Van Nuys, 5% relative humidity value, Chino at about 6%. And again, here's a good look at that air quality alert, which stretches into Orange County, as well as much as the Inland Empire. These funnels, these areas where we see the targeted Santa Ana winds being out of the Antelope Valley into the Santa Clarita, San Fernando, Simi valleys, they're still picking up wind gusts this afternoon. Also the Cajon Pass into much of the Inland Empire, Orange County. And you can see by early tomorrow morning, well, we're going to continue to see gusts of up to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour.
We'll get our newest updates at 4.
Tomorrow afternoon, we take a bit of a break in the action, but once we make our way into Saturday morning,
West Coast
we start to see a little bit of some southeasterly winds coming into Southern California. Those are not perfect Santa Ana winds, fortunately, but by the time we head into Sunday night, early Sunday morning rather, and late Saturday night, well, here comes another little burst of Santa Ana winds, and those continue to make their way through those funneled corridors. Now, Sunday's a little bit of a different story. Once we make our way into the lunch hour on Sunday, we've got a little hit of an onshore flow, especially out along the coastal sections. That's very good for the Palisades area. However, once we make our way into Monday afternoon, Here we go. Another Santa Ana wind event begins to move into Southern California by Monday evening during the 8-9 o'clock hours. Look at the Santa Clarita Valley, the Antelope Valley, all the way up along the Grapevine. We can see some of the inland areas of Orange County, the Chino Hills area, Temecula, Hemet, Lake Elsinore. They too will start to pick up some strong gusty winds by the lunch hour on Tuesday. This takes us into Tuesday night. And this time, rather than a widespread Santa Ana wind event, it looks a little bit more isolated to strictly the mountains, valleys, passes, canyons, as well as some of the high desert and low desert regions as well. On the left-hand side of your screen is the Santa Monica Mountain Range. The results of the Palisades fire now continuing to eat up a lot of that beautiful Santa Monica Mountain Range area, headed towards the Topanga Canyon area. They continue to see dangerous conditions in Topanga Canyon as well. Fire weather continues as we look at your weather headlines on the right side of your screen through Friday. Once again, we'll continue to see Santa Anas, bursts of Santa Anas all the way through Saturday evening. Then we'll take a break Sunday. The next Santa Ana wind event comes Monday and Tuesday. Not nearly as strong, fortunately, as what we have been going through over the last few days, but nonetheless a Santa Ana wind event. And of course, we continue to urge you to take steps to prepare yourselves, your families from these dangerous conditions here in Southern California. Continue to have that go bag ready. Continue to keep your documents, your paperwork, your prescriptions at the ready in case you have to leave. And as we look at the weather setup, the ridge off of the California shoreline combined with the area of low pressure continues to give us that compressed air until we get into tomorrow evening. And once again, ridging just
that means more fires are
going
to spread.
We won't see a great deal of strong gusty winds, but late Sunday into Monday, well, we'll have another cold core low that brings that cold air into much of Southern California and gives us another round of those Santa Ana winds, which again will not be as strong, but we still have to always be ready for the Santa Anas when they come to Southern California, no matter how strong or weak they may be. Downtown LA on the 7-day, we will see breezy conditions as we make our way through downtown tomorrow. It will also be quite a smoky environment, and that will continue all the way into at least Saturday. Also breezy conditions, and then Sunday we'll see some windy conditions picking up for the LA basin into Monday. And for the San Fernando Valley, windier conditions once we head into next Monday and Tuesday with that next Santa Ana wind event. Again, these gusts pretty strong, but nothing like 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, but 35 to 40 and 45 mile per hour wind gusts will be in the offering for next Monday and Tuesday. Of course, the Inland Empire also, that's in the cards for you folks as well. Once we head into next Monday and Tuesday, that next Santa Ana wind event is coming your way. Temperature-wise, well, you see much of Southern California, upper 60s, low and mid 70s. So we've got a rather mild forecast for the region for the next 7 days. Of course, up in the mountains, a little bit cooler. And next Monday and Tuesday, once again, the mountains will see those Santa Ana winds roaring through the higher elevations. The San Gabriel Valley, breezy once again today, tomorrow. Boy, that's a good news for Altadena, Pasadena. They take a good and a well-needed break for Saturday, Sunday, but they will see some lighter wind gusts moving through the San Gabriel Valley. That'll happen once again as we make our way to Monday and Tuesday, gusts between about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So again, nothing too significant, which is good news there. And for the beaches, mid 60s, breezy conditions tomorrow, a beautiful weekend, 62 Saturday, 66 Sunday. And by Monday and Tuesday, the beaches will start to see some of those Santa Ana winds invading some of the coastal regions as well, but gusts of up to 15, 18 miles per hour, nothing damaging, which once again, Glenn and Lou, is some good news there.
Them
All right,
winds, like I
guys,
said, that's
thank
what
you for
makes
that.
them fires spread.
Well,
So them
it's
winds
still-
are
we're just
coming back
beginning
this
again, you know?
weekend.
It's like it's never ending.
Yeah.
All right, joining us via Zoom now is Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente. He is a leading asthma and lung expert here in Southern California. And
This is
somebody
why
we need
you
to talk
don't
to
breathe
today.
that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the smoke blanketing Southern California from the wildfires. It's obviously creating unhealthy air for people across our region and beyond. Can we talk about the health effects that the smoke and poor air quality can have on our health at any age?
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right. The smoke that we're seeing and all the ash can affect anyone of any age, and whether they're healthy or if they have heart or lung problems. So it can affect the upper airways, the nose, the back of the throat, can cause coughing and runny nose, and can cause difficulty breathing when those particles, when the ash goes down into the lungs.
So what are the long as well as the short-term health effects this wildfire smoke can have on your respiratory system?
The short-term effects everyone's already feeling it who's in that area, is the runny nose, cough, the irritation, and sometimes difficulty breathing. And if you have lung disease or heart disease, you may be feeling short of breath. You might have asthma that may flare, or you may have difficulty breathing from other health conditions as well. Long term, we are concerned the more and more people are exposed to this kind of pollution, it can cause long-term inflammation and long-term issues. And once again, not just for people who have lung disease or heart disease currently, but also healthy people as well. And I also worry about the elderly and the very young.
Yes. I know we were talking about encouraging elderly people to, no matter what, wear those masks, but maybe we all should until a lot of this clears up. We've seen ash, doctor, in the air. Like I saw one that was like a fourth of a dime size land on my windshield this morning, and just wondering, like, how does it really affect our respiratory system if in fact it does go in there? Is it eventually flushed out with exercise, or does it stay in there? How does that work?
Over time, the body will hopefully naturally get rid of these particles. So we're dealing with the ash, like you mentioned. Some of it can affect the upper airways. Some of the smaller particles can actually get down into the lungs and even the lower lungs. Now, there's another problem that we have to deal with, because man-made objects are also getting burned as well. So it's not just vegetation causing ash and the chemicals from that. These fires are also burning plastics and metals that are found in houses. So people are also inhaling chemicals as well. And those can go down further into the lungs and even into the bloodstream. So there are effects from the ash, the irritation, and from the chemicals that we are inhaling as well.
How much more vulnerable are children compared to adults to the effects of this wildfire smoke?
Children breathe more air per cubic foot of their bodies. So they actually are breathing more overall compared to adults if you take their size into account. They are also subject to other issues because their lungs are developing. They also are very likely to have colds, runny noses. They're at school all day and are more susceptible to viruses as well. Children who grow up in areas where there's a lot of pollution and they're constantly exposed to it will have lungs that are less developed when they become adults than children who are growing up in healthy air. So that's a concern of ours as well.
So what can we do to protect ourselves, also our family from this? A mask?
You'd mentioned the mask. It's a great idea. The ones that have a little valve so you can breathe out easily are great. The N95 masks. Stay indoors when you can. Exercise when you can. And I'm a big fan of air filters in the house. I think those help quite a bit, especially in these fires, to keep the air inside the house clean. I also want to emphasize to everyone, if you have lung disease or heart disease, if you need an inhaler or other type of medication to control your illness, please make sure you have it on hand. Make sure it's not expired. Make sure your inhalers are working properly. That way, if you need them, you don't find that it's not working and you have to rush out and get that medication.
All right, doctor, thank you so much. Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente, we really appreciate your time. I'm sure you're just as busy as all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, let's get an update now on the Eaton fire. I believe, though, what we're looking at here is the Palisades fire, but Chip Yost is in covering the Eaton fire on the ground in the last couple of days.
Your
Chip, what do you have for us and where are you?
Okay.
Yeah, hey there, Glenn. We're on Altadena Drive. This is a small little section of street we're on right now. There are around a dozen homes, and from my count, from what we've seen, every one of the homes on this section of street, except for one that's going to be right over here as he pans around. There's one we can see still standing on the corner, but on both sides.
I never
of the street,
sleep.
There's this one still standing, but on both sides of the street, all the rest of them look like this. And unfortunately, we also learned of a death on this street. Remember, we heard that there were at least 5 deaths yesterday from officials. Today, they wouldn't talk about numbers. They said they're still trying to confirm and get some better data on how many people may have passed away. in this fire, but we know of one victim now. He actually lived in this house. We just talked to his daughter a little bit ago. Let's show you a picture of the man who passed away here. He was 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson.
That's
lived
sad.
here for decades, according to his daughter. He was here with his grandson when the fire started, knew about the evacuations, but was convinced that he'd be okay here, did not think that the fire would reach where his home is. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. She said she hadn't heard from him, wasn't able to get in touch with him, so had her boyfriend come over yesterday morning to check on him. He went to his bedroom, or where his bedroom used to be, and her boyfriend told her that he had found him in his bed, so it appears he may have died in his sleep during the fire. Here is more from his daughter.
He was gathering some things, packing up his car a bit, and he said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
82 years old. Tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living. My whole life, I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
So Rodney Nickerson was 82 years old. Here's a look at some more homes here on this street that were lost during this fire. As far as number of homes lost, number of businesses lost, we expect updates on that. They've been able to, but everywhere you go around Altadena, streets like this, homes on both sides of the street gone, and even on Lake Avenue, one of the main thoroughfares where all the businesses are, businesses on both sides of the street gone, including the U.S. Post Office here. So a lot to rebuild here in Altadena. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Chip, thank you so much for some
That's
of that
awful.
information. We do have a couple of updates. Gil is over a new fire here. Gil, where are you?
Well, Lou and Glenn, you're looking at this brush fire. It's actually a grass fire that just broke out. This is close to Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle, just west of that area. As I come out wide, you saw one helicopter dropping. They have a couple of water dropping helicopters out here. You see the homes there on the edge of the hillside there. And as I come out wide, you can see the area it's burning in right now. Mostly light grasses, maybe a little bit of a heavy grass, but the smoke is blowing into this area here. As I zoom in, I'll give you a couple of streets here. In fact, I'll bring in our map system so you can see that Shady Grove Place would be one of the first streets that may encounter some of that fire, but it is pushing that direction right now. This is happening north of the 101 freeway. This is close to Bell Canyon, if not in it, but let me come back in and zoom in to show you the flame lengths. It is, like I said, mostly a grass fire, but wind driven through this area. It's unclear how it broke out. It just started though. My pilot Anton spotted, and we flew over here real quick to see what's going on. But you can see several acres, at least for now, on fire and continuing to spread out of control. And at this point, it's an aerial attack only. They have units that are responding to it as we speak. But at this point, the fire is burning unchecked, other than those aircraft that are dropping water on it.
Well, the great thing is there is water being dropped on it, because in the last few days we have not been able to see that. And I think that's why a lot of these fires were out of control, because the gusts were so strong. The helicopters and air operations weren't able to fly it, but hopefully they'll be able to get over there and drop some pause check and prevent this fire from spreading.
Yeah. Also, Gail, is this that one of those areas where when you get the Santa Ana winds, so actually we've seen fires in the past that have gone through here
Sad
into
to hear about
Calabasas
him
and all the way down
dying
to
in
the
his
ocean?
home.
Yes, in fact, Glenn and Lou, this was the area that burned in that fire. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Started up near Sylmar, I believe. It made its way across Oak Mountain and then burned down the hills here all the way into Malibu. But that explains some of the terrain here and some of the light grasses. It's been a while since that fire, but at this point it looks like mostly grass that's burning here. As I zoom in, you can get a better look. I did see a tanker just out of our shot. It should be coming in to drop some fire retardant. as you speak. There goes the lead plane dropping a line of smoke. That's for the tanker to hone in on that line of smoke, and it should be coming right behind that lead plane here. There's the tanker. So it took a look at that smoke line. Is going to come back around and be targeting that side of the fire when it makes its orbit back around. But at this point, you see all the homes there on the top of the screen. That is east of the fire.
Is heading that
in the
way
hills
there.
here as it continues to grow. Several acres and growing at this point.
Yeah, Gil, looking across the San Fernando Valley, can you see anything else going on? Because I'm getting messages from people, maybe some other smaller fires or spot fires, and I'm specifically looking not to the north but to the east, like maybe along Ventura Boulevard or around.
Yeah, this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is up near Big Tongue Canyon. We heard of a possible fire breaking out there. Here's a look towards the 101 freeway and Ventura Boulevard. Whereabouts did you say it was? In Encino?
Maybe Encino area, possibly. Maybe at the top where the mountains.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's the Encino Reservoir there. Don't see any smoke there. Although if I pan to the right, that's the Palisades fire that's burning up there. Maybe that's what people are seeing. Again, it's not really. It's making a slow approach to the valley. We looked at it yesterday, and it looks like it's burning basically in the same area. They have fire retardant drops going on that northern flank of the fire. So that's probably what people are seeing in the valley near Encino. In the meantime, back to this fire, I did see the tanker coming around. We should see that drop soon if it hasn't dropped already coming in through this area. But that's a look to the south and up. If I tilt up here, that's looking out towards, I believe that's Las Virgenes there, that goes through the mountains there. But again, at this point, several acres of grass burning here, and the wind is definitely driving that fire.
Yeah.
You see the tanker?
And Gil, hi, this is Kai. You know, you talked a lot about Topanga Canyon, and we know that they're seeing some flames down there in some of the residential areas near Fernwood. But as you put up the map, you showed, and of course, let's take a look at the tanker drop before we talk about that any further. But here we go. Gil, I'll let you describe this.
Yeah, he's coming in for his approach. This time it looks like he's going to drop. He followed that lead plane. He's got a good eye on the line of fire and should be hitting the button any second here to drop that. There it goes. Drop that fire retardant right along that line. It's a great drop. Again, the fire retardant doesn't necessarily put out the fire, but it will slow the fire enough for the helicopters to come in and drop water on the line of fire there. So it does suppress it. It does slow the rate of spread down, but it doesn't necessarily put the fire out. What we'll see next, once the tankers are done, we'll see those helicopters
The planes
come back
are coming in
and start
now.
hitting those lines of fire and dousing it. So it's a great 1-2 punch on the fire itself, hitting that fire retardant, and then the water dropping helicopters to come in and douse the flames.
And Gil, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pan back up towards the Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes road area. At the top of the mountain, there's some smoke there, right there. Some smoke coming up over that mountaintop right there.
Yeah.
Could you talk about how close that might be towards the Malibu Canyon area?
Yeah, it's fairly close, although I think one of the areas that we are really concerned about is over here. If I'm going to pan the camera over to this area here, and that's Topanga.
All right, guys, if you're just tuning in and you haven't yet, make sure you give this video a like. And if you're watching out there and you're not subbed up, help us hit 63,000 by hitting that subscribe button and ringing the bell for notifications of when we go live. We will be here with you for a good while this morning, covering what has went on overnight in the wildfires in California. So definitely hit that like button for us and sub up if you haven't.
And then you make your way down the other side and towards the Pacific Palisades. But it's, Gil, describe to folks, that's a difficult area for fixed wing aircraft to fight a fire like that, isn't it? It's just rugged.
It's very rugged. You're not going to see a lot of camp crews up there, although in those homes they're going to send some strike teams definitely, and they'll definitely have structure protection fire trucks up there in those neighborhoods to protect. But the concern, as I was saying, the brush clearance in that neighborhood is not very good. There's a lot of brush there around those homes.
The call-in
As I
line
zoom
is
in here, you
still
can see
open.
those homes right there on the line of
Snacks,
fire.
thank you for gifting that one
Hopefully,
membership.
they're able
Awesome.
to protect them. Doesn't
Jump
look like we've
aboard the
seen
Dolly
any fire
train.
retardant drops
Keeping
there yet,
Dolly
but we
alive,
might
okay?
in the
Keeping
coming
Dolly
moments.
alive this morning.
All right, just to reiterate, where exactly is this? Because you zoom from what was going on
And
in
it's
the West
free to
Hills. and
sub up. That is
you know, are we
absolutely
looking at the
right.
hills above the south end of the San Fernando Valley or beyond that?
And right now, we
So
are
this is going to
at
be the Topanga State Park area. This is south of the 101 freeway. It's going to be it's basically south of Calabasas and
62,416.
very close to Topanga
Let's see
Canyon.
if we can hit
Yeah, so
62.5
it's
today.
in fact, I'll pull
You
out wide
guys,
and bring
thank
it back
you.
in the map here to show you. There's Topanga Canyon there on the right-hand side of the smoke. We pulled away from the other fire north of the 101 freeway to show you this. But
Helena just
a lot
gifted
of
5
active fire
memberships.
up
Thank
here
you,
in the hills.
Helena.
And if I may swing
Awesome.
back
Get on
to
the Dolly
the
train
other
this
fire,
morning.
Anton, make a right
Buckle
turn,
up.
please. All the way across, you see the fire line out
We're just
from
getting
Malibu
warmed up
up to
today.
Palisades, and then the new fire breaking out here just just west of Valley Boulevard and Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle.
Yeah. And Gil, talk to our viewers
Ain't
at
none of your
home watching, and
business.
Glenn alluded to this. This is an area where, of course, and you know it well, it's more like a funnel for these northeasterly rather, these Santa Ana winds to come out of the high deserts. They go up over the Santa Clarita Valley, they hit this area, and then they just sort of take off.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Newhall Pass is nearby, and that's always a funnel. You have a heavy wind events through there all the time when we get the Santa Ana winds, and this is part of it. The winds just carry this direction and hit the west end of the valley here, the San Fernando Valley, and so that's where we're getting. You can see the smoke just laying down across the ground there. So that's a sign of some heavier winds.
No,
at least
that
in
don't
this area
count
for
towards
now.
my
For us, we're up higher.
subscribers.
We're
You got to
about
hit the subscribe button for that to
7,400
count.
feet, and it's not too bumpy up here at this altitude, but down low it looks like it's pretty windy.
Yeah, at the surface.
No
and
problem,
we talked
proud
about this a
fur
lot,
mom.
Glenn Lou Gil, you know, the winds are a little stronger, and he's up there at about 7,500 feet. Gil, they're getting some gusts up there in the helicopter. However, the gusts are stronger on the ground.
And Kai, as the evening comes, do the winds get stronger tonight? Are the gusts sustained? How does that work?
Well, what we're going to see, we call them sundowner
Good
winds.
morning,
So as
redfish,
day
bluefish.
changes tonight, the winds will get stronger. They will pick up. We'll continue to see sporadic wind gusts through the rest of the day today. In this area in particular, like I'm looking at sustained winds
Good
in that
morning,
area right
Josie.
now, probably at about 21 to 23, 25 miles per hour. So that puts the gusts anywhere between 26 up to 30 miles per hour. There could be a few gusts, but this is not that consistent and widespread wind event like we saw taking place from late Monday into Tuesday and Wednesday. This is a little bit more isolated to strictly these funnel areas and not just coming out of the Newhall Pass, as Gil just mentioned, but also out into the Cajon Pass as you head into San Bernardino, Riverside County. And the high wind warning, Lou, to answer your question, yeah, it's going to continue in these areas through the night tonight, should expire by tomorrow morning during the 8 o'clock hour. But I say should because we're still looking at the dangerous conditions and the Santa Anas. There will be bursts here and there. And as you look at that smoke, well, that's what's giving us, of course, this hazardous air quality here in Southern California. And again, the high wind warning until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The red flag warning continues until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. And that's because of the extremely dry air that's all over Southern California. What we're seeing is that quick ignition. And even this is a little bit of a low grass fire. It's so dry out there. And Gil, I'll let him actually describe this a little bit more in a moment, but that's how the fire spreads so rapidly. And Gil, if you could talk to that, talk about just how dry this grass is, talk about how dry the air is.
Yeah, it's very dry out here. It's been that way for quite a while. You can see the rolling hills here, the trails that lead up in through this area, and just absolutely dry. Of course, the Chatsworth Reservoir, nothing in it right now. So locally, any kind of reservoir it's lacking water in this area. It's unknown where the LA City Fire is getting their water for their helicopters. They likely set up a helibase in the foothills here close by, and that's where they're going to get water from a water tender that will fill up the aircraft, and then they'll take off again. So we're just trying to get the lay of the land out here for the people that live in this area. With the map in, you can see the different streets. I draw grass out here and a lot of it.
Right. And then Gil, also, if you could talk to the viewers at home about the ember spread. I know that we've seen a lot of these fires popping off from embers that fly up to 2, 3, and 5 miles in distance. Can you kind of talk to that subject?
The winds are picking back
absolutely,
up too.
Ty.
So
There's the 101 freeway there. It's
all right, we had some technical
He's
difficulties.
going to come back in a second, but I'm certain what he's going to say is you're looking at the topography out there, Glenn and Lou, and yes, some of the fires that we are looking at and what Gil is describing, when you go from the Pacific Palisades all the way to Topanga Canyon, the fire just didn't race that far. This is amber spread.
Yes.
Good morning, KC.
And the thing is, the direction this fire is going, there's a neighborhood, so it means the embers are blowing toward that
Towards that.
neighborhood on that side of the 101. But as we've seen before, these could jump the 101. It can actually end up connecting to the Palisades fire down the road here.
Yeah, and of course, not even jumping the 101, but look at the neighborhood right there at the bottom of your screen. It's getting closer and closer to that neighborhood. So if you're here in this area near the Valley Circle, just to the north of the 101, you want to be prepared. Again, we talk about this. Have a plan. Be ready. Have your prescriptions, your clothing. Do it now while you have a calm, cool, and collected mind before you get anxious, stressed, and desperate. And this is a good time. And again, not just the folks in this particular neighborhood, but for the time being, all across Southern California, this can happen anywhere. And
embers
you
blow
can see
across the
smoke. It is
road, and
laying
that's how
down.
it
So that
jumps the
means that
road.
we are still looking at gusts
The
of up to
embers
35
jump.
to 40 miles per hour.
Well, and that's a great point, Kai. I love to see the air operations coming in. But you never know where this is going to pop. It hasn't been in the valley, right? It's only been in the Palisades and moving into Topanga. It was in Hollywood. But it can literally pop up anywhere. And that's why you've got to be prepared. So many people have been prepared, and this is the first time they've ever experienced something like this. And just...
Yeah, and then the other thing about that's scary is folks in Hollywood last night, they live in apartment buildings surrounded by concrete, and they're being evacuated. They never thought that would happen.
Exactly.
But it hit them hard, and they realized it could happen because we're watching communities like Altadena, the Pacific Palisades, surrounded by concrete going up in flames.
And by the way, we saw footage last night too, is when that happened, basically... Okay, so we're going to leave this now. Officials are holding a press conference to update us on the Eaton fire. Let's listen in.
Town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home? They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, Her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement in Los Angeles County,
Maui
I'm
Part
the primary
2,
regional
what it seems
coordinator
like.
for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us. And as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier, there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters, and the fire chief will come up and talk next. We're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right. Because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have a confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes.
Awesome.
But they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas in around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes.
No improvement,
so we'll continue
not yet.
to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us,
I've been sleeping
we have
extra.
increased resources
Like, I
for
feel super
our
duper
burglary
refreshed
and
today.
looting suppression.
Okay, PJ is
Unfortunately,
live.
there
If
have
you
been
ain't
crimes
added
out there that have
PJ
been
yet,
reported to us by
make sure you
residents
add
who have evacuated.
my beautiful girlfriend PJ Vision. She is live right now for a few minutes. So make sure you guys add her if you haven't yet. For all my regular viewers, just type in PJ Vision. She is live right now.
Homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over. When somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the fire chief for Los Angeles County, best looking fire chief, Tony Maroney.
Tony Maroney. Come on, Tony.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of
Best
the board.
looking one.
So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident
Tony
to
Maloney.
assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,500 and 27 personnel assigned. And like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning, we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition, and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department, along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time. If it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder.
Murder.
And the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson. And we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there. So priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Yes, Barbara. We've been here for a little over 6 hours.
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up, we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swen, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
That was quick. He's one of them hit it and get it
Now
kind of
we'll have
guys.
Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustin. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them.
Good
For my
morning, guys.
residents,
If you're just
we're
tuning in,
committed,
hit that like button.
to get back to full restoration as long as that takes. And you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
All right, let's do a news conference and update on the Eaton fire,
Yes,
which is now up to
there's multiple fires.
13,690 acres. About 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged. And more importantly, because of some looting going on, Sheriff Robert Luna says that there is now curfew, Altadena area from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes.
But we do have developing news here in the West Hills area.
Let's get straight to Gil Lavis. He's up in Sky 5 over West Hills. Hi.
Hi, Lou and Glenn. You're looking at the starting point of this fire near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. This started, according to the fire department, LA City Fire got the call just after 2:30 this afternoon of the brush fire breaking out in the hills here. It made rapid growth here, a really quick moving fire in those grasses. It's already pushed into these homes here. This is going to be off of Mountain Gate Road and the 101 freeway. The backyards of these homes. As I zoom in here, you'll see how close the fire is. They didn't have much time to evacuate here to try to get out of harm's way, but you can see how
We're going to jump over to this.
And I'm just sorry that you're no longer with us.
It's devastating. Gina Silva reporting there. It's devastating.
There's just no words. And there were 10 deaths so far. And
10 deaths.
They're finding out more and more some of these stories. You know, so much devastation with the loss of homes, but you know, people can be grateful that they're they're safe. To hear
I'm okay.
That people have died and died in this manner it's just so devastating, so heartbreaking.
It just compounds it. Died in this manner.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves this. It's horrifying.
Oh, yeah. It just leaves, you speechless when you hear these stories. We certainly send our best to him and his family, and we're so sorry for the loss of your sister, and to all the victims out there that have been affected by not just the Palisades fire, but the Eaton fire. We do have multiple fires still burning across Southern California. There's a lot of help out there, the community coming together, and there's also, there's definitely some good that is coming out of this. We also have some better news in terms of wind conditions. There is a light at the end of the tunnel there as well. We just have to get through just to the early half of today. We are still dealing with those really strong gusty winds in some spots, and the winds are highly variable. High wind warning is still in place across Southern California. Red flag conditions, unfortunately, also still in effect, because when you couple dry conditions and those gusty winds, it could also lead to additional erratic fire behavior. So keep that in mind and be on your toes. We're going to also continue to keep you posted with whatever information that we have available. And unfortunately, we are still picking up 20-plus-mile-an-hour winds in those very same vulnerable locations like the Palisades and out towards areas along the 5 corridor. So even our local freeways still feeling those crosswinds. Meanwhile, much of the basin on the calm side, the IE, Orange County, doing right now pretty good, but eventually as we get into the morning, things are expected to ramp up just a little longer, guys. Here's a look at our wind future cast. You can see downwind through the 15 also being impacted in the Santa Ana Mountains. We were dealing with hurricane force winds in this peak of this latest Santa Ana winds, where if you recall, we're dealing with 80, 90-plus-mile-an-hour gusts, just incredible conditions. Now we're seeing the gusts coming down just a little. We're looking at the range of 60 to perhaps even isolated areas to 70 miles an hour or so, but definitely not as strong as where we were. As we push into 9 a.m., 10 a.m., by noon, you're going to also notice the contour areas relaxing a little bit, and that's a good indication that these strong offshore winds are also backing off. And by late night Friday, look at the shift in winds. We're actually going to be picking up the onshore flow, and that's going to bring in some moist air. So the winds go from the ocean to land, and that's going to elevate our humidity, and that's going to help the firefighters. But it's also, depending on the strength of the onshore flow, it could also pose another type of hazard when you're dealing with winds now pushing in the opposite direction. So we'll be watching the wind behavior. Meanwhile, red flag conditions continue to be in place with low relative humidity, and with the active fires, air quality incredibly poor. There's going to be a lot of
that
smoke
air
in the
quality, you
atmosphere
got to watch
today,
out
so
for
make sure you
that.
protect yourself and protect yourself and each other. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Okay, so let's jump on over here.
But again, this fire is moving pretty quickly, and this is that grass. That grass burns so quickly. It burns really fast, and that's why it went all the way from Victory in the Valley Circle area to this particular neighborhood in no time at all, in about 15 to 20 minutes. And there's a helicopter. Hopefully they're looking towards making a water drop in. But again, there's a lot of homes packed in this little area there in the Mountain Gate community.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping up as Mountain Gate on our map, but it's actually called Mountain View.
Mountain View.
Yeah, because Mountain Gate is over
Mountain
by
Gate
the
is off
Getty.
this, by
And
the-
there's a Mountain Gate Street in there. I know
Right.
that. I
Mountain
looked
View.
that up too.
Yeah.
But it's Mountain View. But again, there's a good drop.
And the entrance to get in there is on Moreau Road, which kind of runs parallel to
Yes.
the 101.
Yes.
And the concern is if they've had problems in this neighborhood before.
Yep.
And if it goes through this Mountain View community, like I said, Moreau Road runs right just next to north of the parallel to the 101.
Yeah.
And if it jumps the 101, then we've got this fire down in the
Malibu.
Calabasas. Well, this is actually Calabasas.
Yeah, but Agura.
But you're going to get on the other side, and you've got all kinds of
Right. And that street you're talking about, Moreau, that runs right there along the 101. A lot of people take that when they go east and there's traffic on the 101 off of Malibu Canyon. They'll use that as sort of a frontage road, if you will, to get back on the freeway over there by Valley Circle and then head into Woodland Hills. But you can see the freeway open right now. That is a look at the 101 at the bottom of your screen, and it's open going both east as well as west. So there haven't been any closures yet, but I wouldn't be shocked if the CHP isn't talking about that very shortly, at least going in the westerly direction, a little bit closer to that fire.
And and this is going to be, like I said, sort of a situation, not as many people, but like the Palisades Highlands, and Palisades Road, one way in, one way out.
Yeah.
And it's a great example. Like, you can see those
There's
flames
that
right
flame.
there.
That's
Hopefully they're going to jump in there with the air ops and be able to drop some phos check or water on that. But example, for the last few days, on Tuesday morning, we saw on Palisades Drive people trying to get out. It was a mad rush, a traffic jam. And then we saw it again last night in Hollywood when they sent out that evacuation, mad rush for people to leave. Again, it's just, this can pop up anywhere. And for example,
All right, thank you for your donation there, Carolina Nana. Thank you so much. Jump on the Dolly train this morning. All right, all aboard. Dolly got to eat. Dolly got to survive. Okay, so thank you, Caroline.
Up anywhere. We are not out of the woods with this wind event.
And also, it's not just this Mountain View community. There's at the very end up there in East Los Virgenes Road, there's a big community there too. There's
A lot
there's
so
lots of
far,
homes.
at least
There's
10,
businesses in that
11.
particular area. This is to the north of the 101. A lot of people go south. They go into Malibu, so they're not familiar with this area. But yeah, there's a lot of homes and businesses up in that particular area as
Let's jump back over here.
With firefighting efforts are committing a federal crime punishable by up to 12 months in
That's
prison.
where the drone
FAA
hit.
also says that it treats such violations seriously and considers swift enforcement action for such offenses.
Breaking news now on the wildfires continues after the break.
Cameras roll as a woman confronts Governor Gavin Newsom on the response and recovery efforts.
All right. They're at break.
And this wind event is continuing to stick around. We've got a high wind warning until tomorrow, Friday morning at 6 a.m. So these winds are not laying down. It is 326. We will continue to see these winds staying strong. The sun will go down by about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'll look at the exact time. But as that happens, as we start to go from day to night, the winds will most likely begin to pick up a little bit more. And of course, this is a very dangerous area. This is a red flag area, and there's no need to explain that because it's just super bone dry in this area, guys.
All right, let's check in with Samantha Cortese. She's in our newsroom right now. Samantha, do you have information on evacuations?
I do, yes. I have information on mandatory immediate evacuations. Sorry, let me grab my mic here. I've just been sitting up here for a while watching this fire, and LAFD has now ordered the area of Van Owen, Burbank, Valley Circle to evacuate now. That's Van Owen Street to Burbank, and then County Lane to the east to East Valley Circle have been ordered to evacuate immediately. They have just uploaded a map. I don't know if we have that on the tablet here, but you can see its proximity to the evacuation warnings and orders already in place for the Palisades fire. And once you jump over the 101, get into Hidden Hills, as you all have been talking about, that's where we're seeing this Kenneth fire really explode. We got word that it was about 20 acres at 2:45 this afternoon, quickly grew to 50 acres by 3 p.m. And I know there's been discussion of it growing to 1,000 acres. People watching Bell Canyon, we know they've been hit hard in the last 6 years when that city and area, I guess, had to rebuild because of a fire. So now we're
of the devastating wildfires. I'm Bob DeCastro.
Hey there, I'm Brooke Thomas. Yes, it's Good Day LA. We're coming up on 4:30. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire. And right now, the fire is only 6% contained.
We've also learned that 2 people have died in that fire. Let's go to Gigi Gracia.
Oh,
with the
Lord.
latest there.
We're at
Gigi, good
10
morning.
now.
Those preliminary numbers, Bob and Brooke, are in, and they're absolutely staggering. We're talking about over 5,300 structures. That includes homes, businesses, and more are damaged or a total loss, like this apartment complex here on Sunset Boulevard in Paseo Miramar. The roof has collapsed. The building appears to be a total loss, and the garage is flooded with water. This is just some of the damage that you can attach a dollar amount to. And then there are the lives lost, as you mentioned. At least 2 people are dead in the Palisades fire, and that count, sadly, officials tell me, is expected to go up. Take a look. Skyfox was above entire neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades that had been leveled by the Palisades fire. One house standing here and there, the rest burned to the ground. That fire changing lives, so many lives forever. In neighboring Malibu, the scene repeated itself, house after house on Pacific Coast Highway and in the hills, burnt to the ground. Business after business also destroyed in Malibu. And again, with only 6% containment, this firefight is far from over. And then there are the injured. No exact number, but many are burn victims. And yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt-out homes, 2 of them in Malibu, including one on PCH, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to be that of a homeowner who stayed behind reportedly to try and save the house. The head of FEMA flying into LA yesterday offering federal assistance, while President Biden committed federal funding to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. And take a look. Fire victims can now apply for federal assistance by going to FEMA's website, disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov, G-O-V. We're also going to have that for you on our website, foxla.com. And again, these numbers that we got yesterday are preliminary, and they are expected to go up. Reporting live in Pacific Palisades this morning, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back
So we're at 10, multiple people, they finding bodies now.
Thousands evacuated. The National Guard has now been deployed.
Their mission is, of course, protecting communities and also, from things like looters. They want to support local law enforcement. Mario Ramirez is live in Altadena with more. Mario.
Hi, Brooke Bob. When we were in these neighborhoods yesterday, we talked to a few homeowners who had serious concerns about looting, so much so they didn't want their property to be shown at all out of fears that they may be targeted by criminals. Now, that is why you see this show of force here behind me. Law enforcement now getting help from the California National Guard. They've moved in to help with these wildfire efforts in the areas of both the Palisades fire and here around the Eaton fire. Now, after Governor Newsom's approval, 400 of these Guard members have now been deployed in armed military vehicles, and we've seen those National Guard troops making their way through these evacuated neighborhoods this morning. The purpose, to assist law enforcement with traffic control and ensuring these fire zones are kept safe. The deployment comes after 20 people have been arrested for looting in evacuation zones between Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Listen here.
We're just here to, help protect, make sure people don't go into the evacuation zones and make sure there's no looters around here. We don't want people, even the homeowners, we don't want them to be in danger of the fires.
So the death count is expected to rise.
It's what I signed up to do. I didn't sign up just to be like some kind of Captain America. That's not my thing. I signed up to,
Yes, this is the morning news. The most recent news out right here.
And it's hard to believe
Beverley, thank you. Keeping Dolly alive. Dolly got to eat this morning.
Of empty homes in these neighborhoods, and that is why hundreds of deputies have been patrolling these evacuation zones, now getting help from the California National Guard. The fire has now burned nearly 14,000 acres. Tens of thousands of residents are still under those mandatory evacuations that have not changed since yesterday. For now, we're live here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. A local mom and a lawyer from the Palisades confronted Governor Gavin Newsom over.
Oh, this is good. We watched this last night.
Martha Kellner first reported on Rachel Darvish, who urged Newsom to take action, saying her daughter's school was destroyed. She approached Newsom as he was about to enter an SUV.
Here. Evacuation order for Malibu, east of Las Flores.
As the emergency alerts continue unabated across Los Angeles, Rachel is returning to the Pacific Palisades.
Oh, 719 Island Street, gone.
It's been home her whole life, but she barely recognizes it.
Wow, look at that devastation.
Every corner, almost complete destruction.
This was a little cooking store thing. This is a parking lot for a center.
Firefighting planes bringing water from the ocean to tackle the blazes still raging in all parts of this city. Growing too is anger at a perceived lack of preparedness by authorities.
We shouldn't be seeing this.
Unbelievable.
This is where people need to wake up. Because if you're voting and you're picking people for softness or for the fuzzy feeling you got because they seem like they're good people, I want to know that we're going to have someone in charge.
Then Rachel spots a face she recognizes.
Is that Gavin Newsom? That's the governor. That's the governor. Governor, I live here, governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear
Dolly,
it?
check Messenger. Okay.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is being criticized by some for water mismanagement as hydrants ran dry while fires multiplied.
So I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's
I didn't get nothing from you on Messenger.
individual assistance and to help you. I'm devastated. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one building another.
I didn't see nothing from you on Jimmy Jam's TV.
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants,
That's
Governor?
all being, that's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything.
fill the hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see the. Do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
Diminishing winds are bringing some
I mean,
respite for firefighters, but it's likely to be brief.
shout out to that woman.
As estimated losses surge, there is still zero containment of this fire. Officials say they don't know the death toll. Dogs will be brought in to search this rubble for fatalities. Jeffrey and his partner Nicole are returning to their seaside community, once a little slice of paradise.
Each one is an individual neighbor. So this was my dearest friend, Gayleen, who I've known for my whole
Hit
life.
the like if you're
35
just
years.
coming in, and sub up if you haven't.
We play pool every Friday. That was Ben's house. These are like my closest friends here.
They sift through the dust. In a plastic box, everything they can find. A turtle figurine, a garden gnome, a house name plaque. It's very little, but in a place where the loss is so huge, it means so much.
The LA Unified School District is handing out grab-and-go meals while schools are closed. Parents can actually stop by any distribution site from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m. tomorrow and collect 2 meals per student. For a complete list of the distribution sites, go to foxla.com. This morning at 9 o'clock, Superintendent Alberto Carvalho and first partner Jennifer Siebel Newsom are going to visit the distribution center at
She was a
John
cougar.
H.
Okay.
Elected Middle School at 9 this morning.
Hey, Nancy,
One way to
watching
know
on
that
Facebook.
Many of you might have received yet another evacuation alert. It was sent to Los Angeles today. We got it here in West LA, and a lot of you are actually DMing us and asking us whether or not this was a legitimate alert. Well, it happened around 4 o'clock. No new evacuation orders have been issued. The alert was sent in error. A similar evacuation alert was sent yesterday to Los Angeles County residents.
Oh my God, they better stop making
You can understand the
mistakes.
panic that sets in, though.
People are still on
so
edge.
much going on. for
Fires are
sure.
still breaking out. There's still winds to deal with.
Yeah, listen, we're
So,
here and it shakes us.
Yeah.
So I understand.
People are wondering, is this something I should take
Good morning,
seriously? They
Ashley.
tell us to take it seriously. So
Exactly.
it's crazy that they need to figure out that alert system out.
Well, yeah, we need to.
Yeah, he does sound like Brian
because
Eaton.
that's the second alert that is
Eaton.
an error. I got the one yesterday, and we all got the one from yesterday, and this one. So the update is that they're both in error, correct? Bob and Brooke.
Yes,
If you're just coming in, give the video a like, and if you ain't subbed up yet, please sub up and ring the bell for notifications.
Active fires here in Southern California, and we continue to remind folks if you get that evacuation notice to act accordingly. But
Hey,
we'll,
Angela,
be on top
good to
of all
have
that
you
for
here.
We're on top of course, this latest round of Santa Ana winds. I have some good news. Finally, we get a little bit more of a longer break after. This afternoon and into the evening, into tomorrow. Winds will finally relax. It'll be more manageable, and firefighters can really get a better handle on those active fires that are currently burning across Southern California. They'll be able to find new spot fires, put out any
Fire's still
flare-ups,
going,
and
Sin.
winds and Mother Nature are going to finally cooperate. Today, we're looking at
6% contained.
wildfires. Smoke advisories are in effect, and that is letting you know to protect yourself accordingly, close those windows. And it's also part of the reason why a lot of kids in the Los Angeles Unified School District are also off, because you want to limit your outdoor activity or avoid doing so. Breezy conditions will unfortunately still keep red flag conditions in place through at least 6 p.m. tonight. Winds currently still a problem for many areas across Southern California. We still have high wind
Good morning,
warnings
boat builder.
and wind advisories, but this time around it's not as strong as those ferocious hurricane
Caroline,
conditions. We're
don't
now dealing
you
with gusts instead
understand
of
why?
80s, 90s.
Don't understand why.
Winds. We're only going to be looking, I say
I'll
only,
check
but
again.
it's still strong, 50 to 60 plus miles an hour, and that continues to be a threat.
All right, let me
for Southern
post my
California because
Facebook
we're
for
still
you.
very dry. A new fire, an ember lands somewhere in a separate vegetation area that could spark a new fire and become another issue. Here are the
There's
warnings
my
currently in
Facebook.
place.
Send
High
it
wind
there.
warnings We're going to start with the Inland Empire communities, as well as Orange County and the local mountains out towards San Bernardino, Riverside counties, and San Gabriel Mountains. We're looking at winds sustained, eventually going into a little later this morning.
Oh, probably sent the
20
Dolly
to
Vision.
35
Okay.
miles an hour, and the gusts still possible 50 to 60. And all the local roadways, watch out for those crosswinds. We have authorities also advising motorists that are driving the big rigs and campers to be extra cautious, especially driving along the 15 through the Cajon Pass, the 10 freeway through the San Gorgonio Pass as you're heading in and out of the Coachella Valley, and also into San Diego, also experiencing those very strong winds. But the high wind warnings, again, there for the IE as well as Orange County is expected to expire at 6 a.m. this morning. So winds will quickly calm in those areas. As I mentioned, winds are going to be highly variable.
Okay, I got it.
Advisories also in place for Ventura County and LA County. And unfortunately, in and around near the fire zones, high wind warnings are still
These are the
applicable
winds.
there till about 2 p.m. And then after that, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, speaking of breathing, the fires are creating, as we mentioned, a lot of smoke in the atmosphere. So
Look at that wind.
to be outdoors. Red flag conditions because we're still dry. We're still dealing with gusty winds. Any new fire could spark. We're going to keep that in mind. And I went ahead and plotted
Wow.
the vulnerable areas where the active fires are currently taking place. We have the Kenneth fire, the new one. Currently, I think I got a tally of 35% in terms of containment. So that's good.
35%.
The Hearst fire, 37% containment. So we're moving in the right direction. Palisades fire. Went from 0% containment to 6% as of the latest on the CAL FIRE website. And eyes on the Eaton fire.
That ain't very much.
0% containment there. Here's a look at our future winds. The highlighted
All right, guys, we're at
indicate where the strongest winds will continue to blow.
62,423 subscribers. If you ain't subbed up yet, sub up.
And finally, look at that. This is what we've been waiting for. The winds.
You don't see any red, you know,
exactly.
or not much red there.
Yeah. But you notice the wind directions are changing. So we've got moisture on the increase. So humidity levels are going to be so much better. That's going to help. But the reversal of winds could pose a separate problem because now you're getting winds coming from the opposite direction. So we've got to also worry about the opposite locations that could be affected by the fires. Traffic conditions. We also want to remind folks, stay away from the fire zones. PCH still shut down until further notice due to the Palisades fire. Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel and Topanga Canyon Boulevard shut down from Mulholland to PCH again due to the Palisades fire.
Wow, PJ.
All right, light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
When you said that. Appreciate it. Samara, thank you.
Thousands of families have lost their homes in the fire.
Coming up, a family including 2 young boys.
Okay. So, wow, the Weather Channel. Who would think the Weather Channel would do something like that? Okay. The Weather Channel actually has a video posted, guys. Trigger warning.
To Wood Lake Street. Those are the specific.
Hold on, let me turn this down for a second. I want to tell you about this. It's been posted on X, okay? And it is a video of them walking through the rubble of some of the burn up places, and there are burnt bodies, charred on the ground. And this was captured by the Weather Channel, okay? I don't know why is the Weather Channel showing dead bodies? When did the Weather Channel start covering fires? I guess because they're covering the winds, but they're literally just showed, I was watching X and it was the Weather Channel and they showed a charred body. Okay. That is brutal for real. I swear to you, I can't make it up. So they actually showed a charred body on the Weather Channel. They're walking through the rubble of a burnt down house and there's a body, and I mean charred, laying on the ground. Okay. Let me see if it gives any more. The Weather Channel debris, but you can see the skeletal remains, the skull, and the rest of the body burnt. So, wow, that was brutal.
They walked through what was left of their home for the first time.
We're here
Look
on
at
Fair
that.
Oaks in Altadena.
Oh my God.
And, this is a friend of mine and her family. She, Daisy, is coming here for the first
Unreal.
time. Her kids were not really grasping the
This
concept
is
of
super
losing their
horrible.
house, and they insisted. Your older son insisted that he wanted to see all of this, right?
He wanted to see his home. He wanted to come back and check his home. He was, we were watching the fire from our window, so he wanted to also see his school and make sure that everything was there. But he doesn't understand that we lost our home. He was upset. He was crying, but now
Wow.
it's like.
And now what do you think is, as you watch them look at this devastation?
It gets me comfort to see they're innocent, how they just don't understand the concept of pain, of losing things. Like, I thought they were going to take this a little bit harder and difficult, but they, to me, it's sad to see everything that we work for, everything that we built here to just be gone in hours.
We didn't realize that our house was gonna burn like this, and a lot of stuff that we left in our house and it's burning.
That video has 9 million views.
And it's gonna make me a little sad, but I don't know why. But this is what happened to our house, and a lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere.
Oh Lord.
And now it's
So many people reposting this video.
lost its color and stuff. And these are the only things I have. This. Oh no. And this.
The video has 9 million views on X.
And now it's gone.
Good Lord.
Now we can't get presents here anymore. We have to replace this house and have a different house.
We already prepped them to understand that they're going to go to Florida, that we don't have a home. So maybe that's why they're taking things so calm. But to me, it's just not, I don't have any comfort not, knowing that everything that we built and everything that we had is just gone. We didn't grab nothing. I just grabbed one luggage for all of us, for us four. So I thought we were just going to be able to come back. You just
He's a smart kid, yeah.
Burning,
Where there's nothing.
Yeah.
Is this your first time seeing it, or did you come
No,
before?
I came up yesterday, so I got the major impact yesterday, but
Wow.
it's just devastating. Everything we
I almost wish I didn't see that.
How long have you guys lived here?
That's what, 3.5 years, I think, almost 4 years now. And
And in that time period, I know, in order to make a home, a house that you just move into, a home, what kinds of things did you do?
Well, we've been doing a lot. When we bought the house, it was kind of a fixer-upper. We've done a lot of electrical work. We've done plumbing work. We've replaced sewer lines. We've done a lot just to make it more comfortable.
We just did the window. We replaced,
just replaced all the windows.
about a month ago. And we owe the AC system too. That was quite of an expense to do all the AC, do all the, fireproof windows. That
Fireproof windows didn't work.
This is part of your car.
Fireproof windows.
That's my license plate, what's left of it, yeah.
So thank you both for talking with me and letting us see.
Wow.
It all just puts things.
Fireproof windows.
We'll be right back.
Well, your roof ain't fireproof, so what good is fireproof windows? All right, let's close that down. Let's go over here to. Got to see this. This is the current situation on the LA fires. Okay. It looks pretty brutal. Current situation of the wildfire in LA. All right. It looks pretty damn brutal too, I have to say. Look at that. Look at them flames. So we're monitoring all the news stations. We're monitoring the scanners. We're monitoring X and Instagram. How is it so bad still? Oh my God. Listen, they're saying that parts of this fire is only 6% contained. All right. So that ain't very much. At the most we've heard some of these fires are upwards of 30% contained. We're hearing there's more bodies that they're going to be going through with cadaver dogs and actually searching the rubble for bodies, because we do know there's bodies in the rubble. We seen that on the Weather Channel. I don't know what the hell the Weather Channel was thinking, but now that's all over the internet for loved ones to see that person basically cooked, burnt, a burnt body on the Weather Channel. Oh my God. And just think about all the animals that are there, guys, trigger warning. It ain't just people, but animals also in this rubble that, have lost their lives. So right now, this fire is still raging. This fire still could possibly take more lives. The fire, depending on the weather, this could spread even more. This is a serious situation that is developing in California.
The beauty, the natural beauty is there. So we have to rebuild that community. I have so many neighbors that have lost their homes.
So this is absolutely brutal. So much heartbreak, and so many people have lost everything. That is just look at some of these scenes. Oh my God. Seems like the fire is trying to take Cali. Yes. Joe Rogan was talking about this. All they needed was, the right fire with the right winds, and all of Cali would burn.
At the least, right. I'm Brooke Thomas. Thanks for choosing us for your breaking fire coverage today.
Thank you. I'm Bob DeCastro. We're going to get right to Stu Mundell. He's up in the air right now, taking a look at some of the flare-ups, the hot spots. He's got this early view. Stu, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And the fires continue to burn. Not quite what we were seeing the first couple of days, but definitely some big flare-ups. Now, there's a little confusion on where we're going, what we're doing. But right now, I'm actually going to show you some of the Palisades fire. This is going to be near Canyon area. We were making our way out to Calabasas because we understand there's a flare.
That was definitely a body princess.
And there definitely
definitely.
Is, on the way, we definitely caught
it's a full skeleton.
There's a couple of those hot spots, and this is actually the Palisades fire, but it's the far west region.
I know a body when I see one.
Out over towards Topanga Canyon.
It was clear.
Beyond. Actually, the map is showing me that this is actually going to be the Agora Hills area. But take a look at that. Still a lot of active fire out here, and the fire department's still fighting it. Now, the reason why we came out to the Calabasas is because we understand that there was
it's 100% a body, no doubt in my mind.
Camera around, find that exact hot spot. But as we understand it, there is definitely a hot spot there as well. You can see it right there. It was actually under us, not a far away from us. But this is the Kenneth fire. This is the one that popped up yesterday. As I understand it, it was arson, and they actually had somebody in custody. But right now, you can see those flames still continuing to burn out here. LAC
they have somebody in custody for the Kenneth fire.
Moments ago, the winds picked up in the early morning hours, and apparently the flames really starting to kick up as well. The fuel out here is light grass, and that is probably one of the big concerns because that will move very, very quickly and burn. It's like a flash fuel, and then as it gets into other fuels like thicker brush and or those homes that are nearby, that could be the problem. But right now, number of fire department down there personnel, and of course they are working to get these flames under control. I'm still up at Sky Fox.
They are investigating the Kenneth fire as a possible arson, Stu. And just really quickly, I know you just got up there, but they were trying to fight this fire overnight. Any sign that they still have some of those air assets up there this morning?
Definitely still have air assets out here, Bobby. And again, with that information about it possibly being an arson, I go with what you guys are telling me. I just was listening to some other people talking about it this morning. It's going to little bit of help. Everybody took their Dramamine this morning. There you go. Now we actually can get a better shot. And yes, there are air assets out here on our way out. We saw from a distance that there was at least one helicopter doing drops, and that fire still being fought by the fire department that was still here on scene doing mop up. There's like I said, those winds picked up a little bit this morning, and then all of a sudden those flames really started to kick. But you can see the fire department down there on scene, and that fire continues to burn.
All right, Stu, thank you. These images, it truly is stunning, just in the worst ways.
Right. And as much as has burned, there's still a lot of fuel out there that hasn't burned. So that's one of the big concerns.
And just watching Stu, go from this fire directly to this fire, it's hard.
As Stu mentioned, there is a lot of flash fuel out there, a lot of dry vegetation, and we're still under critical fire weather. Red flag conditions are still in place, so any new fires, if an ember from the Kenneth fire were to spread just a little, it could create a whole new set of problems. And we're still dealing with winds, a high wind warning still in place for Southern California.
Crazy.
For all counties.
It don't even look
Ventura
like it's
County,
slowing down. I mean, a little
County,
tiny bit, but
out
not
towards
much.
The Inland Empire communities, San Bernardino, Riverside, as well as Orange County areas where gusts are still pretty strong. And you can see there's a little bit of that wind component just based on the way the smoke is lofting. It's more of a horizontal slant, so you can tell the winds are still a problem. And we are expecting winds to continue to blow right around 50 to even 60 miles per hour, but definitely a little more improvement in terms of the hurricane winds that was brought on earlier this week. And that is, there's significant change there. So we are actually making a turn later this afternoon that winds will finally calm enough where firefighters can get a really good handle. Good to hear that the aerial assets are still flying, even though we're dealing with wind speeds of 20 to 30 sustained and 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts. You can see our current wind forecasts, or at least current wind conditions right now. The areas highlighted in the red, the stronger.
Okay, we're going to pull this up to watch. This is a man being arrested earlier today. Apparently, he was carrying a blowtorch. All right, let's start this at the beginning. You see the blowtorch in his hand? You see regular pedestrians grab him and hold him. Somebody trips him to the ground. And this man was arrested. This is the suspect they're saying they believe is in the Kenneth fire. All right. There's a little trip, little shove. So why would this man be having a blowtorch? He is in custody. We'll find out more about this if he is the man that they're saying is responsible for this fire. But when you see something like this, you got to do something. So thank God that these people were out there and they actually grabbed this guy.
Send back over to.
All right, so I want to thank you. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire, and the fire is only 6% contained.
We've also learned 2 people have died in the fire. Gigi Graciette, she's been out there covering the Palisades fire for the past couple of days. She has another look this morning. Gigi, good morning.
Good morning, Bob and Brooke. The losses are staggering, and keep in mind that these are only preliminary numbers, and we're talking about losses like what you see behind me. We're on Sunset Boulevard in Paseo Miramar, an apartment or condo building. The roof has collapsed. The garage is flooded with water. This building appears to be a total loss, and we're talking about over 5,300 structures like this, many of them homes damaged or destroyed. These are the material losses, one that you can actually attach a dollar amount to. And then there are the lives lost. As you mentioned, 2 people are dead in the Palisades fire, and that count sadly is expected to go up. And take a look at this. Skyfox was above entire neighborhoods here in the Palisades.
Fire tornado.
That have been leveled by the fire. One house standing here and there, the rest burned to the ground in the nearly 20,000 acre wildfire.
You got to see this
neighboring
guy.
Malibu, look, it's the same.
The fire tornadoes. All right. This is crazy. These are actually only in California, right? Is what the title is. But look, they're fire tornadoes. You know, I've seen things like water spouts over the water. I've seen, you know, dust bunnies is what they call them, you know, where they look like baby tornadoes. But these are 2 fire tornadoes. This is from the wind ripping. And you heard people say that the fire makes its own weather, right? Tell me that ain't crazy. All right. 2 of them. Mother Nature, right? This is brutal. We got people setting fires allegedly. We got fire tornadoes. We got earthquakes. It's all going down. It is all going down. in California. Okay. Now let's just jump to this. This is live action, some of what's going on.
And again, sadly, officials tell me they expect the death toll in the Palisades fire to go up. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
That's some sad news. Gigi, thank you. Well, 10 lives have been lost so far. That was the last death toll. 180,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders and 200,000 others on notice to leave. The impact of these wildfires is simply staggering.
The National Guard is now deployed in SoCal, and they're helping police monitor evacuated areas. Let's go to Mario Ramirez live with the latest. Mario.
Good morning. And 32,000 of those residents remain under mandatory evacuation orders here in this area. We're at Lake and Woodbury, and there have been hundreds of law enforcement, sheriff's deputies patrolling these evacuation zones. You can see they are now getting help from the California National Guard stepping in.
Crazy.
To wildfire efforts in the area. And this is one of about a dozen of these armored military vehicles that we've seen in the area this morning. 400 Guard members have now been deployed to assist
400
with traffic control,
National
securing these fire zones.
Guards.
This comes as 20 people have been arrested for looting in these evacuated areas between Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Governor Newsom approving the deployment, saying the state is using every resource to protect these communities, also warning that looting will not be tolerated. Meanwhile, we've heard it. Residents here have been pleading and
I said I've seen dust
during an
bunnies.
extremely difficult and heartbreaking time.
I mean, right now we can use any assistance we could take because this was devastating. It's a real disaster. I know like Katrina and all that was serious, but this is probably the closest that we're going to get the experience to something like that. It's like a movie. That's the best way I can put it. Like from when it was going on to the aftermath, it's just, best way I can put it is like a Hollywood movie. That's the best way I can put it.
Like a Hollywood movie, but this ain't no movie. This is real life.
Working through the legal process to put in place a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew in impacted areas, all in an effort to deter that criminal activity. Violators could face a misdemeanor or a felony charge if caught looting or stealing. Meanwhile, back out here live, we definitely see the show of force. We'll be here throughout the morning giving you updates, but many of those homes.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, make sure you give this video a like. And if you ain't subbed up, sub up. You could help us hit 63,000. I can't do it without you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Infusion of federal aid for the state's fire response.
We've got Doug Luzader live for us in Washington with more on this. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. And the president has a big briefing planned on the fires later today in the Oval Office. He's already making commitments to California, though, that go well beyond his remaining days in office. The futility of a garden hose against a wall of fire. This is what it has come to in some neighborhoods in California. And as fire crews struggle to control a number of raging fires, the losses are mounting.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7 homes just on this street.
A lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere.
We are with you. We're not going anywhere.
President Biden yesterday promising to help California beyond what the state is even asking for, having all U.S. taxpayers
Dust devils, dust bunnies, same thing.
Response.
I was talking with the governor. He requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days.
And that extends well into President-elect Trump's time in office. At the same time, California's governor, Gavin Newsom, and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass are facing difficult questions over water management decisions and cuts to fire budgets. And the president-elect did not hold back.
But they've had horrible politicians. I think that Gavin is largely incompetent, and I think the mayor is largely incompetent, and probably both of them are just stone cold incompetent. What they've done is terrible.
And of course, there has been,
wow.
a long
he didn't hold back, did he?
Over water management and disaster preparedness that goes back to Trump's first term in office. Bob and Brooke.
All of this promise, Doug, of money and aid from FEMA and the federal government. We're 10 days away now from the inauguration, so we have a changing of the guard here. What happens now that the money is promised? Can that change with the new administration? What happens after Trump takes office?
Well, I suppose it could. And, and at some point, FEMA's coffers will have to be refilled. And at this point, we don't know who's going to be in charge of FEMA in the new administration either. So there are a lot of questions right now. But, yeah, it's important to keep in mind that one executive action by one president can be undone by another.
All right. Doug Luzader live for us in Washington. Doug.
Yeah, good to see you, Doug.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
All right, more fire coverage coming up for you after the break. Stay with us. Look at that, Bob. Oh, my goodness.
Okay. So let's jump over here. Let's see what I was just sent. But it's only getting worse out there. Okay. I seen this. This is the plane picking up water. For you guys that ain't see it, we will show it. Because a lot of people didn't think that these planes were scooping up water like this. But you see the planes, they fly. I didn't even know a plane could fly that close to the water without crashing, without, them propellers on the bottom. Not propellers, but what are they, like pontoons? I thought a plane had to have pontoons to get that close to the water. But these things actually skim the water. That must be scary as a pilot to do that. So, and you got to be able to fly that damn plane good to be able to do something like that. So they are scooping up salt water. A lot of people said they wasn't using salt water because salt water kind of messes up the ground and stuff like that. But they're definitely using salt water. All right, I'm getting more stuff coming in. And we're monitoring all the news channels this morning, guys. We're monitoring X, Instagram, anywhere that anything could go down. We got our eyes on the prize, okay? So I wasn't supposed to grab this. Let's put this back over here where it's supposed to be. Let's see what's coming in. Okay, let's see what this is. I like to watch it first before I show it.
This one right here. We moved into
Just a video of what folks are going through with these fires in Cali.
Did the floors and we put in windows and doors and painted and just put my grandchildren loved it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my family. We hosted Christmas Eve and Christmas Day here, and everybody was here.
Wow.
My little house.
Poor lady. Poor lady. It breaks my heart.
Just had his 4th cancer surgery. I poured everything into it. My nephew.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
I really am. I don't
can
even know what
imagine.
to say.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just.
You can't
haven't
say
been able to do
anything,
it. We're staying
right?
locked out.
It's
We don't know where to go.
devastating.
We don't know what we're doing. We were close neighbors. Buzz and Todd. His mom passed away and they took over the house. John just lost his wife that he adored, but was taking care of that house. She was a Superior Court judge. And Beverley and John,
These were
so
some
much
nice
love.
houses
So
too.
incredible. And the house,
Oh
I
my
just can't
God.
believe they're all gone. Like
they're all gone. See, Debbie and us and Tina, our children went to school together from kindergarten. Our kids are in their 47 years old. And Debbie's 47-year-old son tragically passed away last
Wow.
August.
Poor
Her
lady.
oldest child. Her grief is so deep. I can't imagine.
Oh my God. See, I mean, listen, it don't matter how much money you got, because you can see these were nice homes. It's destroyed these people. This woman's completely destroyed. You get somewhere so long and you've been there your whole life. That's all you know.
bring up the map so you guys can see kind of exactly where this is. Now, this is flash fuel, so it's going to burn very, very quickly. The concern is very obviously is that they don't want to get this near any of these homes or those embers to get into any mature brush or anything else out here. So that is the concern. They are making every effort to get these flames under control quickly. But of course, with those winds, that's going to make things difficult. And we have airdrops happening out here. We've seen 2, and it does seem to be effective. But take a look, just a couple minutes between those airdrops, and those flames are really starting to kick up once again. The winds are the biggest problem out here right now. I'm Stu up at Sky Fox. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, we'll take a thanks so much, Stu. Let's go to Samana Khan with a look at the forecast. Yeah, he says that the winds are an issue, or were an issue overnight, so something that we're watching very closely.
Yeah, and usually it is always there's a wind component to
the Kenneth fire is now 35% contained.
There was a little bit of a flare up, and we're watching that unfold because the winds are increasing. We're looking at wind speeds, at least near the Kenneth fire area. Gusts are almost up to 30 miles per hour. High wind warnings are still in place, as well as wind advisories, but there's some good news in terms of the winds. Eventually, later this evening, we're actually going to be looking forward
Here's a little breaking update from Dolly. Okay, the flare up is holding at 5 acres. This is the Kenneth fire. It is burning back into itself. Per incident command, 3 helicopters will remain assigned to the fire. Okay, so the Kenneth fire is 35% contained. It is not seem to be spreading, and they have 3 helicopters working on that fire as we speak.
And the Inland Empire communities also still under high wind warnings till about 6 a.m. So in just a little over half an hour, those high wind alerts for areas like Ontario are set to expire, because by then winds are forecasted to quickly back down. Here's a look at temperature. High stay in the 60s. We'll get a lot of cloud cover, but not more associated with all the
And
smoke.
the big fire is
active
6%
wildfires.
contained.
A smoke advisory currently in place, and that is just to remind folks to be aware, protect yourself, close those windows, turn on the air conditioner. Wildfire smoke
Bonnie,
again,
thank you.
widespread.
Thank you, Bonnie.
At this hour and into the afternoon.
You guys for
Winds
being here
will
with me
be
this
a little
morning.
bit more of an issue for mountain communities, but not until this afternoon. But by this evening, we're going to be looking at those winds again backing down. Here's a look at that wind future cast, the highlighted contours. Again, the locations where the strongest winds are currently blowing. But as we push forward, as we animate this out by midday, look at that. We're still dealing
PJ
with
can
winds,
post
but
the go
not as
send link.
strong and less of coverage in terms of area. And by tonight, 8 o'clock, looking good. And we're also seeing those wind arrows instead of the offshore flow. The onshore flow is going to help to increase the humidity, bring a little bit more moisture.
PJ, could you post the go send link?
Meantime, we are
with a
still
little write
working
up?
with strong winds, but we have better weather conditions again coming our way tonight. And traffic conditions. We also want to remind folks to stay away from the fire zones and the Palisades fire, which is the largest fire so far. We've got both directions of PCH still remaining closed, from Malibu Canyon Road all the way to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica. And yes, a reminder, it's Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
Good morning,
also
Jessica.
shut down from Mulholland all the way to PCH. So I'm back, and we'll be right back, actually. Stay with us.
All right, let's drop that down. All right, we got other things we can pull up while that goes.
And that's concerning. It's concerning for a lot of people. The warnings are butting up against the orders. And basically, as we've heard from Bob, if you see smoke over the house, it's time to get ready to go.
Yeah. And Sam, you're right. It would have been nice to have some water drops over the last few days, but unfortunately the winds have been so strong.
Brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so dangerous.
Oh, you can hear it going off in our newsroom now.
Yeah, there it is.
We are a couple people away.
So
no,
these are the warnings that we need to.
We're trying to hit
adhere to. We need to
62.5
respect these
today.
warnings
So
because
sub up, guys.
yes, these are very important, and folks all over this area here in the West Hills community are getting the
Thank
exact
you.
warnings that we're getting here on our phones in the studio. So that's what you're hearing at home. But again, back to the fact that it's a lot safer now for pilots to be able to fly in these areas because the winds in the atmosphere, in the mid-levels of the atmosphere where the fixed wing and the helicopters do fly, it's not as dangerous. The wind's a lot stronger down on the surface. But nonetheless, Sam, as you show everybody at home, this area in the West Hills community, evacuation warnings. And as the good Captain Bob told us earlier, Glenn and Lou, if you see that smoke coming up over your neighborhood, that means you must get out. You have to.
Okay, I want to post this link real quick. PJ just posted it, but I'm going to post it again. This is our Go Send link. You know, usually we do true crime here. We go out looking for missing people. We go to the crime scenes or to the affected areas. And this is how we afford to do it because we're a crowd-funded channel. So that is the link I just posted. If you want to help us out on our journey to get out to these crime scenes and affected areas, that is where you donate to. So if you got $1 or $2 you can spare, that's a good place to do it. Hit up that link. And if you do donate, throw in some stop signs in the chat so I can thank you personally. Okay, let's get back to it.
See how you can help Fox support families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation actually would enable the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from
This donation helps us respond.
Go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can actually just scan the QR code right there on your screen.
And I pinned it at the top,
We only
guys.
have 2 super scoopers available to us right now, and now one is grounded because of drones, right? So it's unbelievable that people would actually risk lives by putting a drone up in the skies, and you know it endangers people who are the pilots who are flying up there, and then now you're impeding firefighting efforts as well.
No problem. Thanks for being here, Andrew.
By the way, some of the people have been acting throughout this. It's horrible, but unfortunately, it's not unbelievable.
The Hollywood sign is still standing right now.
There in those fire zones.
All right, it's 5:24. We're going to get to more on the devastating fires after the break. We'll be right back.
Okay, this channel's going to a lot of breaks. They were running a marathon where they wasn't
I'm
breaking.
aware of, but it seems like everyone in the newsroom, no matter where we live, got that alert right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because I have all these days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, have not gotten one alert, and randomly I got this alert, and I'm not really near there. So it's fascinating how that works.
Yeah, well, we are lucky though that we're getting the alerts, that the community, the public is getting these alerts. It's keeping everybody on their toes, and that is the name of the game. Everybody needs to have a plan and be alert.
And it's such a just so sad because this fire that we're looking at here is not the only one. Again, you know, we've been covering all week the Eaton fire in Palisades, but there's a fire actively burning in the Topanga area as well right now, where it's super dense foliage in that area, and you know they need to be able to hit that with water as well. So I'm sure residents are frustrated and scared in that area as well. And again, as we talk about, it's going to be what, dark in an hour?
Yeah, probably around. If the sun is beginning to make its way.
All right, that's still on commercial.
Wind warning, which includes the areas that we're discussing here in Southern California till tomorrow morning. Red flag warning until Friday evening at 6 o'clock. We will continue to see breezy and erratic winds all the way through Saturday morning. We'll take a break Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, much of Sunday.
We're at 2,357 likes. Thank you, guys.
Santa Ana wind event that'll happen next Monday and Tuesday. I don't see it being as strong as the Santa Ana wind event that we have just experienced.
12 hours
that
a day.
widespread event. Nonetheless, though, any Santa Ana wind event is cause for concern.
Yeah.
I'm getting texts from people in my family and friends, family in West Hollywood saying, hey, me and my roommates just got an Amber Alert. I don't think that's what they meant to say.
Yeah.
But I would like a clarification from the city in some way.
All right. The time now is.
Well, we know that it's been reported that them alerts that came in, they were false alerts. Nobody has to evacuate right there that got that alert. This is the second one that went out that was a false alert. Okay. So LA, people in LA right there, you don't have to evacuate. That's a false alert. It was just reported on the news that it was a false alert, and they got to get that right. Because, you know, if you keep getting false alerts and then when you get the real alert, you won't believe it because you know, it's like the boy that cried wolf and you won't know when it's real. Right. So they got to get that right to where they don't send out false alerts, because then when you get the real one, you don't know to leave. Dolly, I don't understand how they can say that. I really feel like the people in charge just don't care. Andrew, Australia, right here, $10, Australia to help you. Aussie, oh, there you go. And one of these days, I'm going to make it out to Australia too. Beautiful place. I've always wanted to visit. So one day you'll see Dolly there. Okay. So thank you so much. All my viewers in Australia, around the globe, here in America. Everybody's concerned. You know, we're all just one big family on this planet. We got to look out for each other. We got to stand with each other united when tragedy strikes. You know, it's easy to kick people when they're down, but you know, it's harder to lean down, give them a hand and lift them up. It's a little bit harder, right? Anybody can kick somebody when they're down, but it takes a strong person to help somebody up. I just remember that. So
a little bit earlier, but at least we're looking at the white smoke here on the left-hand side. That is a great sign that those water drops have helped. Not a lot of dark smoke, and as you know, we've been covering these for so many years. That's a really good sign.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job. I mean, such a rapid response for this fire. Last night, the Sunset Fire,
incredible.
That was a very rapid response. And we have got to send out our huge thanks to firefighters who not only hit those two fires, the one today, Sunset Fire, but they continue to work on the Eaton fire, which went into Altadena, and of course, Pacific Palisades.
And everyone is so exhausted. I can't imagine first responders and firefighters and their families, because, you know, you have to expect that a lot of these firefighters who are trying to save our lives and our homes have their own homes and their own families that they're having to leave and go work.
Yeah.
Well, even us, we've been in contact with families ourselves. You know, and during a news conference, we'll get a
jump back over here.
Yeah. We'll begin with the Palisades fire. This one has burned nearly 20,000 acres.
Palisades fires 6%. That's right.
5,000 structures just burned. 2 people have died.
Here's the latest on the Eaton fire in Eaton Canyon above Altadena. 5 people have died. The fire has burned nearly 14,000 acres. Some 100 structures are destroyed. More than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including in parts of Pasadena and Altadena. Eaton is at a 0% containment at this hour.
The Hearst fire in Sylmar has now burned 850 acres. It's now 37% contained. The fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways. Evacuations for 44,000 people have been lifted. Firefighters say improved conditions and federal support have helped to slow down the fire.
And here's the latest on the Kenneth fire, which erupted in West Hills, burning 1,000 acres. It's now 35% contained. The fire is being investigated as an arson. The blaze started around 3:30 yesterday near the 101 freeway and Valley Circle Boulevard. Mandatory evacuations were ordered, but later reduced to warnings. No injuries or structural damage have been reported.
Let's get right to Samada now for a bit on your forecast. Those firefighters saying these conditions, these improved conditions.
No problem,
You know,
Crystal.
that's helping. It's hopeful, Samada.
Yes, definitely hopeful for the firefighters. And we continue to have some good news as we get into this evening. We're looking at wind conditions really backing off, and then they'll get a much better handle as the atmosphere also is going to help tame those flames. But right now, though, we're definitely not out of the woods yet. We're still dealing with some pretty strong gusts, but not as strong as, of course, they were since we started this week. We have wind gusts currently
you,
right around
Sully.
30 plus miles an hour. And as Stu had reported earlier, there was a flare up near the Kenneth fire. So we'll continue to keep tabs on that. And here's the
I thought Dolly was a zombie and lived off brains.
involving winds. High wind
You don't
warning
need no
for
sleep.
areas along our local mountain communities. This does apply to the Santa Cruz Valley, the portion of the San Fernando Valley as well, under wind advisories. Wind warnings apply to the Palisades fire as well. High wind concerns for the Inland Empire and Orange County. But as we get into 6 a.m., those locations will see winds backing off dramatically. And by 2 p.m., finally, we'll get that relief. Red flag conditions, though, will remain in place through 6 p.m. tonight, where if a new spark were to occur, it could continue to potentially bring about another fire. So we're going to continue to be on top of all that. And also on top of roadways. We're going to take you back over to the Palisades fire. Wanted to remind folks it is still shut down until further notice as fire crews continue to battle the Palisades fire. Both directions of PCH again shut down from Malibu, so Malibu Canyon Road all the way through to the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica. You cannot get through. And from the Topanga Canyon Boulevard area from Mulholland all the way down to PCH also shut down until further notice. Send back over to you two.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire. The fire is only 6% contained.
6%.
Sadly, 2 people have died in this fire. Let's go to Gigi Garcia with the latest.
And officials tell me they fear that death toll from the Palisades fire is going to go up. Good morning, Bob and Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We're on Sunset Boulevard in Paseo Miramar, where we're seeing extensive damage. Here you see what appears to be an apartment or condominium complex. There are no signs left to identify exactly what it is or what it was on the 17,000 block of Sunset Boulevard, again at Paseo Miramar. The roof has caved in. The building appears to be a total loss, and it's very dark, but
Looters everywhere.
WT can pan off a little bit to the left. There's another apartment building, 75 apartments, West Side Habitats. The sign is still standing, but that's about it. The entire roof has caved in. And this is just some of the damage that you can actually put a dollar amount to. But then there are, as you mentioned, the lives lost. And take a look at this.
Not
Skyfox
much.
was up above entire neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades that have been leveled by the Palisades fire. We're talking about block after block after block. One house is
Andrew J is a new member. Welcome, brother.
burned to the ground in the nearly 20,000 acre wildfire. In neighboring Malibu, take a look. The scene repeating itself. House after house, business after business on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway destroyed, burnt to the ground. And with only 6% containment this morning, the firefight is far from over. And then there are the injured. No exact number, but we know several are burn victims. And we even have a young city firefighter who suffered a serious head injury. Yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt out homes, 2 of them in Malibu, including this one on Pacific Coast Highway, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to be that of a homeowner who stayed behind reportedly to try and save the house. Now, the head of FEMA flew into Los Angeles yesterday.
That's why you got to go when they tell you to
President
go.
Biden committed federal funds to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. And fire victims, this is important. You can now apply immediately for federal assistance by going to this website. It is disasterassistance.gov. That's G-O-V. We're going to have that website on our website, foxla.com. They can provide you with temporary assistance,
I
financial
never wired no
assistance for
houses in
temporary
Cali.
housing, temporary transportation. You don't have to have lost it all. You may just be evacuated, forced to stay in a hotel. Apply for federal assistance. It is there, we're told, by FEMA for you. Reporting live in Pacific Palisades, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Thank you, Gigi. The worst wildfires in Southland history have definitely left neighborhoods empty and abandoned.
180,000 people are under evacuation orders this morning, and the National Guard is now on the ground. Mario Ramirez is live with those details. He's in the Eaton fire burn area. Mario, good morning.
Good morning, Bob Brooke. We are now entering day 4 of this fire, and we can tell you that it is still burning. Mandatory evacuation orders are still in place, and we heard from a few homeowners here in the neighborhoods yesterday who said that looting was a serious concern after they had evacuated. That is why you see this show of force here. Additional efforts from the California National Guard. They've moved in to help with wildfire efforts in the areas of both the Palisades fire and here around the Eaton fire. Now, after Governor Newsom approved
$750, yeah, which ain't nothing when you're in a fire.
In their armored military vehicles here in the area, we've been seeing these National Guard troops making their way through these evacuated neighborhoods this morning. I counted at least a dozen passing this intersection. Now, the purpose is to assist law enforcement with traffic control and ensuring these fire zones are kept safe. The deployment comes after 20 people have been arrested for looting in evacuation zones between Wednesday night and Thursday morning, something the county is confident these National Guard members will be able to help prevent. Listen to what they had to say.
We're just here to, help protect, make sure people don't go into the evacuation zones and make sure there's no looters around here. We don't want people, even the homeowners, we don't want them to be in danger of the fires and anything else.
Helping everybody, that's what we're here for. It's what I signed up to do. I didn't sign up just to be like some kind of Captain America. That's not my thing. I signed up to, hey, we're here for everybody. I wear the uniform proudly. I love what I do.
And they are stationed at multiple intersections here this morning. While multiple lives have been claimed here, criminals have been attempting to take advantage of empty homes in these neighborhoods. And that is why you see hundreds of deputies that have already been patrolling these evacuation zones now getting help from the California National Guard. Again, those mandatory evacuation orders remain in place. As many as 32,000 continue to be evacuated. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
I'm sure residents just grateful to see the National Guard out there now. They've been calling for it for the past couple of days. Yeah. All right, here's Samara with another check of the
definitely.
forecast on this Friday. And I like you've been saying there is some light at the end of the tunnel here.
There certainly is in terms of wind conditions, and that's going to help firefighters battle the flames and the active fires currently in our area and get a better handle on it. We're looking at winds gradually weakening, and the good news comes later on tonight where all the advisories are going to lift. So the high wind warnings, the wind advisories, as well as the red flag conditions that are currently in place. So we're not out of the woods yet, but by tonight, all the above are going to lift, meaning that we're going to look forward to calmer winds. But in the early part of the morning, in the early part of the day, we could potentially see wind speeds a range of 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained, and it's those gusts, the occasional blast of stronger winds, still part of the forecast, again, the early half of the day. And unfortunately, with the active fires in and around Southern California, it is creating a lot of smoke and soot and ash in the atmosphere, so hazardous air quality, poor air quality. Stay indoors if you can, shut those windows, and turn on, again, the air conditioning unit. Red flag conditions continue till 6 p.m. tonight, and it is expected, as I mentioned, to lift. We're going to get more of a onshore flow, and we're going to increase the humidity and lessen fire danger. Here's a look at the wind futurecast, and it will pretty much play out accordingly. Currently, we have those winds that are currently strong, and you can tell by those highlighted contours. The basin on the quiet side in terms of wind, so mostly calm to light, but downwind through the Cajon Pass out towards areas of Orange County, still a little strong. The high wind warning alerts for Orange County will actually set to expire in just about 20 minutes, but for LA County, Ventura County, near the fire zone, the high wind warnings and wind alerts will be in effect till 2 p.m. And as we push into this evening, as I mentioned, such welcoming news. And it's those winds that have continued to fan those flames. And then you couple that with a lot of dry vegetation. And it's also a terrain-driven fire due to the mountains and hilly topography that we deal with. We're going to pick up a little bit moisture going into late Friday and Saturday. In the meantime, we are still on high alert until later this afternoon. So back over to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. We want to let you know about this. A lot of you are asking how you can help.
Yes.
Well, you can join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires.
Again, Glenn and Lou, we still need to be at the ready. The high wind warning until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Red flag warning for all of Southern California, with the exceptions of the deserts, until we get to tomorrow, Friday evening at 6 o'clock. So it's still extremely dangerous for a little bit more than 24 hours from now. We'll still see windy conditions into Saturday morning. We'll take a break Sunday, and we're going to begin to talk about another Santa Ana wind event that'll happen at the beginning of next week, next Monday and Tuesday.
With that said, though, Kai, you did mention last week that this current storm was one of the worst ones that was coming, and you nailed that 100%. This new one that's coming, at least as of right now, is not as powerful of a windstorm that you know of.
Right, yeah, and again, I'm glad you said the word windstorm. That is rare. It never happens.
Yes.
It rarely happens.
Yes.
It did happen Tuesday into Wednesday morning. I do not forecast a windstorm coming back to Southern California.
Okay, we're going to listen to some audio. This is the Joe Rogan podcast.
One of the reasons it freaked me out, and he was telling me, he goes, dude,
one day. He goes, it's just going to be the right wind, and fire is going to start in the right place, and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean, and there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA, and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it.
Okay, y'all heard that, right? Wow.
Decimated as a result of the Eaton fire. Now, shortly ago, we did get an update.
Let's go over here.
And Eaton wildfires. A curfew is supposed to end around 6 this morning. Officials say 20 people have been arrested for looting in evacuated areas. Sheriff's deputies are patrolling, guarding road closures, and enforcing evacuation orders. County leaders warn looters will face serious consequences. The Eaton fire has burned tens of thousands of acres. Families are returning to find just some heartbreaking losses.
Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna was with one family in Altadena as they walked through what was left of their home for the first time.
But I don't know why, but this is what happened to our house. And a lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there. And my mom's bicycle is here somewhere, and now everything is broken, and it's all lost its color and stuff. And these are the only things I have. This, and this.
Yeah.
And it's so sad. And this. That I see a tractor right there. It's just moving and
Now, your mom told me that you wanted to come and see all of this. Why was that?
Because I wanted to check on it and see if it was not broken. And my dad took a video that it was broken, so I went to go see so we could do this new stuff. And we went here for today so we know what happened. And that was our chimney where Santa comes, and now it's gone.
Henry's mom, Daisy, told Susan that she is surprised at her family's resilience at this difficult time.
Yesterday evening, Fox 11's Gina Silva met a woman named Terry from Glendale who was giving out free chicken noodle soup to those in need. Take a look.
I came across this vehicle right here, which says chicken noodle soup for the soul, free, just love. So I approached this young lady here, Terry. Hi. Hi. Where are you from, Terry?
Glendale, just down the street.
Glendale.
Yeah.
And what do you have here? So,
Chicken soup. Yeah.
Chicken soup.
Just
So-
plain chicken noodle soup.
What, just made you come out here?
Everybody needs to make a difference. Do the littlest thing makes the big difference, and whatever I can do. And our family loves to cook, so.
Yeah, show us that soup.
Yes.
It smells good. It smells really good.
Yes. It's still fresh. So we just cooked it like a few hours ago.
Yeah.
So just mainly pasta, chicken, and then some carrots.
It looks delicious and it smells delicious. And yeah, we smelled it and I saw the signs. I'm like, oh, that is so nice of you to do that. And you're here by yourself and it's offering free food to anybody who wants it. It's wonderful.
I know. I saw this in Pasadena at the convention center where they have the evacuation center. Even like one man was just making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And so it's amazing. If you want to help, of course, we're going to have that number or the website for Fox and the American Red Cross, so you can help out and give your monetary donations. But yeah, lots of people just want to pitch in. Coming up also, I think we're going to have more on other local businesses and how you can pitch in to help as well. I think Amanda is putting that all together.
Oh, that is definitely so good to hear. And that's out of tragedy, hearing about these community members coming together and really helping, again, those victims. Our heart continues to go out to all of you. And we have some light at the end of the tunnel, some good news in terms of wind conditions. Eventually, we'll see numbers more favorable for firefighting conditions, meaning that wind speeds, instead of the sustained winds of 20 to 30 plus miles an hour, gusts potentially into the 60s. communities. We're eventually going to see them come down and get a better handle, as I mentioned, on tackling any new fires, any hot spots, any flare-ups. The fire department and all our first responders have been working tirelessly to keep our communities safe. Right now, wind conditions highly variable depending on where you are. Gusty still for those fire zones, much of the basin on the calm side, and in just about 11 minutes, areas like the Inland Empire community as well as Orange County locations. The high wind alerts there will lift at 6 a.m. and it'll lead to much better, more relaxed winds. But LA County and Ventura County, the high wind warnings there will stay in place till 2 p.m. And red flag conditions will remain in place till about 6 p.m. tonight. Due to those fires, wildfire smoke going to be a problem for air quality. So just a heads up to protect your lungs as well. Here's a look at our current alerts, as I mentioned, for these areas to 2 p.m. where we're still potentially could see gusts, a burst of winds to 50 to even 60 miles an hour. And kind of plotting where the fires are currently. The Palisades fire under the high wind warning. Wind advisory in place for areas of the Kenneth fire, the Hearst fire, as well as the Eaton fire and the Lydia fire. You could see all still enveloped in that high wind warning. Again, only till later this afternoon. And with the active fires, we still have smoke concerns. And eventually later this afternoon, smoke is going to become more of a more widespread problem, but eventually will dissipate as we get into the weekend. Red flag conditions, we still have those gusty winds and low relative humidity in place. It'll subside by 6 p.m. and the upper levels of the atmosphere looking good. We'll get those lighter winds, but we're not quite out of the woods. Next week, we're watching another round of potentially moderate to strong Santa Ana winds as we plot the 7-day forecast out for you sometime around Monday night through Tuesday and into early Wednesday. So we've got to continue to be on our toes, but we'll take the relief when we can, especially later tonight through at least a good portion of Saturday. Looks good in terms of winds. Traffic-wise, Good Daily Traffic is sponsored by law offices of Jacob and Ronnie and called jacob.com. We wanted to revisit our fire zones and remind folks to stay away, avoid the area. PCH still shut down in both directions from Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel. So Malibu all the way to Santa Monica and Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland all the way to PCH also shut down. And now here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob. Llama Jacob. Tawagan si Jacob.
At evacuation centers like this across the Southland, again, for those impacted specifically by the Pacific Palisades fire. And in the true spirit of community, Lou and Glenn, all day long we interviewed people here in our reports, business owners, neighbors arriving with food, and just so much generosity and kindness at this time. The American Red Cross and the Salvation Army, they appreciate that, but they say what they need the most right now, because they do have enough donated items. They have enough to feed everyone. They say they need financial donations, and they also need people, volunteers who are willing to step up to literally roll up their sleeves and help. And you can do that by volunteering. And so we have the websites, contact information for the American Red Cross, also the Salvation Army posted on our website, ktla.com. They say the need is so great right now and it's going to grow. Some fires have no containment. There are going to be a lot more families who are desperate for help during this time. And so in light of this whole tragedy, unfortunately, this is just the beginning. We have not scratched the surface. They want to make sure that they have those volunteers in place to provide that assistance to the communities that are impacted. So they're hoping that people will continue coming together. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's get up to Gil Lavis again in Sky 5. He's been following this Kenneth fire. Gil, it looks like things might pretty much under control, at least as far as that neighborhood Mountain View. But I actually got a message from somebody that the fire is actually close to Malibu Canyon Apartments off the end of Las Virgenes. Can you see any imminent threat to any structures?
Yes, absolutely. I'm showing you the burn scar here starting over near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. It burned this direction. Now, we were calling this the northern flank, but it's actually, we moved to the west side looking back to the east, and this is the that apartment complex you were just mentioning at the end of Las Virgenes. There is a fire that it's right up against. In fact, they came in with a fire retardant drop right across the roof lines there. The good news is there's a fire break there with that wash that's running through there. That's helping to keep the fire away from the apartment complex. We're seeing our first.
You know, it's funny. People sub up to come in and say something smart. Bye, lady. We don't need you here. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
There's a lot of resources from Ventura County Fire here that are monitoring the situation and watching that fire, but that unnatural fire break there with that wash that's running through there is definitely helping the situation. And speaking of a fire break, let me come out to a wide shot and show you the path of the smoke, the path of the fire that was blowing out towards the 101 freeway. If you look down here, right below us is a landfill, and it's a large hill that kind of goes up. Very scarce fuel on that side of the hill. You can see very little brush that's there, and it's working as a fire break to keep the fire from going all the way across to the 101 freeway. It seems like that's working as a natural fire break to keep the fire on the north side of the 101 freeway at this point. But yeah, as you're mentioning, that apartment complex has fire right up against it, but they have a lot of crews there that are keeping an eye on it at this hour, and this neighborhood here off of Las Virgenes as well. Looks like it's on in the clear, at least for now, but you see the
freaking fire in the Hollywood Hills. Like, this is right now in LA.
The former NFL star filmed Gridlock Street, says drivers evacuated with an orange glow and thick smoke in the distance. He talked about the fires on Fox Sports, his talk show, The Facility.
There's a lot going on in the real world in LA right now. Producers have had to evacuate their houses. We have some producers working from home. I had to evacuate my house last night due to the fire in the Hollywood Hills. There have been fires, there's been devastation, there's been catastrophe, there has been calamity. So please send your thoughts, send your prayers to any loved ones, any friends, any family, and any strangers that you might even consider thinking about in the LA, the Hollywood Hills, the Palisades, Pasadena, Malibu, and all of those areas. Again,
Acho is asking for everyone to pray for those impacted by the devastation.
All right, now let's check in with Melvin and Jen about what's coming up on Good Day LA.
Yeah, good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. So several wildfires continue to rage around the LA area, burning more homes and forcing thousands to evacuate.
Our team of reporters and meteorologists are going to be bringing you the latest information on all of those fires.
Pasadena Humane is stepping up to help its four-legged community members affected by the wildfires. Still ahead this morning, what you can do right now to help pets that are most in need. We have all that and more coming up when Good Day LA at 6 o'clock starts right after the break.
Now into the mid and upper 20s. So we haven't spoken a lot today about Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County. And fortunately, that's because we haven't seen any fires breaking out in those counties. But again, they are under a high wind warning. So are the mountains of Los Angeles County, the Santa Monica mountain range, also the mountains of Ventura to tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Still looking at bursts of winds gusting anywhere between 65, 70 miles per hour. But those are the mountain communities. And this is what's really terrible today, and that's the air quality. And you can see the reds, lots of dots through Altadena, Pasadena, Azusa, El Monte, Whittier, Southgate. Those communities are looking at some very hazardous air quality, and that's going to continue for the rest of the day today, tonight, and much of the day tomorrow as we head on into the end of the work week on Friday. So we're still seeing some dangerous air quality here in Southern California, folks. So if you have a respirator, if you have a mask, well, these are the days that you want to continue to use that mask because, again, it's quite dangerous indeed. We will continue to keep our eyes on the red flag warning, which is going to take us through tomorrow night here in Southern California. So the dry air continues to funnel in with those Santa Ana winds. We will see a little bit of a break in the action, if you will, but we've got to wait until we get to about late Saturday and into Sunday to see that break coming to Southern California. That break in the action will, by that time, we'll need that break because we're going to see another Santa Ana wind event, and that's going to come our way once we head into Monday and Tuesday of next week. So I'm going to prepare you for that next Santa Ana wind event as well. Fortunately, though, that Santa Ana wind event not nearly as strong as what we've seen coming through Southern California for Tuesday, Wednesday, today on Thursday. And once again, those winds will slowly evolve into some slower wind speeds once we do make our way into Saturday here in Southern California. But again, up on the screen is that red flag warning. You could see why. Look at the relative humidity values. Van Nuys, 6% right now. Chino at 11%. Ontario at 16%. And of course, that air quality alert that I showed you extends into the Inland Empire, much of Orange County as well. Let's take a look at the future windcast. Again, we're here in the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll continue to see those target zones, those hot spots, picking up those Santa Ana winds through the rest of the night tonight. Tomorrow morning, early before the sun begins to rise, we'll see a good little burst right there, even Temecula, as well as Agoura Hills, Santa Clarita. But here we go. By the time we make our way from Friday into Saturday, the winds lay down just a little bit, but we see another quick little hit of Santa Ana winds as we head into Saturday morning, another burst on Sunday morning, early in the day. Then we see another little bit of an opportunity to take a pause. And by the time we head into Monday afternoon, here comes another Santa Ana wind event. And you can see it's really focusing this time on the Antelope Valley, the Newhall Pass, the Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley, Lake Elsinore, Temecula, some of those inland areas throughout Riverside County, the Santa Ana Mountain Range in Orange County. That takes us into Tuesday night, where we still see those strong Santa Ana winds. So we're going to prepare and continue to deal with fire weather danger through at least tomorrow before the weekend brings us into a little bit of a rest.
They've been forced into. Welcome, everybody. I'm Melvin Robert. This is Good Day LA at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Rosemary.
As we do continue our coverage of the deadly wildfires happening in Southern California. Several big fires continue to burn in the LA area right now. Red flag warnings are in effect through tonight. Nearly 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Palisades fire, and the fire is only 6% contained.
We've also learned that 2 people have died in the fire. Let's get to Gigi Graciette, who's in Malibu for us with the very latest. Gigi, good morning.
Mel and Jen, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The losses are absolutely staggering, and they are not just limited to Pacific Palisades. As you mentioned, we're in Malibu today, where we've seen home after home, business after business burnt to the ground. And this morning, we're at the historic Topanga Ranch Motel here on Pacific Coast Highway across from Topanga Beach, where all the bungalows built back in 1929 by William Randolph Hearst and later acquired in 2002 by the state parks have been burnt to the ground, as well as state park employee residence, according to California State Parks. It also damaged, we're told, Will Rogers Historic Ranch House and other historic buildings at nearby Will Rogers State Historic Park. And take a look at this. Skyfox was above entire neighborhoods yesterday in Pacific Palisades that have been leveled by the fire. One house standing here and there, the rest burned to the ground in the nearly 20,000-acre wildfire that has forever changed so many lives. In neighboring Malibu, the scene repeats itself. House after house, business after business on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway destroyed. And with only 6% containment, the firefight is far from over. And then there are the injured. No exact number, but many are burned victims. One, a young city firefighter who suffered a serious head injury. Yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt out homes. 2 of them here in Malibu, including this one on PCH, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to be that of the homeowner who stayed behind reportedly
Thank you,
to try
Susan
and
B.
save the house.
Thank you so
Now,
much.
yesterday, the head of FEMA was here in Los Angeles to offer federal assistance, while President Biden committed federal funds to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. If you are a victim of any of the fires that have been happening this week in the Los Angeles area, you can now apply for federal assistance by going to this website, disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov. We're also going to have that website link on our webpage, foxla.com. Let's talk about the death toll. In all the fires, I understand it's up to 10. Here in Malibu, we have 2 confirmed, but sadly officials tell me they expect that number to go up. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
Especially as deputies continue to go house by house looking at the rubble. And we also know that if you have somebody in your life who you haven't heard from,
Yep.
you should report them missing to your local police precinct.
That's right. All right, everybody. Now let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, we're, of course, monitoring the winds. The wind is the most critical component when it comes to fires and how to fight those fires. We are anticipating some good news, or at least better news, that we've had this week. The winds have started to weaken. It's still gusty at times, don't get me wrong. However, it is nowhere near what it was just a few days ago, right? Even as late as yesterday. These are some of the winds: 25 miles per hour in Camarillo, about 18 in Oxnard. Just
Yes,
a little
they
bit
are.
stronger in Malibu.
We got good
Hills,
viewers.
where Gigi was at, closer to the beach. Not as much in the way of wind, you may have noticed. Much lighter. You can see some of the color contours, not as bright here in parts of Santa Monica. So much lighter winds near 3 to 5 miles an hour, nearly calm out over the LA basin. And Orange County, just a little bit of a breeze. Even out towards the Inland Empire, not as bad. 12, 10 miles per hour in Ontario, about 8 miles per hour in Hemet. It's going to continue to diminish as we get to the afternoon. That's the good news. High temperatures slightly warmer because of this offshore component. What's bad is the smoke. Wildfire smoke, really hazardous out there. So please try to not be outdoors at all for any length of time. I'll go over all the rest of the weather alerts in place in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in on Stu. He's upstairs in Sky Fox getting to fly. That's another indication of the winds really starting to weaken. Stu, what are we looking at here? Where are you?
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. We're taking a look at a portion of that Palisades fire that is still burning up in the Topanga State Park area. Take a look at that. That is actually a fire line, and it is just as described, a line of fire. Now, we did see LA City Fire Department up here earlier on. Actually, they just came back. That's going to be good for us to show you guys. They have one helicopter out here doing water drops this morning, and apparently he might have just did that drop out there. But there are also crews out here, hand crews, that are making their way up and down this line, and they are starting to work on those ever so important containment numbers. Now, we're talking about 20,000 acres plus that have burned. Right now, that fire's still burning, and at night, the fire usually lays down unless we have those crazy winds, and it has this morning, it definitely has. When I say lay down, meaning less fire activity. You can see just that little bit of line of fire. I'm going to bring that map up real quick just to give you guys an idea of those fire roads that are out here, and just it is very, very dark down there. And you can see some of those hand crews. Those are the trucks right there, and those are filled with workers and firefighters, and they're going to be out there, and they have to physically make their way around this fire, and they are part of those containment numbers that we're talking about. So that part of the fire is actually starting to get underway. Great news, and it does look like if the winds cooperate and everything falls into place, we might have less fire to talk about as the days go on. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you very much. Now to this, in
Back
neighborhoods
to y'all in the
devastated by
studio.
wildfires, homes that have survived the inferno stand empty, and they stand as ghostly reminders
Hey,
of
Vicky.
lives that have been left behind. Up to 180,000 residents are currently under mandatory evacuations.
This morning, the National Guard is on the ground. They've been deployed as a final line of defense, protecting what remains: people, property, and hope. Mario takes us there this morning. Good morning.
Melvin, Jen, good morning. Those evacuations remain unchanged. 32,000 of those residents you mentioned in this area are under mandatory orders. We're at Lake and Woodbury, and take a look. This is something you don't normally see. An extra show of force from the California National Guard. They are now stepping in to help with local law enforcement with wildlife efforts in the area. This is one of about a dozen of these armored military vehicles that we've seen here in the area this morning. 400 Guard members have now been deployed to assist law enforcement, and they're here to help with traffic control and securing these fire zones. This comes as 20 people have been arrested for looting in these evacuated
20
areas
people.
between Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Governor Newsom approved the deployment, saying the state is using every resource to protect these communities, also warning that looting will not be tolerated. Unfortunately, it's something that we've seen in the past couple of days. Residents here have been pleading and begging for more help during an extremely difficult and heartbreaking time, as you can imagine.
I mean, right now we could use any assistance we could take because this was devastating. it's a real disaster. I know like Katrina and all that was serious, but this is probably the closest that we're gonna get to experience or something like that. It's like a movie. That's the best way I can put it. Like,
But it's real.
what's going on to the aftermath is just best way I can put it is like Hollywood movie.
Blue Bonnet Fields, thank you for all you do. Thank you so
And while
much
the
for
National
being here
Guard is
with
stationed
us.
at multiple intersections here in
That was
the area, the LA
awesome. Thank
County
you so
Sheriff's
much.
Department is now working on a mandatory curfew, both for the Palisades.
Jump on the dolly train. You're sitting VIP by the window there, Blue Bonnet. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and being here with us this morning. Hopefully things will get better for all these people in California. I'm praying it does.
To 5,000 structures have been burned by the Eaton fire. We'll be here throughout the morning. For now, that's the latest. In Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez.
All aboard.
Certainly some level of comfort to see the National Guard out there, I'm sure, among some residents there. Thank you, Mario. And amid these stories of tragedy are stories of people stepping up and helping each other, helping friends and family who've lost everything.
These are the moments where you see the best of humanity.
Yes,
Coco
people
McAvoy
helping
is at the
people.
Rose Bowl for us, where people are up bright and early to help others. Coco, good morning.
Good morning. It really is incredible to see what's happening here at the Rose Bowl. People coming from all over to help people in need who are impacted by the Eaton fires. I mean, we've got people that are traveling hours in order to give donations. This woman right here, you can see, is giving donations. We've got tons of volunteers and organizers as well. I'm going to see if I can talk to her real quick. So you just gave donations.
Yes.
Talk about where you drove from and why you decided to do this.
I'm from Long Beach. I was watching the news. I'm gonna cry. I was watching the news, and it's like, oh my God,
Lord.
I just pray for God's grace and continuous mercy. And then I saw that they were here, and I was like, I got all these clothes, nowhere to put them. I mean, got to find a place to put clothes up when I do laundry. And so I said, you know what? Right now it's about 3. I have to start work at 7. I said, I think I get back there and back by 7. And they told us we're working from home. And I was like, okay, that's good. I don't have to get dressed. And so I just went through my drawers, put some stuff in there, grabbed a couple of suits.
What a sweet lady.
One of my coworkers was affected. Oh my God, I'm just so sad for everybody and had to do something. And so I'm glad the opportunity was here. I'm glad it was on the news that this was here. That's how I heard about it. I threw some bags together and came, and I'm going to go through my closet and bring as much stuff as I can.
Yes, and your name?
Regina.
Regina, thank you so much for your heart and for doing this.
I had to do something. And I'm glad. I sit there and I see it, and I said, oh, you can do the Red Cross or this, or that. And when I saw this, I said, no, I can physically get up and go and do. So I appreciate the opportunity and blessings. God bless everybody that was affected. I'm so, just like everybody else, we're without words. But we can do something. So
exactly.
Choo
And I love
choo.
to see that you are doing something all the way from Long Beach. I want to talk to some of the organizers as well. I have Jade here, also West B. So West B, I'll start with you because you got here at 2 p.m. yesterday and you have not left since.
Wow.
Talk about what inspired you to come out
So
here.
like Easy E.
Yeah. Let me see. First of all, we can't wait on nobody. We can't depend on nobody. FEMA,
Easy.
Nothing against y'all, but this Cali, we got to be here for our people. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we are here for the people, by the people. You feel what I'm saying? One band, one sound.
We got to clean them sunglasses, though. We got to clean them glasses a little bit.
One Cali, one sound. And Jade, same
That's
for
the
you.
Easy
What inspired
E
you to come out here?
volunteer.
I'm trying to do my part. I can't be lazy in bed. I'm seeing all these people volunteer on my Instagram, my TikTok, and whatnot. And I just can't be lazy. I gotta volunteer.
Good morning.
I've done 10 years of volunteer work so far, and it's just being part of the community.
And you need size 6 baby diapers.
Yes, we need size 6 baby diapers. Any baby products will be really greatly appreciated. Anything at all. We have feminine stuff, but we need a couple more things. Whatever is donated is helpful. Blankets, especially, we need blankets, stuff like that. People who are living in their car, unfortunately, are struggling. Anything is appreciated.
Thank you so much, Jade and West B. Jade from South Central, West B from Inglewood. You just heard from Regina from Long Beach. People are coming from all
She from the
over
city of
to
Compton.
really
Don't
help
lie.
the community
City
here
of
in
Compton.
Pasadena. I'll send it back to you.
God bless those people who are watching what's happening on TV and they just can't sit down, right?
That's
They
probably one of
just have to jump
Eazy-E's
into action.
kids.
Regina, my goodness, what a beautiful soul she
Absolutely.
is.
Yeah.
That's a great story, Coco.
And
Thank
Wes
you.
and Jade for putting this together. Thank you, Coco.
Yeah. Just as you said, Melvin, the best of humanity on display right there at the Rose Bowl. Okay, so Maria.
Yes.
The winds are going to be dying down today as they did yesterday, but I fear that you made mention they might be picking up next week.
We just have to qualify exactly the forecast. Right now, things are looking better, and it's going to get better as we get to the afternoon and even part of the weekend. We're still
What's up,
getting
Mike
those
James?
occasional bursts and wind gusts, especially coming out of the canyons and the passes. High pressure is still, for the most part, going to be in control of our weather, but we've lost that area of low pressure that brought us all that cold air, all that upper support. So just kind of a regular, if you will, a Santa Ana wind flow over the next couple of days as we get to the weekend. The red flag warnings are still in effect, though, until about 6 o'clock this evening. A lot of the wind warnings until about 2 p.m. this afternoon. And if those expire this afternoon, that's an even better news to give you as we get to later today. Temperatures are chilly. 41 in Long Beach if you're just heading out, 49 in Pasadena, 29 in Lancaster, 23 in Big Bear, and some gusty winds as well up into the mountains. The heavy smoke, I can't emphasize enough, the very hazardous air quality. So we do have that air quality alert in place. And as I mentioned, that red flag warning in place for the greater part of SoCal. That means that these still relatively strong winds and low relative humidity values and then slightly warmer temperatures will still give us this extreme fire behavior and, of course, critical fire weather conditions. So I want you to stay vigilant, please, as we get through this period in time. I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So coming up, did you get 1, 2, 3, and maybe even this morning 4 emergency alerts were sent out across LA County, all of LA County, warning people to evacuate?
That we're just mapping out here are under mandatory evacuations. And obviously you can hear all of our phones are going off some type of alert, an evacuation warning, it looks like.
Yes.
The alert going off during our breaking news coverage and again this morning. But the alert was issued in error. Still ahead, how LA County officials are responding to the alert. We'll be right back.
All right. So commercial break. Let's jump over here.
Flames right there on the hill.
Yeah, but fortunately, they're down in that sort of a gully, if you will, and the winds are pretty non-existent. I didn't see Alina's hair moving around or hear it on the microphone, so that means that's a good sign down there, and that's Old Topanga.
Yeah. All right, we're back here looking at the Kenneth fire. Again, firefighters doing a pretty good job of getting a handle on that, and still seeing a lot of smoke, but at least it's white smoke, which is a good sign.
You know, we also talked about, and we may hear in a little bit, a lot of us got that alert. May have been a mistake in some areas. And like Bob mentioned, it's a new system, so maybe someone pushed the wrong button or what happened there, but we'll find out more information about that coming soon.
Yeah, Samantha Cortese in the newsroom has something on that. Samantha?
Let's get this here.
Evening, you got it as well.
I got 4 in the last 24 hours. Yeah.
But then here's the thing, and y'all can probably relate to this if you live in the LA County area. You got this warning about a possible evacuation last night, this morning, and then you got an error message.
It was a false alarm.
Yeah.
That's right.
False
so we
alarm.
actually talked to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about explaining what happened here.
We were frustrated and called our Office of Emergency Management right away to get it addressed. There was a corrective notification that came out. And as you may have just heard recently at the press conference, as the sheriff said, is in addition to our Director of Emergency Management, you know, we use technology now to communicate with all of our constituents at a time like this. And it is sincerely unfortunate that this technological glitch happened. And we know that going forward, we're going to continue to communicate with people just as people are communicating with us using technology. And we are working to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But it did. And it happened over and over and over again. So the county, this is what the message read. It said, disregard last evacuation warning. It was for the Kenneth fire only. But I mean, we're hearing from officials, you have to take these alerts very seriously. And so as soon as we got the first one, we actually started packing a go bag because, again, you don't know if it could be in your area with the unpredictability of these fires.
Everybody's a little bit on edge.
Everyone is really on edge with this. So listen, the first thing that goes down or the first thing that can get confusing in times of crisis like this is communication. It is very important. And hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we'll have to see.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. So President Biden, meantime, is promising a massive infusion of federal aid as California battles these unprecedented wildfires that have devastated huge portions of the state.
Doug Luzader has more for us from Washington. Hey there. Good morning to you.
Good morning. And, we have responses now from President-elect Trump and from the current president, Joe Biden. And a lot of this has to do, as far as the president-elect is concerned, about water resource management and disaster preparedness. And this is a long simmering dispute that goes back to his first term. The futility of a garden hose against a wall of fire.
Garden hose is better than nothing.
In some neighborhoods in California. And as fire crews struggle to control a number of raging fires, the losses are mounting.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7 homes just on this street.
A lot of stuff that I love is gone. That's my dad's bicycle right there, and my mom's bicycle is here somewhere.
We are with you. We're not going anywhere.
President Biden yesterday promising to help California beyond what the state is even asking for, having all U.S. taxpayers shoulder the entire cost of the disaster response.
I was talking with the governor. He requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days.
And that extends well into President-elect Trump's time in office. At the same time, California's governor, Gavin Newsom, and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass are facing difficult questions over water management decisions and cuts to fire budgets. And the president-elect did not hold back.
But they've had horrible politicians. I think that Gavin is largely incompetent, and I think the mayor is largely incompetent, and probably both of them are just stone cold incompetent. What they've done is terrible.
President Biden, meantime, has a big briefing planned later today in the Oval Office about the federal response to those fires. Jen and Mel.
Yeah, and Doug, he is set to hold a press conference, I believe, at around 8:30 our time. I mean,
okay, guys, I want to show y'all something. This is kind of sad. Look at this. The deer runs up out the woods and runs into the city for safety, but the city's on fire. Okay. Look, you can see he's been burnt. You can see his fur's missing on the side. A deer running into the city to save its life from the forest fire, but the city is burning too. Where should it go? California wildfire. Just wanted to show you guys that. The deer don't know what to do.
Lack of water.
and insurance coverage is a whole other question.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Now over to Maria for a check of our forecast. Hello there.
Yeah, it's multi-pronged, right?
Yes.
When it comes to the problem and then also the solutions. I can tell you that we did give you quite a bit of warning. We talked about the possibility of these very strong gusty winds and the extreme nature of these winds that were coming, and sadly it did come to fruition. The good news is we are anticipating some diminishing winds as we get through the morning and afternoon hours. We're still waiting on that sun to rise, so a beautiful shot though to show you from that Long Beach camera, and kind of calm and still with those winds. This weather report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Here's what's going on. The area of high pressure is still in control of our weather. It's just not as strong. The components in the upper levels of the atmosphere just not the same as it was a few days ago. And for the better part of this week, that area of low pressure has now pushed off to the east. So that pressure gradient between these two weather systems have really relaxed. That's the good news. The bad news is we're still getting that offshore flow that's still continues to dry things out, and our relative humidity value is still pretty low. So we're calling for some breezy to windy conditions at times, depending on where you are. And as we get into the weekend, the good news is it's not as strong as it was certainly earlier this week and even as late as yesterday. We still have those red flag warnings that are in effect through at least 6 p.m. today, but a lot of the wind warnings and wind advisories are set to expire later this afternoon. Here's our Futurecast computer model. Notice that the winds are still fairly gusty at times this morning. And then as we get to later in the day, it's a little bit weaker. We don't have those bright contoured colors across the map like we have been all week, but still definitely coming out of the northeasterly direction. As we get to Saturday, tomorrow, notice the change in the wind direction. That will bring another problem in terms of where some of those flames are going to go. However, that being said, it's going to bring a little bit more moisture into the atmosphere, so that can help a little bit in terms of fighting the fires. Late Saturday into Sunday, maybe another little burst of winds, as you can see here, but still not really as critical. And then as we get to next week, Monday, Tuesday, that's when things change again with some gustier conditions. So a moderate to strong wind event. We'll get ready for that next week, Monday and Tuesday.
Look at that, bro.
Back to you at this point.
Maria, thank you very much. Well, coming up, everybody, Southern California wildfires continue to force tens of thousands of people to evacuate their home.
And it's also bringing heartbreak in the community.
Okay. Right here, this house is listed on Zillow for $35 million. Okay. This is a $35 million home. This house is listed for sale on Zillow for $35 million. It's in a full blaze. Okay. I don't think they're getting $35 million for that. Right? That's what $35 million to buy you in Cali. Good Lord. Who has $35 million? You got to be, I mean, I don't know. I guess land is expensive in Cali, but $35 million? They better hope they had good insurance. Good Lord. Right? That is horrible. Oh, what did I do? I didn't mean to do that.
Over. Now, earlier we did see some firefighting planes going over this neighborhood every few minutes. We didn't see them doing water drops here in this neighborhood, but they were going back and forth multiple times. Now, people remain under evacuation orders in this neighborhood. It is quiet up here, mostly fire crews, law enforcement, and media. There are road closures and checkpoints coming up here. However, we have seen some people up here, as I mentioned, on foot or bicycle. Earlier, I spoke with Amy, who owns a property here that did not make it through the fire. She, like many others, walked in from Santa Monica.
It's sort of mind-boggling and numbing. And it's like what you see on TV, and now you're in the middle of it.
It's really just tragic. Seeing all my friends' places, the memories that we have there, and friends, when I get service, friends are texting me, like, can you check on my house? And I'm trying to, but it's, there's a lot of damage around, so it's hard to get around. But it's just really gut-wrenching. Like, it feels like the world is stopping right now.
And that gentleman I just spoke with there, he said that his family's home was under construction. So fortunately for them, they had moved all of their possessions into storage, and that part was burned down, but they had an ADU in the back, which survived the fire. So he's great.
That same house here would be 3 to 5, maybe, if you're lucky, right? For a house that size, 3 to 5 million, not nowhere near 30. I don't even know if there's a house around here worth $30 million. I did work on Missy Elliott's house, Missy Elliott's mama's house. I mean, in the richest area around here, there's a couple. There's the Lynn Haven Inlet, and then there's Indian River Plantations in my area. And I can't think of a house out there that's $35 million. None of them. Not even close.
Closed through the rest of the week.
The largest school district, LA Unified, has announced campuses will remain closed. The district also announced that it will increase the number of meal distribution centers for students. Locations are on our website, which is foxla.com. Other school districts that will be closed today include Pasadena Unified, Burbank Unified, Glendale Unified, and La Cañada Unified schools. All UCLA campus operations and undergraduate classes will be canceled, while graduate courses will move to remote instruction. And with that, we'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, I know insurance companies not going to pay the cost of the land. Right? They just, whatever the value of the actual structure is what they're going to cover. But, you know, most people would just build back and sell it. So they're not going to give you whatever, you know, because the price of the land's high, but the value of the house to build, even the houses, them houses look expensive. This day and age, though, you know, materials and costs have went up. So even to get a construction company out there to build the house and then buy the materials, you're talking a lot of money. And, you know, some of them houses take years in construction to build. It ain't something they do overnight for sure. So let's see. What am I getting sent? All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, 8% contained. Palisades fire, 8% contained. Is that how you say it? Palisade fire. I'm not from Los Angeles. I'm not from Cali. Palisade fires, 8% contained 4 minutes ago. Okay, so it's getting a little bit better. It's getting a little bit better as far as the conditions of the fire. But like I said, tomorrow the wind's supposed to pick back up. So I'm here listening, just cooking right now. Well, thank you for being here with us. All right, let me
who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity.
If you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law.
And they were saying at that news conference that already 20 people have been arrested for crimes. Again, they are saying for people to avoid this area and that they will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law for anyone who's committing crimes here. Again, back here live, you can just see behind us what we've been showing you throughout the day, just the devastation here. We took a drive around since yesterday. This is not too far from the village. We did notice that a lot of the retail stores, I noticed the Ralphs, what looked like the Gelsons, the Chase Bank there, had been destroyed.
I'll take a
live here
buy
in
on
Pacific
that.
Palisades. I'm Kimberly Chang. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. That, of course, the same neighborhood that Pat Ashby lived in his family.
The Alphabet.
The
Oh,
Alphabet
that's right.
Streets,
Yes.
and he was talking about the devastation, and then Kimberly in the same neighborhood, so you could actually see firsthand what he was talking about.
Yeah. And
You know, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to remark really quickly. First, you can see the smoke, not just here in Santa Monica.
we're expecting. By the way, very strong smell of that wildfire smoke. Even in Orange County, I know it's fairly clean there, but as the winds start to change direction a little bit,
Good morning,
tomorrow,
Vinny
that
D.
could impact you. So just remember that hazardous air quality alert put out by the AQMD, the Air Quality Management Department. Sunday, maybe another little burst of wind, so we're saying breezy conditions. And then by late Monday, Tuesday, some more winds. And then if you can see on the right-hand side of your screen here on Thursday, there's a 10% chance for some showers right now. And if that materializes, that would be so welcome. I'll keep you posted on that, of course, and show you a computer model where it does show that in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you very much. Well, more than 20,000 acres have been destroyed in the Pacific Palisades, and the fire is only 8% contained at this time.
We've also learned that 2 people have sadly died in the fire. Let's go out to Gigi Graciette in Malibu with the latest. Gigi.
Jen and Melvin, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Law enforcement sources tell me they expect that number, the number of fatalities associated with the Palisades
To
fire,
go up.
to go up because
Sad.
several reports of human remains found yesterday are still being investigated. Now, we are in Malibu this time where there is so much damage, in addition, of course, to Pacific Palisades. We are at the historic Topanga Ranch Motel here on Pacific Coast Highway, built back in 1929 as a retreat for riders by William Randolph Hearst. It was acquired back in 2002 by State Parks that had hoped to restore all the bungalows here. There's so much history here across the street from Topanga Beach, and now it has burnt to the ground. And we understand, according to California State Parks, several state park employees also lost their homes, and there is also damage to Will Rogers Historic Ranch House and other historic buildings at the nearby Will Rogers State Historic Park. And take a look at this. Skyfox was above entire neighborhoods yesterday in Pacific Palisades. The damage staggering to look at. House after house leveled. Occasionally you see one house standing here and there, but the rest are burned to the ground in this over 20,000 acre wildfire that has forever changed so many lives. In neighboring Malibu, where we are this morning, take a look. The scene repeating itself. House after house, business after business on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway destroyed. And with only 8% containment this morning, the firefight, well, it's far from over. And then there are the injured. No exact number, but there are many burn victims. And yesterday, there were at least 4 reports of possible human remains found in the rubble of burnt out homes, 2 of them in Altadena, 2 right here in Malibu, including this one on PCH, where the medical examiner removed the remains believed to have been that of the homeowner who stayed behind reportedly to try and save the house. Now, yesterday, the head of FEMA flew into Los Angeles to offer federal assistance, while President Biden has committed federal funds to cover 100% of the firefighting costs. If you are a victim of the fire, if you lost everything, if you simply had to evacuate and cannot get into your home right now, you can apply, we are told by FEMA, for federal assistance by going to this website, disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov. We will have that up on our website, foxla.com. And according to the head of FEMA, if you do have insurance, you're asked to file your claim or your report first before applying for that federal aid. And then
Because they won't give it to you if you have insurance.
ready. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you very much. Those aerial shots are just unbelievable.
Yeah. Sickening.
Unbelievable. And God, I can only imagine like what people must be thinking or going through. There's that feeling of shock. And you don't believe it. And then it also leaves you wondering, like, why? Why did this happen?
Yeah. Not only has this become the most destructive wildfire in Los Angeles history, but it has the potential, according to a lot of experts, to become the most costly wildfire disaster in American history.
I can certainly understand.
Just the magnitude is something that even we can't even comprehend.
No, you can't comprehend
right now
it,
at this moment.
Well, neighbors are helping other neighbors during this time, and communities are coming together to help one another.
That's what it's all about. Coco McAvoy is live at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, where fire victims are getting the help that they need, thanks to a lot of volunteers out there who took it upon themselves to drive for miles to go to the Rose Bowl and chip in.
Good morning. It really is a beautiful act of kindness that's happening here at the Rose Bowl Stadium. People coming from all over. We've even heard people coming 3 hours just to help people in need, people impacted by the fires, especially and specifically the Eaton fire that happened in Pasadena and Altadena. I am here with Jimmy Medina, who's cooking up breakfast for people. You've been here since Wednesday morning. Tell us about how this all got started.
So everything got started because
They
my son, he
cooking up
lives
the
around the
breakfast.
area, so it was affected. So he was evacuated for his house. So this was the area in Brookside Park, this big parking lot. So my son, we do TikTok. So my son went live and he invited one of our TikTok friends, and he do the news channel, LA Glisi. So he do the news channel. So they started streaming. So I seen it. I said, you know what? We are food vendors. Let's take some food. So we brought two hot dog cars, and we got like 600 hot dogs. So that day we gave like 600 hot dogs to the fire department. Whoever came, honestly, it was open for whoever was affected or whoever was hungry.
And what are your thoughts now, seeing how this has blossomed? Because you said it started with just your 2 hot dog carts, and now you've got this grill. There are so many donations. What are your thoughts?
It's very amazing that how the community could get together and help out, and what TikTok could do. It's if it wasn't because of TikTok, honestly, I don't even know if this would have been possible.
TikTok,
So
us internet
great.
people do good.
I get emotional, so if you hear me stop, it's because I get really emotional.
Because I imagine you've heard some really difficult stories from people.
Excuse me? Sorry. Excuse me? I didn't hear the question.
I imagine you've heard some really difficult stories from people.
So I heard a lot of stories. I mean, people lost their home, 45 years living there. There was somebody that lost their pet, dogs. We heard story to story. There was a young kid that told me he lost all his Christmas stuff. So it's sad. It's sad.
Obviously, a very emotional morning for a lot of people here when you hear these stories, how difficult they are for people impacted by these fires. But what's really beautiful is people like Jimmy and all the volunteers out here that are really making a difference. They hear these stories, they see what's happening, and they decided to come together, to band together to help the community in need. Jimmy's cooking up breakfast.
Jimmy
Bacon
cooking.
smells amazing. He plans to serve people once they come for donations and give out food as well. I'll send it back to you.
No.
All right, Coco.
And Coco, tell
Beautiful
Jimmy
spirit.
from both of us, we say thank you for what he's
Jimmy,
doing out there.
It's
It's all
good
the
stuff, man.
volunteers.
And so many people that we're not, seeing featured on TV that are stepping up and showing out and really digging deep to the real true depths of who they are and their soul to show up for people during this extraordinarily difficult time that so many people, right, that don't have a direct impact, that are not directly impacted, we don't know truly what it's like and what these people are really going through that have lost so much. And these poor kids, that kid in Susan Hirasuna's story that said this was the chimney that Santa came down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think just think some good thoughts. If you're somebody who prays, say some prayers. If you're not somebody who prays, just to think some sort of positive thought or beam some energy out to all these people.
We always evoke Fred Rogers, right? When we talk about things like this, and
Look for
whenever
the helpers. The helpers are always there.
When he would see horrible things happen on the news, he would just say, "Look for the helpers." That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Because you will always find them.
That's right.
And you will, and thank God that number is bigger than the ones who decide to take advantage of other people and to go into some of these properties and start looting.
100%. And when we talk to our kids and we try to, explain what's happening, we don't have the answers certainly, but we focus on the helpers and try to direct our energy that way. If you can, also the power of prayer and the power of thought is strong in my department for sure, because we are looking for this chance of changes in our weather in terms of rain, even a chance for some showers perhaps next week, which we could really, really use. We could use some calmer winds, right? And it has been weakening. That's the good news. As we get into the weekend, we'll get some bursts here and there, but generally we're looking at some much better conditions for firefighters to continue to battle the fires. Hazardous air quality, I can't mention that enough. Please wear your mask. It is very unhealthy for everybody. That high temperature today will be above average in most areas because of that offshore flow. So we're looking at low 70s eventually as we get through the morning chill. Sunset coming up, or sunrise rather, at 6:59, and then it will set later at 5:03 this evening. Let's check in on that drive. We do have some problems. We have traffic. We've got road closures. Samada's got all the details on that. Yes,
Okay.
Samada.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, it's
Traffic
always
is
good to
sponsored
see
by
people
Morgan
come
Morgan.
together.
Want to bring your attention back to the fire zone. Stay away, avoid these locations, and the closures do continue, especially in and around the Palisades fire.
Okay, let me pull something up for you guys. I know PJ has just sent me something. Guess it finally got the Hollywood sign. Okay. Let's see right here. Well, I don't know. That kind of looks animated. I mean, the sign is plastic from my understanding, like hard plastic. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Let's see.
Laura Westbury describing the moment it was time to evacuate her home in Los Angeles.
I literally packed a bag, packed my dogs. I packed in such a hurry that I didn't even pack like normal things that you would need.
She and her dogs drove to Las Vegas Wednesday and are staying here until things calm down.
Yo, this is 3 minutes from our crib.
But she doesn't know if they'll have a home to come back to.
If my apartment is gone when I get back, I don't know where I'm gonna live.
Allura says the escape itself was traumatic.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning and it is like you're on Mars.
She walked us through the terror she felt leaving the state.
The air looks like you could slice through it with a knife. It looks like it's scary.
You read that was fake?
Now she's doing what she can to deal with this devastation.
The whole Pacific Coast Highway is just burnt to the ground. It looks like an ashtray.
While also calling on others from California, Las Vegas, and around the country to come together.
As a community here in America.
Okay, fake.
We focus so much on all of these negative things, and they distract us from doing what's right and doing good for each other.
All as she and others who are hurting more than many can imagine remember what's lost and hope for better days.
LA and California and Malibu to be are going to be something different now.
Now, Laura says she's hoping to get back home by Saturday, but of course that could change based on fire conditions. She told me she knows several people who lost their homes already and others who have evacuated multiple times as the flames expand in different parts of the city and county. Denise.
Okay. That is terribly sad to see somebody in a situation like that where you don't know if you got anything to go back to or not. You know, the good thing is she has her and her dogs. You know, everything in this world is replaceable. It's just you ain't, you know. So when they tell you got to go, you best go because nothing's really worth your life. So it's sad to lose everything. But, you know, there's people being found dead right now. It could always be worse, you know. So you got to always remember that it could be worse. You have your health, and that's one of the most important things you got.
Palisades, Altadena, Silmar. Santa Ana winds pushing flames across entire neighborhoods, leaving a staggering 45 square miles of LA County burned.
The National Guard is now on the ground, ready to protect lives and property in the middle of this unprecedented destruction. Mario Ramirez joins us now live with more. Hey there, good morning. What can you tell us, ma'am?
Good morning. We are now entering day 4 of the Eaton fire, and we've seen the devastation ourselves. When we were in some of these neighborhoods yesterday, we heard from several homeowners expressing their concerns about looting. Definitely an issue here as residents have been evacuated. 32,000 are still under mandatory evacuations, but take a look. You can see those CalGuard members here in the video.
All the news people look like Barbie dolls.
California National Guard has now moved in to help with local law enforcement, and they're in the areas of both the Palisades fire and here around the Eaton fire. After Governor Newsom's approval, 400 of these Guard members have now been deployed in these armored military vehicles, and we've seen those National Guard troops making their their way through these evacuated neighborhoods this morning. The purpose to assist law enforcement with traffic control and ensuring these fire zones are kept safe, something the county is confident the National Guard will help prevent. Looting, of course. Listen to what the Guard members themselves have to say.
It's here to, help protect, make sure people don't go into the evacuation zones and make sure there's no looters around here. We don't want people, even the homeowners, we don't want them to be in danger of the fires and anything else. Helping everybody, that's what we're here for. It's what I signed up to do. I didn't sign up just to be like some kind of Captain America. That's not my thing. I signed up to, hey, we're here for everybody. I wear the uniform proudly. I love what I do.
While the fire here has fortunately claimed multiple lives, criminals have been attempting to take advantage of empty homes here in these neighborhoods. That is why hundreds of sheriff's deputies have been patrolling these evacuation zones, now getting help from the California National Guard. Now, the fire still going. It has burned nearly 14,000 acres, and tens of thousands of residents continue to be displaced from their homes. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you very much. What is with people?
Yeah.
Taking advantage of other people during these difficult times. My
right.
goodness.
And Nathan Hochman, you saw at the press conference, he said they will be punished by the full extent of the law in very swift order. And we hope that that holds true, because there is nothing more low than taking advantage of somebody who lost so much and is in such a vulnerable position.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it is comforting to see the National Guard though out there protecting people.
Yeah, no doubt.
So speaking of the Eaton fire, it's burned tens of thousands of acres. Families are coming back to find heartbreaking losses, and they're coming back to find, in many cases, nothing at all.
Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna was with one family in Altadena as they walked through what was left of their home for the very first time. Take a look.
But I don't know why, but this is what happened to our house.
Alert for all of Southern California through the rest of the day today. Of course, extremely dangerous conditions out there. If you have a mask, any kind of a respirator, I highly suggest you keep it handy. Use it if you have to go out today. Even a mask, a light mask, is better than nothing.
Yep.
And yeah, if you can stay in your home, maybe run the recycled air in your house or something that's a good way to sort of help your lungs today. And I just took 2 aspirin because the headaches are coming fast and furious. Asthma, those of us who do suffer with respiratory issues, this is going to be a big issue today as well. And fortunately, as you can see, the winds taking a little bit of a break here and there, but I have to reiterate, we're not done with these Santa Ana winds. They're still going to be sporadic. We're still going to see gusts here and there, off and on in the 25, 30 mile per hour range. This includes Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange counties. I know we, of course, haven't been focusing on those 3 counties in particular because, fortunately, they have not had fire issues.
All right, I'll be
down
back
there,
in a few with you guys.
Those are our neighbors and friends, and we still want you to be safe. And the winds are definitely down there in Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino County this afternoon as well. So, again, stay safe, everybody. Please be careful.
Kai, we had spoken just a little while ago about LA Sheriff's Department mentioning that we know that 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, and they had mentioned that there are multiple deaths from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And basically, they can't give us a number because they're still assessing it. The problem is the homicide detectives and officials are having a hard time fully assessing situations due to, as you can imagine, access to these properties because of down power lines and hot spots and wires. And so we are monitoring that and we'll bring you any additional information like once that comes in. But it's something that we suspected, even like when Chip was speaking with that woman who her dad died, he stayed back. But there are stories like that all over Southern California and LA County because people did stay back. And even if they didn't stay back, they may have been trapped or, as you mentioned, Kai, elderly and in a wheelchair and didn't have family to help them get out or stayed too late or whatever the situation was. So unfortunately, we don't want to report that information eventually, but unfortunately, that's probably those numbers are gonna rise.
Yeah, the woman that Chip was talking to, her dad, Rodney Nickerson, was 82 years old, didn't want to leave, and at his age, if it came to the time where he didn't have a choice, he was not going to be able to get out.
And again, I'm going to go back to Altadena. That's a great story she told. He was at Lockheed Martin his whole career. He retired. He put $5 down on that house in the 1950s.
That's awesome.
Raised a family. Generations grew up there in that neighborhood, and he's not the only one. There's everybody in that neighborhood has a similar story, and there's a lot of folks who live in Altadena who work for the city of Pasadena, the city of Altadena. There's great folks out there, and you know, our hearts go out to their loss and that community there in the San Gabriel Valley.
All right, right now, let's get back to Rich Prickett in Sky 5. And I got to tell you, Rich, this view you're giving us, the contrast between looking at Santa Monica and looking at the Palisades, I mean, it's literally like night and day.
Yeah, PCH is certainly not going to look the same for years to come here, unfortunately. As you drive through the Pacific Palisades, the fire burning right up to Pacific Coast Highway, and just up above Pacific Coast Highway is what is left of many homes, many communities here in the Pacific Palisades. Here's just one area here right along PCH. There's Temescal Canyon Road right there, that intersection there, Pacific Coast Highway and Temescal Canyon. Now we'll pan up here into more into the city of Pacific Palisades, and here's another neighborhood that has been completely decimated. Just about every home has been either leveled or has some sort of damage to it. This neighborhood essentially is just going to be uninhabitable for a long time. And we'll keep doing a tour here through the city. There's the high school. That's going to be Pacific the Palisades Charter High School. We didn't see a whole lot of damage to the high school itself. I know that was something that people were concerned about while the fire was making its way through here. That section seems to be okay. We'll make our way over towards the downtown area where a lot of the commerce is here in downtown. That's going to be Sunset and Via de la Paz, and the gas station there has been destroyed. Some homes up above the gas station. Of course, the Gelson's, as we had mentioned, is right here. That is completely gutted. You just see about 3/4 of the wall that remains. Other than that, it has been completely destroyed. And this is just in the central portion of Pacific Palisades. Sunset Boulevard, as many of us know, run right down the center. It's where a lot of the shops are, but there's also homes, and that's what we're seeing here. And just both sides of Sunset Boulevard completely destroyed. Everywhere you look here, essentially between Temescal Canyon all the way towards Palisades Road. I mean, majority of that is seeing damaged home or just completely destroyed homes. There's more homes that we can't even see because of the flight restriction and the smoke. So what we're seeing here is just the majority of what has been destroyed, but there's still more we still have not seen. We still haven't seen what has happened up along Palisades Road, other sections of PCH. There's sections of there's structures over by the Getty Villa that have been completely destroyed. So both sides of Palisades Road, which is where that fire originally started, have been destroyed. But overall, everything you're seeing here is in the flatlands of Pacific Palisades below the hill. So when that fire started up above, all the ambercast, everything just started pouring down into the city, and there was really nothing you could do with those high winds. Unfortunately, this is a live view of Pacific Palisades. We'll stay overhead. We'll continue to give you these live images. But for now, I'm Rich Prickett in Sky 5. And I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
Thank you, Rich. Again, quite a contrast from the Palisades going down to the lower part of the picture where Santa Monica starts, where, you know, there was an evacuation in Santa Monica, but I guess fortunately they dodged a bullet.
Yeah, from Chautauqua, also West Channel, to the west of there is Santa Monica, and that's pretty much the line of demarcation, if you will. Everything off to the west of there, to the east rather, of those streets that I just named, that's safe into Santa Monica, that then to the west, and that's what we're looking at. It's just devastation. And you know what's terrible too is some of the structures of the homes that are still standing, their gas is off, their water's been shut down. It's probably very dangerous. There's lots of chemicals in the atmosphere. The water has been compromised. Even in my neighborhood in the San Gabriel Valley in Pasadena, they've told us to not drink the water because a lot of the filtration systems in these areas have been compromised. So the water is not safe to drink. That's something we haven't heard here in the Pacific Palisades, but that could be happening because of, again, the devastation. Everything turned off. Water, you can see some of the electric companies, some of the service folks that are out there trying to make sure that the lines are safe now and maybe de-energized because there's still winds out there. And if those power lines are swaying or swinging, and if they hold that energy, there's still opportunities for, more disaster to happen. So of course, we're hoping that they're de-energizing those lines. And you could still see hot spots down there in some of the bowls, some of the canyons. There's some smoke right there in the center of your screen. So there's still a lot of hot spots. It's just feels so dangerous. And with all that debris, again, this is another reason to stay out of these areas, folks, because there's nails, there's sharp objects everywhere.
Down power lines.
There's down power lines, there's concrete, things that are still falling, things that are not propped up properly that could fall on you and kill you in a second. So these are just very dangerous neighborhoods to be in. Only experts, only officials should be in these areas. And even if you are or a resident of these areas, please call ahead, try and speak to somebody who can give you information on how to safely navigate through a lot of these neighborhoods.
Yeah, I know another big problem is like natural gas still, burning in a lot of these houses, and you've got to somehow get in there and turn that off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be. I think the gas company at some point they could maybe turn off a major central valve and
they can
cut it down.
Yeah, and also yesterday, I mean, Glenn Lou, we heard how many propane tanks did we hear explode
on
yesterday?
live TV.
On live TV.
Yeah.
There are everybody's got a barbecue in their backyard, and whether the propane tanks have popped off already or whether they're still there and have not popped off, that's a dangerous thing to be around as well.
Kai, you had talked about these winds and the gusts, and we saw them destroy so many lives and homes. It's also happening in the San Bernardino Mountains apparently now, and so those winds can happen there as well.
Well, yeah, that's what Henry spoke about this morning. I've been talking to everybody. The fact that the energy is shifting a little bit more to Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County, and I think we can have Shelby explain that a little bit.
Shelby Nelson is actually up there experiencing those winds. Shelby?
Hi there. Yeah, and as you both said, or as all three of you said, we're diverting our coverage from the west just for a second because we want to kind of show you what it looks like up here in the San Bernardino Mountains. Remember, parts of these areas are still under a red flag warning and a high wind warning. And the reason that we're at this gas station right here in Twin Peaks, this Shell, I mean, you could see how many cars are coming out here. Apparently, a lot of the mountain areas do not have power right now. Wind gusts are pretty strong. Right now, it seems a little bit calm, but on the way up here, those winds were pretty strong. I mean, you had to have a firm grip on the steering wheel in order to, drive safely up here. But you see this group of people. I think this is the first time I'm seeing that there's not a line out there of people waiting to get gas, but that's been the case all morning. Greg, I wanted to come over to you. This is your dad, right, Keish? Hi, you guys. So you guys are the owners of this gas station. I mean, tell me about what's going on this morning, because you guys have had so many customers up here, and it's because of the power outages, because of the wind. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, we started our morning off very, very weird. We started off no power in the store. We didn't realize anything until we came in for our morning shift. And we had our employee check some of the inside equipment. We went into the back and started our diesel generator to get our pumps going at least. And we found out later on that most of the rest of the mountain didn't have fuel. So we sent out a notice on Instagram, Facebook to let people know. And we've been busy nonstop since 7 in the morning, nonstop.
And so most of the gas stations you're saying don't have gas right now because there's hardly any power?
They do, but they don't have the power. They don't either have generators. Some of the generators today, from what I've been hearing, have been faulty. They haven't been working. So people are just having a hard time today.
And this has really been a coordinated effort with you guys, because I see you guys kind of mitigating traffic out here. There's been so many people lining up. I mean, it was backed up along that street when we were arriving here. And people have been posting it on social media too, saying that this is the only location where they can get gas right now. And this is where they're coming. I mean, for you guys, what has that effort looked like?
It's just helping the community, get them moving so nobody,
I mean, we're a tight-knit community. We don't have a lot of space. So if we're not out here directing traffic or helping people out, there's a lot more trouble that comes out of it. So right now people are happy that we're out here trying to help everybody out. So it's been a team effort since the morning, nonstop. It's been cold, but we're trying to push through.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. And I'm sure a lot of the community members up here appreciate that too. I'm going to head past you guys and see if maybe there's someone who might want to talk to us who's filling up on gas. Hi, sir. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good. I see that you're getting gas right now. I mean, what has this morning/afternoon looked like for you? What prompted you to come here?
I just, like normal every day, I needed some fuel, so.
And do you live up here in the mountains?
Yeah, I've been here since 1990.
And did you know that this was probably the only gas station that had gas right now?
Yeah. Yeah. We just deal with it. We live in the mountains and the power goes out. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of part of living up here. I've been through it before.
And I assume that you don't have power at your own home?
No, we have a generator to run the essentials, but I haven't even fired it up because sometimes it's just nice to not have your electronics.
It seems like a lot of mountain folks kind of know how to deal with this, because you guys had Snowmageddon just a couple years ago, and then power outages don't seem that crazy. However, we do have a red flag warning right now, high wind warning. Is there any way you approach things like this when we've got these crazy winds?
Yeah, we have diesel for my work trucks and gas for my wife's cars. We have fire hoses and stuff at our house that we can string out through the property to make sure that we can do stuff on our own if we need to. Food, we always have food and water. We just try and not stress out about it. And I think the more that you can be prepared, the less stress you'll be, because anything can happen. And right now, there might be a lot of people complaining that the power is shut off. One of the things people don't think about a lot is there's a lot of resources being used up right now west of here. So to me, it's good to take the extra precaution to shut the power off, because if something starts on the north side of the mountain right now with the wind blowing south, we may or may not have the resources we would have if those other fires weren't already going. So it could be frustrating for some people that aren't used to it or not prepared, but I think it's the right decision,
Sir, what's your name?
Wesley.
Wesley, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck with getting your gas. And it seems like you've got everything handled. So, all right. Thanks, Wesley. Appreciate it. You too. All right, guys. So, you're seeing the situation out here. Several vehicles. So there's one backing into here. So we'll get out of their way. But if we come over here, I just want to show you. So for a second, we saw a lull in the line. And then here again, we've got another line of cars waiting to get their gas. I have reached out to SoCal Edison. I'm waiting to get a response from them. What they did say right now is that in Lake Arrowhead, they don't have power, and that's not because of a public safety power shutoff, but it's because of wind damage to some of their equipment. So if people don't have power up here, it could be a number of things. It could be wind damage to equipment, or it could be because of a public safety power shutoff. And as you heard from Wesley right now, I think some people are kind of understanding why those public safety power shutoffs are so important, because if there were a fire to break out, resources could be stretched thin. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Shelby, thank you so much for that information.
All right, joining us now via Zoom is Annette Ramirez. She's the interim general manager of LA Animal Services. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
So what is the status right now of the shelters since these fires started at the beginning of the week?
So we've actually, the largest impact that we've had has been with equines. So we've taken horses in between both Hampson Dam and LA Equestrian Center. We have taken a number of animals, small pets, dogs and cats, at our other shelters, and then we are support to evacuation centers so that evacuees can be co-housed with their pets.
I just saw a post a little while ago that you guys are in desperate need of adoptees and fosters.
Yes, we absolutely need Angelenos who are not in the evacuation zones, who are able to foster, to come in and foster. And if anyone has been considering adoption, right now is the perfect time to adopt. We absolutely need to make sure that we have the space in our facilities for the incoming animals as we continue to see this event unfolding over the next few days. We don't think that it's going to end, anytime soon. So we want to make sure that we are ready and prepared to take on those animals that need to be in the shelter.
All right. Fortunately, not everybody's going to have to take their animals to a shelter. So what are some of the emergency preparedness tips you can give people to keep their pets safe at home?
Yeah, so especially right now with the air quality, if you could bring your pet indoors, you absolutely should. Especially with the winds, you need to make sure that any fencing is secure. If you're letting a dog outside, we're seeing a lot of fences being are wearing good identification tags. If you have a dog, that you have a license tag on your dog. And for dogs, cats, rabbits, and even horses, make sure that they are microchipped and that you update your contact information with the microchip company to ensure that they have your current name, address, phone number, and email address. You should also prepare an emergency kit or a go bag for your pet, just like you would for your family members. Make sure you have a crate, litter, food, water, bowls, toys, medication, and especially vet records, and have a plan for your pet. So if you can think of a friend or a neighbor, not within the immediate area that may be able to take you in with your pet, make sure that you have that lined up ahead of the any evacuation orders that are issued.
Annette, those are great tips. I have a large dog, and what I've noticed in the last couple of days, they feel our anxiety, and mine's terrified of the winds. Also, he seems to be drinking more water. So it's just be attuned to their stress as well, and maybe keep them in a separate room or quieted down, almost like when fireworks are happening during July 4th, I would assume. But more importantly, let's talk about the evacuation centers that are accepting pets and those large animals.
Yeah, so the evacuation centers that are accepting pets right now are the Westwood Rec Center, which is servicing the Palisades fire, and Richie Valens Recreation Center, which is servicing the Hearst fire evacuation area. And then for large animals, we have actually maxed out the number of horses that we can take at the LA Equestrian Center. So all large animals are now being diverted to Hanson Dam.
All right, of course, you are LA Animal Service. You're providing supplies like bowls, pet food, blankets. Obviously, you need some help with that. If somebody wants to make a donation, what should they do?
Yeah, so donations can be made at any of our 6 shelters. We are accepting blankets, crates, food, bowls. Food, we do ask that they are unopened packages of food. And then people can also donate online via our website, mailing in a check to LA Animal Services, and you could actually earmark your donation to be for emergency operations. So it's to provide supplies in the event of an emergency.
And that website is laanimalservices.com. And also they have great information on their social media channels as well. But laanimalservices.com has the locations of all 6 city shelters and also places that you can donate, foster, and adopt. I know you guys are overwhelmed aside from a natural disaster like this. So I can't imagine how overwhelming it is right now for you. And just pleading to folks, if you have space in your home and you're not in the affected areas, fostering an animal 100% will save lives. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And when we get back to normal life, we of course have our segment every Thursday at 1 o'clock for our Pet of the Week. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, while we were conducting the interview, I just couldn't believe, we kept from Sky 5 showing the coast here. This is that famous area where you've got all of these beach houses that are on PCH. They straddle that strip of land between PCH and the ocean, and
that is Topanga Canyon.
That's unbelievable.
At the top of your screen, we all know this area quite well, and we all know the Real Inn that was right there. That is gone. And once you head to the beach side, well, Glenn and Lou, we can see what happened. I actually saw a video that a couple of young kids posted last night. They drove north from Topanga into Malibu during the fire. And it looks to me like what happened is right around this area, the fire hit one of the homes, and then the windstorm took that fire and just drove it all the way to Malibu.
Yeah, tornado.
And you see that one structure, that house is still there, and
it's concrete.
The ones all around them are gone.
Well, those are all very old. Most of these houses, they're bungalows, they're little beach cabanas and houses, and they were built in the 50s and 60s, and they were built of wood. And these were just sanctuaries for so many people who would go out to the coast. It started as that, where you'd go to the beach on the weekend and you'd have your little beach house. And then the further up you go, you get closer into Malibu, you get to Moon Shadows. That's gone. You get up towards Dukes. Fortunately, Dukes a little bit further to the south, but Dukes is there. We've heard reports that it might have been damaged, but it's still standing.
Mastro's still standing.
Yep. And then you keep going north and you get in towards Billionaires Beach. That's the area where there's huge properties. Some of those were destroyed as well. So this fire does not pick and choose. There's no way.
And I'm hoping that everyone who were in these homes, I hope that they had evacuated in time.
Yeah, and one quick last point, a lot of the water that they used to try to get these houses put out, these flames put out, and a lot of the materials are now in the ocean.
Yeah, I was thinking that because, there's so many surfers, including you, that are going to want to get in the water eventually. But
yeah, my friends who surf and who love to go in the ocean, please do not do that right now. There's a lot of debris. There's hazardous waste and material that's in this water right now. And a lot of the water is making its way towards Santa Monica proper. It's a little bit of a small west swell, but the current will take a lot of the debris towards Santa Monica, towards Will Rogers Beach, some of those areas. And just in general, just please be careful. The logs, the debris in the water, it's just very, very dangerous.
All right, right now, let's check in with Corrine Winter. She is at one of the evacuation centers set up in Westwood. Corrine?
And it's been extremely busy here at the Westwood Recreation Center all day long. This is where those who've been displaced by the Pacific Palisades fire, those who've lost absolutely everything, have been coming. More than 250 individuals now inside. Let's show you some video to capture the scene, what's going on here. It's not just those in need of assistance who've been arriving here, but community members who've been so generous, and they're bringing anything that they can, everything from food to water to clothing. They say they want to do their part to help. The American Red Cross and the Salvation Army also here on scene, and they've just been doing tremendous work. And what's important, they wanted us to point out, I know you heard from representatives earlier, it's not just items that are being donated, it's not just beds that are being provided to those in need, but also emotional support. We've seen people in the parking lot here consoling each other, others crying, the whole community, not just those impacted. They're trying to make sense of it all. How can this just happen in really an instant? The fires broke out, and the next thing you know, it's ravaging communities. People are displaced. We see homes on fire. So it's been absolutely traumatic for those who are involved. And what's amazing in all this, because there are multiple fires, it's not just the Pacific Palisades fire, but for example, the fire in the Hollywood Hills last night, we had a family come out and they were so close to losing their home. And you would think that, they would be inside their property or with loved ones. So they drove out here. They had a wagon full of food. You're going to hear from them in a second, but they said this is what they need to really get through what they're experiencing, being kind and generous and helping others who are in such a worse situation than they are. Take a listen to what this family told us. This is coming from the Beverly Hills community. If we can just show everyone, I mean, you packed everything you could.
Over 200 bottles of water. Yeah, we're doing great so far.
And food.
Food, bagels, cream cheese, coffee. We're trying to do as much as we can. We evacuated last night also from our home. So amidst all of this chaos, we're just trying to give back and do whatever we can. We're lucky that our home is still standing, but.
And which community is that?
We're up in Truesdale in the Hollywood Hills. Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills.
So surreal for those impacted, for those who are watching, for those who have friends and family who've lost everything.
It's absolutely devastating to see what's happening to our town, to see our friends that have lost their homes and lost everything, that ran out with just, I mean, thank God they're okay, which is the most important thing. The loss of life is very low, so that's the most important thing. But losing your home and your spirit is just, but we will come together as a community and we will make sure that we rebuild and come out of this stronger than before. I have no doubt in my mind.
And the ability to see beyond what's going on in your own world. I mean, you came so close to losing everything, but yet you showed up today, a wagon full of food and water.
Well, it's these two girls that inspired me, honestly. They're like, Mom, we have to do something. We can't just sit here and watch our community go down in flames.
I can see how emotional it is for you.
Yes, I'm so moved by them and I'm just so inspired by everyone coming together. But to watch everyone lose their homes, it's just devastating. It really is. So we'll do whatever we can.
You girls okay?
Yeah, we're okay. Just if anyone needs help, we're here. The Beverly Hills community is here to help everyone. We're all coming together to pick everyone else up and just hopefully do things for the better. There's the pain and the loss is unimaginable right now. So
you guys are so amazing. I think Mom needs a hug. And we can't thank families like the one you just heard from enough, who are doing their part in such a big way in helping. So thank you. I want to bring in now, and this is another big component to what's happening here, and it really shows the magnitude of what people are dealing with. You have assembly members who arrived here at this recreation center earlier today. This center is in your district. It's in your adjacent district. Yep. Give me your names, please, and tell me what you've been hearing from your constituents.
So my name is Rick Chavez. I represent the 51st District, which runs roughly from Griffith Park and picks up the Hollywood Hills and runs all the way out to Santa Monica. So this is the main evacuation center that is in my district, but serving not only the folks that are in Pacific Palisades, but folks that were displaced in the Hollywood Hills, and then predominantly folks that are displaced in Santa Monica. A big chunk of the city was evacuated yesterday, was subject to mandatory evacuations, and so many of those folks didn't have places to go. They either couldn't find hotels or couldn't afford them. We actually have people that were living in facilities that needed services, and a lot of those people are actually being housed here and being provided with services now that they actually don't have a place to go. Some of the folks that from Santa Monica, hopefully over the course of the next day, the weather patterns are going to be such that their homes won't be at risk. But today they're still subject to potential risk, and so they have been evacuated and they need a place to go. We're hoping that many of the folks will actually, when the evacuation orders are lifted, can go back home. But it's tens of thousands of people. I think there were 88,000 people as of last night that had been displaced from the Palisades fire, and that doesn't include the displacement from the Runyon Canyon fire from yesterday. But that 88,000 people have all been displaced from their houses, and this is only 250 beds. So there's a big need, and obviously it's just heartening to see the community come together. The Red Cross is doing an amazing job. We've been inundated with offers of both of our offices with offers of support.
And Isaac Bryan, Assembly Member, what have you been hearing from state and local officials regarding funding? This is what people are really impacted by, those who have nothing to go back to. We've been talking a lot about insurance. How will you help the community get back on their feet?
Well, absolutely. Speaker Rivas of the California State Assembly mentioned today that we're going to introduce legislation to expedite insurance claims. There was over $4 billion in the governor's budget that he introduced just a week ago. There was a $1.5 billion climate bond, Proposition 4 on voters' ballots, that Assemblymember Zubir and I worked tirelessly last year to get before the voters. All of that money is what we need, but this is an unprecedented climate emergency. I chair the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. There was no way to prepare for something like this that was so unprecedented. So we all have to show up. My constituents want to support. My constituents want to step up to the plate. Angelinos want to make this all of our problem. We are all impacted by this. That's why there's 8,000 frontline responders. That's why the largest firefighting air force in the country is in the air. That's why there's 50 dozers on the ground and so much more at stake. We're turning that corner. We're going to make this change, and then we're going to rebuild.
We're not just focusing on Pacific Palisades because there's so many communities impacted by fires, but Pacific Palisades, where you have a majority of the community just gone, wiped out. How do you begin to pick up the pieces? And that's what people are thinking about. You know, what's the future going to be like in that community with so much gone?
Well, obviously, I mean, luckily the president has declared an emergency. The governor has as well. I mean, this is something that the community is going to need federal and state help on. Speaker Rivas has been very focused, as Assemblymember Bryan has mentioned, on making sure that we are actually standing up for all these communities impacted. And, you know, this is sort of just the first step. I mean, both Assemblymember Bryan and I were just talking to the folks from the Red Cross about the plans they have for the folks that are permanently displaced from this fire. And so, you know, today this is providing temporary housing, but they're going to need support in terms of where they go next. It may be staying in hotels for a number of months, but they're going to need help rebuilding. And obviously, there are lots of other support in place. Insurance Commissioner Lotta, who is the state insurance commissioner, is going to be coming out on site in the next few days trying to help people with insurance claims and expediting those. But it really is sort of all hands on deck. And I think the thing I can say is, as Assemblymember Bryan has said, is that the state government is committed to helping folks. This is an unprecedented disaster. It's one that I have not seen in the 30 years I've lived in Los Angeles. And it's something that we need to sort of step up for all members of our community to make sure that people are able to get back on their feet.
And we hope this is something that never happens again for a long time, if so, but residents are frustrated. They are looking and they're saying our firefighters don't have the resources or aren't enough boots on the ground, our water supply. There's so many questions that if you didn't hear inside, you're going to be hearing from the community. They're not happy. What happened here?
In terms of the
Not enough resources for something like this, preparing.
So, you know, I don't know that you could ever prepare for something of this magnitude, but I've got to say that the state government, the governor and the state government stepped up immediately with almost hourly briefings with the Office of Emergency Services. We actually have teams coming in from Oregon and Washington and Nevada. There are trucks that are sort of on their way and are sort of getting here today. They're ramping up the response for the Palisades fire and the others in the other parts of the state. So I think the governor has done an incredibly good job responding to this.
All right. We thank you so much for your time. We know you're headed to a meeting. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
We
Take care.
appreciate it. And you're hearing from some state leaders here just about the work that's currently underway and what residents and impacted communities can expect. So we're going to keep on top of that. There is so much need here and a lot of answers, a lot of questions still unanswered. So snapshot of what's going on here behind the scenes as those assembly members talk to constituents and those impacted by the fire inside this recreation center. Lou and Glenn.
Corrine, thank you for that important information. And right now, the Red Cross has all the physical items needed to support those displaced by the fires. The first priority of the Red Cross is to provide shelter and immediate support to those affected, and financial donations, of course, the quickest and best way to help those in need. It's mainly those financial donations. They can be used right away to directly help those affected, such as replacing lost items like prescription medications or reading glasses. You can help people affected in our area by supporting our KTLA Cares campaign and donating to the Red Cross Disaster Relief. All you need to really do is scan that QR code on your screen, and it's got all your information. Also, there's the 1-800 number. It's really easy, 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcross.org/donate.
All right, let's get back up to Rich Prickett. He is in Sky 5.
Glenn and Lou, another look here of Pacific Palisades. Right there is Via de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard. So right in the center of the Palisades Village area, and you can just see just how much damage was sustained here during the fire. I know we have a lot of shops and supermarkets and other businesses right here in this area that were destroyed, but just countless homes as well right in this area. And as we slowly kind of widen out here, and it's just about every building you see here has some sort of damage or has been completely destroyed. Now, we'll also go over towards the east here and up above the village and show you some of those areas that have been completely destroyed as well. I believe we call this the Alphabet neighborhood, and all these streets here, just every block, every home, with the exception of a few, has been leveled, has been completely destroyed. There, you can see that looks like to be a fire department right there in the middle. So just to kind of give you an idea as to where we are looking here, and we'll just continue to pan east along Sunset Boulevard and north of Sunset. It's awful to see how many buildings and homes have been damaged here, have been destroyed. We're still seeing some active hot spots that are burning in this area. So there's the potential for some more buildings to be lost here in the Pacific Palisades. Well, we're going to make a pan over here to the left, and which would be to the west. And here's another section that was destroyed. Temescal Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. That entire community has been taken out. Now, moments ago, we took a ride up Pacific Coast Highway, and we were looking at the beachfront homes, essentially from Topanga Canyon all the way to Los Flores. That's where we were able to make it as far as to the north. And every single beachfront home, with the exception of a couple, were completely destroyed. So the coastline was no exception here as far as the beachfront homes. That fire, the Palisades fire, burned all the way to the ocean and taken out nearly everything in its path. For now, I'm live over the Pacific Palisades. I'm Rich Prickett. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, boy, what a disaster.
Well, we haven't been able to really see a lot of this because we weren't able to fly it because of the gusts, the winds, and wow, when we were talking with the LA Animal Services woman, I think it hit us when we saw all of those homes along PCH and Malibu, and now we're seeing this destruction. We knew it was bad, but to see this, and just the trees, they're like little twigs.
Yeah, and it's, you'll see a home that, that's not completely torched and damaged, and they just stick out because of all the other damage around them. Obviously, these folks here, fire insurance on the mind of a lot of these people who lost property.
And a lot of times, David, and David Lazarus is here. A lot of people may assume that, if you have a home like this or a large home, then of course you can afford fire coverage. But no, that's not necessarily the case, or it's not given.
Indeed. Moreover, if you own coastal property like that, beach erosion is the thing that you mostly think about. You don't think about things going up in flames because you're right there on the water. This is a great example, as Kai's been talking about, how the embers travel great distances, and you just never know they can even jump a fire break like the PCH, and there you go. In fact, my father, who used to live in the Malibu colony, was telling me about how when there was big fires up in Malibu once upon a time, the fire was burning down towards their houses, and he asked the fire department, what are you going to do about this? And they said, we're just going to let it burn. We're just going to let it go. And there's nowhere to go. You've got the ocean behind you, you've got the fire in front of you, and you are stuck. Now, for tens of thousands of SoCal property owners, they have seen their insurance either not renewed by the private insurers like State Farm and Allstate and Farmers, or they simply have been unable to get coverage because they've been deemed to be in a high-risk zone. And as a result, they've gone into the California FAIR Plan. And if you don't know what that is so-called insurance of last resort. In other words, if you can't get insured by anybody else, you can go into this state-run program, and it's not funded by taxpayers. It is funded, in fact, by the insurance industry. To be honest, they don't mind a lot of people getting into it because it's bare bones coverage at a very high price. And so for them, well, it's more bang for their bucks. Now, the problem here is, can the FAIR Plan, again, insurance of last resort, handle this much demand? The FAIR Plan says they will be able to handle all claims that come their way, but it seems like it's an open question unless the insurance industry ponies up more cash. I've seen one estimate that says the FAIR Plan might be looking at $6 billion in claims as a result of these fires. But keep in mind as well, because we've had so much coverage denied to so many homeowners, there is an estimate out there that all of the homes now covered by the FAIR Plan have a combined value of nearly $500 billion. Again, this plan was not designed for that. So it's an open question now whether all of those claims can be filled. It also speaks to the fact that when you have a number of for-profit insurers all carving up the market and taking on risk only unto themselves, well, their first instinct is going to be to protect themselves and to protect their bottom line. Well, the reality is the art of insurance is the art of risk management. And unless you can spread risk as far and wide as possible, like say a single payer healthcare plan, well, then you're going to have a lot of individual providers who are going to have their own specific needs. Clearly, what we've seen, as with healthcare, is that when it comes to property coverage, we don't have a plan right now that's going to be able to handle this level of risk.
David, you're a homeowner. You diligently and on time pay your premium each and every month for the last 30 years.
Indeed.
You make that call to your agent yesterday, this morning, unfortunately. What's the timeline? What happens after this?
Processing a claim in this situation hopefully would handle expeditiously, but obviously with a caseload like this, your insurance agent and the company that employs that person is completely swamped at this point. So it can take a long, long time. And that's another problem for homeowners, because when it comes to rebuilding, well, California's price gouging laws will only go up to about 6 months. In other words, the law in California protects you from a more than 10% increase in the value of whatever you're purchasing. And when it comes to rebuilding, you have a 6-month window. Nobody is going to be rebuilding within 6 months. In other words, the price gouging protections will be expired by then. And now let's look at simple Econ 101. Supply and demand dictates that when there's a ton of demand and very little supply, prices go up. Well, you can be sure contractors are going to be in short supply, lumbers will be in short supply, concrete will be in short supply, and just simply the logistics of getting a lot of these materials to many of these neighborhoods is going to be an enormous challenge. This is going to push prices ever higher. A lot of coverage out there is not going to be able to accommodate those overages. Now, here's a good tip for people. Ask your broker about a rider that you can have attached to your policy that will accommodate increases in commodity costs. That is available. It will cost you a little more, but at the moment, obviously, that would be a godsend for a lot of these people, because there's going to be a lot of people who thought that they were covered to rebuild, and then will discover, we can't cover that anymore. Our insurance policy will only get us so far, and suddenly you're on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of additional expenditures.
When you say a long time, are you talking 3 months or a year, or
for rebuilding?
Well, for to get their attention and get the money that you need.
To process the claim.
Yeah.
I would think that in some cases it could take weeks, because obviously the insurance companies will try to staff up now to handle a situation like this. That said, there's going to be a lot of claims that are going to have question marks attached to them. Is this TV really worth that? Was your home really remodeled, or was it not? There's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I think that's going to run into the months. Also, one other thing, most homeowner policies will cover at least a portion of your evacuation costs, such as if you have to go to a hotel, meals you have to get. Keep your receipts.
That's
yes,
right.
You need to be able to document all of those expenses, especially if you're going to be out of your home for possibly weeks, if not months.
Yeah.
That's a great point, and we've talked about that a little bit with some other disasters of when the disaster happens. Keep those receipts of the evacuation plan. But it's on my list of things to do at my house, is to take video of everything in my house, specifically when I get a new TV or if I get whatever, and I haven't done it. But that is really important to do, just to have that. So when you do talk to the insurance company and they're like, well, that TV is blah, 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 you can say, no, here's the TV, here's the warranty, and be able to give them those papers.
We've talked about that, and it only takes you 10 minutes to take your phone, walk around the house from room to room, and record all of your things, from your appliances to your electronics to what have you. Also, if you've done a remodel and the value of your home has changed, make sure you have those documents around as well.
Great.
Those are things that should be in your go bag.
Yeah. And once you get past the insurance process, then you got to deal with building permits, building inspectors. I had some friends of mine in Malibu that lost their home, I guess, about 5 years ago, in fire. It took them 3.5 years, about 3.5 years to get a rebuild.
Right.
Beautiful house now, probably worth 3 times what they had before. But boy, the process and the pain they went through to get that thing built was unbelievable.
I was thinking as well that there's going to be a number of homes that have variances where they've been able to get exemptions from zoning laws for one reason or another. One wonders whether in rebuilding those variances will still apply. Can they be grandfathered in, or are you starting from scratch, which would change, of course, the whole equation.
All right, we're going to go to President Biden, who was given a briefing on the fires out here in Southern California.
That's
at the
also
White
why
House.
I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do, and some of the folks around the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas, the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground. Whole areas burned to the ground. Large areas. They've been.
Okay, guys, I'm going to get ready to wrap up for today. It's nap time for Dolly. So thanks for coming by, hanging out, watching all the updates with me this morning. I will be back sometime tonight. You guys know that. I usually don't stream on the weekends, but I may be back tonight. Okay. So everybody have a good one. If you haven't, make sure you hit the like button. Okay. And if you haven't subbed up yet, which I'm pretty sure all of you guys are subs. So just make sure if you haven't, hit the like button, and I will see you guys tonight. Be good, stay safe. And remember, if nobody loves you, Dolly does. Peace.